Just another boring yet joyful day. Sage sighed, but the satisfaction in his eyes could not be hidden. Stepping out of the office building with a yawn, his eyes drifted to the sky, looking at the sun that was setting down on the western horizon. At 20 years old, he was the epitome of average. A young man in a sleek black business suit, clutching a brown leather briefcase. His face was unremarkable. Not handsome but certainly not ugly. Just that kind of look that blended seamlessly into a crowd. As he made his way to the subway station, Sage shook his head, trying to shake off the monotony. A few minutes later, he found himself on the train, watching as the world outside blurred into streaks of light and color. With a practiced motion, he pulled out his phone and plugged in his earphones. Scrolling through his favorite music streaming app, he selected a track that always managed to lift his spirits. As the melody enveloped him, a hint of enjoyment flickered across his face. Sitting in one corner of the train, almost hidden from view, Sage felt like an invisible ghost. No one noticed him. It was as if he had slipped into another reality where only music existed. About an hour later, the train jolted to a stop. As passengers began to disembark, Sage calmly stood up and joined them, merging into the dense crowd outside. The sun had fully sunk into the horizon with the moon finally coming to claim its rightful place. It hung high above like a watchful king surrounded by twinkling stars. The streets glowed with vibrant neon lights as nightlife sprang to life around him. Some were just beginning their evening adventures, while others were winding down after long days. Bars pulsated with heavy metal music while patrons stumbled out, looking worse for wear. The streets buzzed with all sorts of characters, each lost in their own worlds. Sage navigated through this lively chaos with his head slightly bowed and music still playing softly in his ears. He moved so seamlessly that when people brushed against him, they didn't even notice him. It was as if he were walking through shadows unnoticed. After wandering for over 30 minutes, Sage finally arrived at a residential complex, a place where the buildings showed signs of wear and tear under the dim lighting provided only by street lamps and moonlight. It felt darker here compared to the bustling streets just moments before. Undeterred by the gloominess surrounding him, Sage walked purposefully toward a tall 4-story building without an elevator. Only stairs awaited him. Climbing upward, he passed several residents who didn't spare him even a glance. They simply flowed past like water around rocks. Minutes later, reaching the 4th floor at last, he approached an unassuming door at the end of the corridor. With practiced ease, he fished out his keys and unlocked it before stepping inside and shutting it behind him. As soon as he flicked on the light switch, the room illuminated instantly. It revealed an apartment that mirrored its owner's life. Small but cozy. It wasn't large, just a small bathroom, a snug bedroom, and a compact living room, but it had everything he needed. The living space featured a simple desk with a chair, where his trusty computer sat ready for action. On the wall beside it hung a small cabinet brimming with an eclectic mix of magazines, manga, and action figures that told stories of adventure and nostalgia. In the center of the living room was a petite sofa facing a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. The kitchen was unremarkable but functional, perfect for whipping up quick meals after long days. Overall, the layout was charmingly ordinary, yet it felt just right. "It's good to be home," Sage thought as his calm demeanor finally broke into a smile. He strolled to his bedroom to change out of his suit, then headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he made his way to the kitchen and prepared himself a simple dinner, a satisfying end to his day. With dinner finished in under 30 minutes, he plopped down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and lost himself in an episode of anime. Time passed, and after 2 hours of catching up on all the latest episodes of the anime he was watching, Sage stood up from the sofa, stretched for a while, and then made his way to his dear computer. He plopped down on the chair, put on his headphones, fired up the computer, and then dove into a world of video games. Sage immersed himself in the world of games until the clock struck 9 p.m. He had been gaming for more than 4 hours straight. What a game! I finally leveled up after 3 days of grinding. Not bad at all. He took off the headphones and stretched his limbs with a satisfied grin on his face. This was the kind of life he dreamed of living, a life of complete boredom and normalcy. If it weren't for his need for money to sustain this simple life of his, he wouldn't even be bothered to go to work. To him, work is like a task assigned to a slave and a waste of time. Having a job means being committed to slavery. The modern kind of slavery. Apart from the meager salary paid every month, jobs are no different from slavery at all. Maybe his views are completely different from others, but that is how things work. Yet, he still stands by his beliefs. In the slave trade era, slaves were forced to work under the scorching sun from dawn to night with little breaks in between. In this modern society, going to work feels like being a slave forced to work, just that the objective has changed but the core idea remains the same. Punishments have been replaced by salary reductions, performance bonuses being withheld, being scolded by your boss, etc. Compared to the slave trade era where one wrong deed meant being whipped on the back or even thrown into a dungeon and starved, people have to wake up early in the morning and go to work and close in the evening, so there is no difference between a modern-day 9-to-5 job and the slave trade era. Just a few changes, that's all. Sage shook his head and quickly came back from his reverie while tapping on his cheeks. Suddenly his stomach rumbled loudly, reverberating through the room. "Ha! Hungry again," he muttered while rubbing his stomach as he made his way to the kitchen. He opened the fridge, but it was empty except for some fruits and a bottle of milk. He opened the cabinets, but they were all empty. He scratched his head and leaned on the kitchen counter. "Seems like I'm out of food. Need to restock." He glanced at the time. "Should I wait until tomorrow? But by now old Harry hasn't closed yet. I can get a discount from him and maybe grab a bite or two while I'm out." He was deep in thought about restocking his food supplies. As lazy as he was, he didn't want the hassle of constantly going out every day. And besides, there was still time. Tomorrow is Saturday. He can remain indoors all day without going out if his supplies are restocked. "This seems like a very feasible plan," he nodded as he made up his mind. He quickly grabbed his wallet and phone and walked out of the apartment block, making his way to the nearest night market. A few minutes later, Sage arrived at the night market. The place was bustling with noise and activity. The place was filled with pedestrians. The flow of people was quite dense even this late at night. Stalls were lined on both sides, with all kinds of aromas mixed in the air. It was quite intoxicating. Vendors shouted over each other. Oil and meat sizzled in pans. The air was thick with the smell of spice, sweat, and fried fish. Sage took a deep breath as a flicker of joy appeared on his face, and without hesitation, he walked deeper into the night market, shoulders brushing past strangers. He passed by food stalls and restaurants. After 3 minutes, he arrived at a small stall. Tucked between two closed shops, dim lights and a few tables mostly empty. A handful of college students laughed quietly as they ate. As there is a university not far from here, so mostly the night market is packed with students. "Hey Sage, long time no see. How are you doing?" The voice belonged to a woman in her 50s. Her gray staked hair tied back. Her smile as warm as the soup steam rising behind her. "Mama Maria," Sage said, rubbing his neck with a grin. "It's only 3 days ago. 3 days, 3 months. It's the same when you are my age," she smiled, her eyes creasing. "You are still young, Mama Maria, and beautiful as well. I bet when you are walking with Ellen. Many people see the two of you as sisters, not mother and daughter," Sage said with a serious face. "Oh, stop that with the flattery. I'm not young. You are just exaggerating." Mama Maria rolled her eyes. Although she seemed angry, the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. "Okay, enough talk. The usual as always." Mama Maria glanced at Sage and asked. "Yes, the usual." Sage smiled, found a table, and sat down while scrolling through his phone. Mama Maria started preparing Sage's food with great enthusiasm. It seems Sage's compliment earlier had made her extremely happy. 5 minutes later, Mama Maria brought the food to Sage's table. "Okay, enjoy, Sage. I've added a few pieces of meat," she giggled. "You are still skinny. Eat more meat and gain some muscles. Otherwise you will die a virgin." "Then it better eat before I die single." Sage didn't pretend and started digging in. The food was simple, nothing luxurious, just a bowl of rice and a fully fried tilapia. Simple but delicious. Every bit grounded him, the crunch, the salt, the faint sweetness from the salt. This was peace, the kind of small joy he could still afford. Time passed by, and 10 minutes later he was already done, licked the bowl clean, and finished the tilapia to the last bone. He leaned back, exhaled softly, and picking his teeth, he put some bills on the table and waved his hand at Mama Maria. Mama Maria, I will be on my way. It's getting late. I will come by tomorrow. Okay. Be careful on the road. Okay? The streets are not that safe anymore. Mama Maria waved back while giving him a warning. I will. Sage echoed back and disappeared into the crowd. A taxi dropped him in front of a small supermarket. The fluorescent sign flickered weakly. Inside it was quiet except for the low hum of the refrigerators. Behind the counter is an old man wearing a green apron, cleaning fruits with a white cloth. Evening, Old Harry. Sage approached the old man with a smile. Old Harry raised his head and smiled brightly. Oh, Sage. Let me guess, ran out of supplies again? The old man's smile deepened when he saw Rex. Sigh, you know me, Old Harry, I kinda hate all this. And besides, tomorrow is Saturday. I need to restock so that I don't have to go out. Sage spread his arms and shrugged. Old Harry shook his head, chuckling. The wrinkles on his face creased even more. You could just take care of everything on your phone. There is no need to come and buy groceries yourself. Old Harry sighed. Sage shook his head. I like to do everything by myself. Having someone buy groceries for me is kind of weird. Well, you can do whatever you want. Young people nowadays are always with the drama. Old Harry waved his old hands at Rex. Sage chuckled softly, made a peace sign, then made a beeline and started shopping for his groceries. He didn't need anything much, just enough groceries to last for a whole week. Within a few minutes, he had already bought whatever he needed and went back to the counter. Looks like the usual. Nothing has changed. You act more like an old man than I do. Old Harry scanned the groceries with a calm face. What can I say? I just like a simple life. This kind of life is more satisfying. Just live life according to your own will. After all, we live once. Sage's eyes flashed with emotions as he said this. That's an interesting perspective on life. You are completely different from today's youngsters. Old Harry sighed. I wish my children were much like you. Those little brats really make me worried, he continued. Sage looked at Old Harry and couldn't help but feel more emotional. Old Harry's life is not that easy. Sage knows his children and how well, they are quite troublesome, always giving him troubles here and there. Come on, Old Harry. They are just children. I'm sure when they reach the right age, they will come back to their senses. Sage smiled brightly at him. Old Harry laughed heartily. I appreciate your optimism. Okay, here, I'm done. Old Harry handed the groceries to Sage. Sage took out his card and swiped it at the machine and nodded at Old Harry. Old man, I'm going. Better close early. It's not safe being here alone. Brat, you should be the one to hurry home and take care of yourself. Old Harry shooed him away. Okay, I'm going. See you later, old man. Sage waved back and exited the supermarket. Ha! What a bizarre young man. Old Harry looked at Sage's fading back and shook his head, going back to cleaning his fruits. By this time, it was already deep in the night clouds partially covering the moon hanging high up in the sky. Time really flies really fast. Sage looked at the time on his phone and exhaled a cold breath as mists escaped from his breath. He was walking on the only alley that led to his apartment block. Halfway through into the dark alley with his groceries in his hand, he felt the atmosphere becoming weird and heavy. The wind stopped and fog was starting to seep into the alley. His footsteps echoed faintly. He raised his head and looked around, feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right. He felt stuffy and breathing was becoming quite difficult for him. This is strange, he muttered to himself while looking back. After confirming nothing was following him, he turned his head back toward the path in front of him. But the next thing he froze in his steps as cold sweat started seeping out from his forehead. His heart started beating like a drum as it went cold. Right in front of him, A few centimeters away was a silver strange gun pointed at his head. He couldn't see the person behind the gun. Only a dark figure wearing a tall hat could be made out. "PL, please. Don't kill me. I have money. If that's what you want, you can take it," Sage stammered, his voice cracking. Heart was beating rapidly, almost about to burst out of his chest. "PL, please." Bang! A gunshot echoed through the dark alley. Sage's eyes were wide open as a bloody hole appeared at the center of his head, with blood flowing out. He felt his thoughts and life quickly draining out of him. He fell backward and landed heavily on the ground, the groceries he was holding spilling out on the cold ground. His eyes were becoming heavy. The clouds that were covering the moon dissipated as the full moon was revealed, and its beautiful silvery light spilled into the dark alley. The fog that was covering the alley slowly vanished alongside the mysterious figure. Sage felt his being stripped away. "So, this is how I die, huh? Guess my boring life is over." This was the only thought that echoed in his head before he completely died. "Don't kill me." Sage's eyes snapped open. He shot upright. His chest heaved, drenched in cold sweats. For a second he couldn't breathe. His trembling hand touched Biff's forehead. No wound, no blood. He blinked hard, frantically scanning around. Dark walls, damp air, silence. A narrow alley stretched into the darkness. There was no else around. Phew! He wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed weakly. "I thought I was completely dead. What a relief!" His eyes flashed with joy. He didn't expect the experience of death to be so uncomfortable, but luckily he wasn't dead. That was a good thing for him. Strange. He suddenly felt something was wrong with the current situation. This time he took his time looking around. The alley was unfamiliar, narrower, older, and smelled faintly with wet stone. Wait a minute. This is not the alley I'm familiar with. He also felt that his body was quite weird as well. He patted himself and then looked at his hands. His eyes immediately went wide with shock. He quickly looked at himself, and his mind went blank. What is going on? His eyes were full of bewilderment and confusion. This is not my body, and there is no way my hands are that hard and full of calluses. Before he could even process what was really going on, his vision suddenly became blurry as an unbearable headache attacked him. He steadied himself while holding his head. His eyes tightly shut as he sweated even more. What's with all these foreign memories? It's too much. Sage was really having a hard time. He felt as if his head was about to explode. He fell back on the ground while clutching his head. His face contorted in agony as he started trembling. About half an hour later, he stopped trembling and lay there on the ground like a dead body. A moment later, he stirred and slowly sat back up again, rubbing his throbbing temples while also shaking his head. Damn, that was truly painful. He groaned, but at the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. What a plot twist. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to me. Really strange. He rubbed his chin, looked down at his body, and couldn't help but shake his head. He looked up at the sky and then smiled. Well, I will take care of this body. With that, he stood up with great difficulty, his body arching with great pains. He patted his butt and slowly made his way out of the alley. As he neared the exit of the alley, he could faintly hear noises, which made him quicken his steps. A moment later, his vision cleared up as he emerged onto a broad street. A loud cacophony of noise immediately hit him, and the glaring light of the sun also made him squint his eyes a little. After getting used to the glaring light, he fully opened his eyes, and the scene that greeted him was quite spectacular and grand. In front of him was a wide street as big as a 4-lane asphalt road, but this wasn't asphalt. It was a medieval, old cobblestone road. People in garments, robes, and armor were carrying weapons while carriages were being pulled by huge horses and strange creatures. On both sides of the road were stalls, stores, and tall brick buildings. Some were old and ugly, while others were tall and beautifully built. The entire street was full of noise. Wow! Sage's eyes were wide open as he stood there glued to the scenery in front of him. This Looks like my transmigration is real. Finally. One of my lifelong wishes has finally come true. Sage was shocked but excited at the same time. He raised both hands to the sky, grinning like a fool. Thank you, mysterious stranger. I still hate you for killing me before I even tasted true love. It's okay. You did the job. And Truckcoin's sorry, man. You got replaced. He laughed out loud, earning a few weird stares. Somewhere above, the blazing sun seemed to flicker. Ha! That's strange. Did the sun just blink? Sage was taken aback for a moment. He stared hard, blinking several times. Nah! What a ridiculous thought! He smacked his cheeks lightly. I'm already losing it. He stepped completely out of the alley and walked along the road, admiring the scene as he walked. He was totally fascinated by all the things he was seeing. He kept turning around, looking here and there like a country bumpkin. Hey! Watch where you are stepping. A loud voice rumbled near his ears, which made the inside of his ears ring. Sorry. Sage quickly turned around to apologize, but his words were caught in his throat. Standing in front of him was a 7-foot monstrosity with bulging muscles, wearing a beast skin wrapped around his waist and holding a metal club as thick as his thigh, with tusks protruding from his mouth. Orc. Sage stammered with wide eyes. He took a few steps back in fear and put on a ridiculous battle stance. The orc scratched its head and looked down at the tiny and scrawny human in front of it in confusion. Watch where you are going next time. The orc's loud voice rumbled again as he strode away. Ha! That's it. Sage was stunned, still in his so-called battle stance, with confusion in his eyes. That's odd. Aren't orcs hot-tempered and easy to provoke? Why is this one calm and sounding kind of nice? He looked around and found that nobody was paying him any attention at all. He scratched his head and continued walking forward. With his hand on his chin, he fell into deep thoughts. At least this proves that I have really transmigrated into a new world. That's quite good news, and the old news is. He looked at the body he was currently in and shook his head. Is that I'm the body of a thief. He smiled bitterly. This was just the lowest starting point of transmigration. Fortunately, this guy has the same name as me, one of the standard packages of any transmigrator. Having the same name as your predecessor, Sage thought with a smile. But to be honest, this guy is really something else. Daring to steal from a noble, no wonder why he got beaten to death. Sage's smiling face turned bitter when he thought of this. Ding. Guild Creation System Online. Ding. Guild Creation System Online. Updating host status. Update complete. Welcome, host, to the Guild Creation System. Main objective. Establish the first adventurer guild in the world of Eldoria. Ha! Sage gasped, startled as an emotionless voice echoed in his mind. His heart raced with anticipation as he scanned his surroundings. Realizing no one was watching, he darted into a secluded corner of the street and leaned against a wall, adrenaline coursing through him. This was it. This was the moment he'd read about in 100 different novels and watched in hundreds of animes. System, is that you? Sage whispered excitedly, his eyes sparkling with hope. Yes, host. Yes. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. Tears of joy threatened to spill from his eyes. This was the miracle he had yearned for ever since he could remember. Back on Earth, life had been monotonous and dull. While all he desired was an ordinary existence, drifting through whatever challenges came his way, Earth offered nothing but boredom. No dragons, no magic, just plain old reality. The only way he felt alive was by immersing himself in games, anime, manga, novels, and movies, a desperate escape from a mundane life. In fact, Earth seemed like a never-ending cycle of scrolling through TikTok videos, watching videos full of Sigma and alpha male motivational quotes, or watching news about wars and rich guys selling dubious courses. Nothing exciting ever happened there, not even aliens invading to spark an intergalactic war. But now something extraordinary had happened, just like in those Ice Guy anime and novels he adored, though admittedly with a twist since he'd been killed by a mysterious stranger. It fit neatly into the narrative of being reborn in another world. And here it was, The quintessential package every Isekai protagonist dreams of. The system. How could he not be thrilled? Looks like my boring life is finally coming to an end. I can't wait to explore this world, going on adventures, embarking on quests, slaying dragons. Sage's imagination soared as visions of grandeur filled his mind. Maybe I'll form an adventurer party or join a hero's quest to defeat the Demon King, and maybe finding one or two wives. Should they be elven baddies? Demon baddies? Beastkin baddies? So many choices. Just then, the system's emotionless voice interrupted his daydreaming. Host, please refrain from daydreaming. You have a mission to complete. Oh right. Sorry about that. Sage chuckled sheepishly while scratching his head. So what kind of system are you? Level up type? Harem type? Mission type? Host, I am the guild creation system. My sole purpose is to assist you in establishing the first adventurer guild in this world. Eh? Sage blinked in disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. System, could you repeat that? Run that by me again. You're a what system? The guild creation system. My objective is to help you establish the first adventurer guild in this world. The system's voice echoed with an unwavering calmness. Wait a minute. Shock washed over Sage's face, a mix of surprise and incredulity. You mean to tell me there's no adventurer guild in this world? Affirmative, host. Are you kidding me? What kind of fantasy world doesn't have adventurer guilds? This is a scam. Sage's disbelief was palpable. As an original otaku, he had consumed countless anime, manga, and novels, all featuring adventurer guilds as crucial stepping stones for protagonists on their journeys to greatness. Regaining his composure, he pressed on with another question. So, if there are no adventurer guilds here, does this world at least have dungeons or something? Yes, host. There are dungeons in this world. Then why on earth aren't there any adventurer guilds? Dungeons and guilds go hand in hand like butter and bread. It just doesn't make sense. Frustration seeped into Sage's voice as he rubbed his temples. This place is starting to feel as boring as Earth. The system remained silent. So let me get this straight. I'm supposed to establish the first adventurer guild here? Is that correct? Sage asked again. Yes, host. Etherian is a world filled with dungeons. However, the concept of adventuring does not exist here yet. Wait. If there are dungeons, then surely people must be exploring them. Someone or some kind of genius guy must have thought about adventuring by now. Sage exclaimed. Host, I cannot provide all the details at once. It is best for you to first understand the current situation of this world. Suspicion flickered in Sage's eyes as he pondered the implications of the system's words. Something felt off about Etherian, a hidden truth lurking beneath its surface. After several moments lost in thought, he snapped back into focus. All right then, let's gather some information about this world. He muttered under his breath before grimacing slightly. If only I wasn't reborn in this ignorant body. This body has never even left this city. How can I navigate a new world when I barely know anything about it? With a heavy sigh weighing on him like lead, Sage stepped out onto the bustling streets once more, his mind set on finding answers among the throngs of people around him. If Sage wanted to uncover the secrets of this world, he knew he had to venture into the heart of the action, places where chatter filled the air and crowds thrived. There were two prime spots for this. The bustling market district, always teeming with merchants and customers from all walks of life, and the lively taverns, where drunken patrons often spilled their thoughts like their ale. While taverns might seem chaotic, they offered a unique advantage. Most sober folk would grow suspicious if questioned too closely about sensitive matters. So it was clear Sage needed to find a tavern and charm a few inebriated souls into sharing what they knew. But first things first, he needed some coin. After all, it wouldn't do to approach someone without offering a drink or two. With that thought in mind, Sage found himself standing before an eerie cluster of crumbling buildings. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by birds chirping and the occasional rustle of stones underfoot. A musty scent hung in the air, a mix of damp earth and something far less pleasant that made him feel lightheaded. Ugh! He was all too familiar with that smell. Seriously? This is where you hide your stolen loot? Not cool at all. Sage pinched his nose as his brows knitted together in distaste while he navigated through the dilapidated structures. Moments later, he stumbled upon an abandoned courtyard that looked like it had seen better days. Half the walls had collapsed. Gaping holes marred the roof. Weeds grew wildly as tall as a person. Well, at least it smells better here, Sage muttered with a hint of relief before scanning his surroundings. He noticed a small room on his left that seemed somewhat intact. His eyes immediately lit up as a wide grin formed on his face. This is it! He stepped inside. The room held nothing but a rickety wooden bed. No blankets or pillows in sight. Poor soul must have endured years sleeping here, he whispered sympathetically, feeling a twinge of pity for this body. Shaking off his melancholy thoughts, Sage lifted up the bed and began digging into the ground beneath it. After several minutes of searching, his fingers brushed against something soft. His eyes widened with excitement as he pulled out an object from its hiding place. Jackpot! Sage grinned broadly at the pouch now resting in his palm. As he opened it up, gold coins gleamed back at him like stars shining in darkness. Shiny coins stacked neatly together. He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation as he counted them out loud. 1, 2, 3. 360 gold coins. Wow! He chuckled to himself and said aloud, Sorry, buddy, I'm borrowing your hard-earned stash. But don't worry. I'll return it tenfold. No, wait, a millionfold. Feeling triumphant yet slightly guilty, Sage stepped out of the small room and paused at the door. He scanned his surroundings and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. From this moment on, I am the new Sage of Eldoria, he said quietly, casting his gaze skyward with a knowing smile. Rest well wherever you are, and thank you for this incredible body. With those words echoing in the air, he turned away from the courtyard, his shadow trailing behind him like a loyal companion. Sage stepped back onto the bustling streets, weaving through the throngs of people as he recalled the path from his memories, making his way toward the eastern part of the city. The sun was beginning to dip below the western horizon, signaling the end of the day, yet the city remained alive with activity and noise. 20 minutes later, Sage found himself standing in front of a dilapidated wooden building. The structure was ancient and appeared as if it could collapse at any moment, leaning slightly to one side with holes scattered across its surface. Above the entrance hung a crooked sign featuring 2 wooden mugs, swaying loosely and creaking in the evening breeze. Inside, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Loud bangs and raucous laughter filled the air. Taking a deep breath, Sage patted his chest where he had hidden his money and held a single gold coin in his left hand. Well, this is it, he muttered under his breath as he stepped forward toward the door. He slowly opened it. It creaked loudly and shook violently in his grip while an old bell above chimed in protest. As soon as Sage entered, an overwhelming stench assaulted him. He scrunched up his nose and raised an eyebrow. This place really stinks, he exclaimed, waving a hand across his nose while scanning the room. It was spacious but packed with rowdy patrons who were clearly intoxicated. Laughter, chatter, and off-key singing reverberated throughout as cheap ale mixed with sweat filled the air. The furniture was far from complete. Tables made from barrels and chairs missing legs created an atmosphere of disarray. The wooden floor creaked beneath each step he took. 5 massive pillars at the far end supported what seemed like a precariously balanced structure. No one paid him any mind. Everyone was too engrossed in their drinks or conversations to notice him slip into their chaotic world. Sage exhaled deeply and softened his expression as he spotted a lone figure slumped in one corner. One man leaned drunkenly against a table cluttered with 5 wooden mugs, some tipped over on the floor with beer spilling out. His eyes lit up at this sight. He approached the counter to buy 5 mugs of beer before slowly making his way to sit down across from the man. Thud! He placed them on the table with enough force that it jolted the man awake. Ah, who is it? The man slurred groggily as he lifted his head to gaze blearily at Sage. "Hey there." Sage waved a hand in front of him with a friendly smile tugging at his lips. "Who are you?" The man's voice was hoarse and dry. Flushed red cheeks framed chapped lips that hinted at too much drink. His sunken cheeks belied shifty eyes that darted about nervously despite appearing intoxicated. "No need to worry about who I am. Today is a happy day for me, and I've decided to treat myself to some drinks. It seems I bought quite a lot, so I'm hoping you can help me out." Sage shrugged, gesturing toward the 5 mugs of beer on the table. The man's expression shifted instantly to one of ecstasy as he spotted the beer. His tongue lolled out, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. His face flushed an even deeper shade of red as he raised his head and looked at Sage with admiration. "Oh, thank you, my young friend, for your generosity. My name is Pax," he exclaimed, introducing himself. "All right, Pax, let's drink up. Today is a happy day for me." Sage laughed heartily as he grabbed one mug and gulped it down. The liquid slid down his throat with a burning sensation that was far from pleasant. "Damn, this tastes like leather," Sage thought as his stomach churned. It was easily the most unappetizing thing he'd ever tasted. Grimacing, he glanced over at Pax, who was downing his beer as if it were the finest vintage. Bliss radiated from Pax's face as he smacked his lips in delight. Sage let out an awkward laugh while watching Pax enjoy his drink. He pushed the remaining beer aside on the table. He had no desire to touch it again. "Hey, Pax." Sage coughed slightly to catch his attention. "My young friend, what is it?" Pax hiccuped, still flushed but clearly intrigued. "It's nothing much. I can see you've lived in this city for quite some time, right?" Sage asked casually. "Yeah. I've been living in Greyvale City for almost half my life." Pax patted his chest proudly. "Wow, that's incredible." Sage feigned surprise with wide eyes fixed on Pax. "You must know a lot." "Of course." Pax nodded while taking another gulp of beer that spilled over onto his coarse clothes. "I used to be a carriage driver for one of the noble houses here, so I know plenty about this city and even some things about this kingdom." Sage's eyes lit up with interest but quickly masked it with a nonchalant expression. He scanned the tavern discreetly and noticed that no one seemed focused on their conversation. Relief washed over him inwardly. Turning back to Pax, who continued to guzzle down cheap beer like fine wine, Sage seized the opportunity. "Hey, Pax, since you were once a carriage driver for one of those noble houses, could you tell me how the dungeon system works? You know I'm just a bottom feeder in this world and want to understand it better, so I don't offend anyone powerful." Pax set down his mug and wiped his mouth before meeting Sage's gaze. Despite looking drunk with a rosy complexion, there was an unexpected clarity in his eyes when dungeons were mentioned. Pax glanced around for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief before turning back to Sage, his expression growing serious. "My young friend, I advise you not to dwell on this topic. While it may be common knowledge, discussing it publicly can lead to trouble," Pax warned, his face reflecting caution. Sage was taken aback for a moment. "So, talking about dungeons openly is frowned upon?" His mind raced with various thoughts. "But," Pax locked eyes with Sage, "since you've bought me a few drinks, I suppose it won't hurt to share some information to help you stay cautious." Sage leaned forward slightly, his expression now solemn and serious. He understood the importance of grasping the gravity of this world before making any decisions. Deep down, he cursed his circumstances. If only he weren't stuck in this body, an underachiever at the bottom of society, he wouldn't need to tread so carefully due to a lack of basic knowledge about the world he inhabited. With a sigh, Sage reminded himself that it wasn't entirely his fault. His predecessor had been just a 16-year-old orphan whose thoughts were consumed by survival rather than understanding the intricacies of their environment. All he had known was the name of the city and some trivial bits of information that offered little guidance. "You see," Pax began, "dungeons are an integral part of Ethereum's ecosystem. They appear randomly across various locations. These dungeons hold abundant resources but are also home to monsters that offer valuable materials as well. As usual, those in power tend to hoard these riches for themselves, leaving nothing but scraps for those of us at the bottom. Sage listened intently while occasionally taking sips from his cheap beer, which churned uncomfortably in his stomach. Pax had already polished off 2 mugs and was working on his third. After gulping down more beer, he continued speaking. These dungeons contain an infinite amount of resources since they respawn after a certain period. Monsters included, but not all monsters respawn. Typically, it's just the stronger ones can respawn up to 3 times before the dungeon heart is depleted. Whenever new dungeons surface, it's guaranteed there will be bloodshed over them. It doesn't matter if they appear in your territory. Others will do whatever it takes to claim their share. What about people who aren't part of noble houses or royal families? Can they fight for access or even enter these dungeons? Sage asked. Nope. Pax shook his head firmly. How could anyone hope to challenge nobles and royal families who wield immense power over these dungeons? That would be tantamount to seeking death. But if someone wants to raid these dungeons and gather resources or materials to grow stronger, Sage pressed on, do they need permission from those nobles? Exactly, Pax replied with a heavy sigh. They have to pay a hefty fee just for permission, and even then, they're expected to hand over 90% of their loots after they have raided those dungeons. Sage couldn't believe what Pax had just said, his lips twitching in disbelief. Isn't that daylight robbery? He exclaimed. Yeah, but what can you do about it? It's not like you have any other options. They control the dungeons, Pax chuckled, taking another sip of his beer. Sage was left speechless. These nobles and royal families were nothing but leeches, driven by greed. Now he understood why there were so few adventurers in this world. The corrupt actions of these nobles stifled any chance for true adventure to flourish. Sage was utterly taken aback by the greed of the nobles and royal families. It was outrageous that after successfully raiding a dungeon, adventurers were forced to give up 90% of their loot. This felt like nothing less than daylight robbery, especially considering the potential casualties involved. Yet these nobles seemed completely indifferent to that. Their sole focus appeared to be draining every last bit from those who dared to venture into the dungeons. He shook his head in disbelief. In his eyes, the world was fundamentally broken. Yeah, you're kind of right, Pax said, taking another gulp of beer and letting out a sigh. But for them to get stronger, they need to enter these dungeons to find resources. That's just how this world operates. It's like a massive prison for anyone wanting to grow stronger. Sage watched Pax as he continued downing his beer, clearly lost in thought. But dungeons aren't the only source of power, right? There are other ways for people to grow stronger, like hunting magical beasts outside of dungeons. Besides, not all resources are exclusive to dungeons. Sage interjected. Pax wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and burped before nodding at Sage, his cheeks flushed and eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. You're right about that. People can hunt magical beasts for their cores, and there are other resources scattered around too. He paused briefly before continuing. But those magical beasts are far more powerful, brutal, and intelligent than dungeon monsters. Hunting them is no easy task. Plus, the resources found in dungeons are 10 times better than what you'd find outside. Dungeon monsters drop valuable parts and can respawn. That makes dungeons incredibly lucrative. Sage rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he began piecing together how this world operated. Dungeons seemed to be the primary source of strength but were controlled by the powerful elite. Ordinary people had no real share in it. To enter a dungeon required paying a hefty fee up front and then surrendering most of any loot obtained afterward. Essentially, nobles and royal families treated these dungeons like businesses. They hoarded all the best resources while requiring minimal manpower for raids since they dictated access based on payment terms. It was a perfect scam. They simply had to sit back while guards watched over dungeon entrances. Adventurers paid for entry only to hand over nearly everything they earned afterward. The ones truly suffering were those who ventured inside. Damn! What kind of greedy beings are these people? They're just like vampires sucking the life out of ordinary individuals. Sage exclaimed in shock after contemplating it all. These nobles and royal families were truly twisted in their greed. He shook his head again before looking at Pax, who was now finishing off his last mug of beer with large gulps. But can people really protest? Can't they just decide not to enter these dungeons and stop working themselves to the bone for those nobles? At this point, they're practically slaves, Sage asked. Hee. Pax chuckled softly, looking at Sage as if he were a naive child. My young friend, do you really think it's that easy to stand up against those powerful nobles and royal families? Let me put it simply. They own the resources in this world, and there's nothing you can do about it. Try to protest, and you'll find yourself dead before you know it, Pax replied. He glanced at his empty mug, shook it lightly, and continued. Do you think no one has ever thought of rebellion over all these years? It has happened before, only for the next day to see that person's corpse hanging alongside their loved ones on the walls of city gates. As Pax spoke, he looked at Sage with a soft smile, his dreamy eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. Sage fell silent upon hearing Pax's words. It became clear that these nobles and royal families would never allow anyone to challenge them. They held all the power in this world. As long as someone came from a wealthy background and owned even a single dungeon, they could sit back while money flowed into their pockets endlessly. Why? Because nobody wants to remain weak. As long as there's even a slight chance to grow stronger, people will seize it. No one desires stagnation. Everyone wants progress, and venturing into dungeons is the only way to acquire resources for that growth. The nobles and royals understood this mentality well, making it easier for them to maintain control. What a messed up world. Why did I even end up here? Sage couldn't help but lament silently. He wished he had been dropped into a different fantasy realm where such struggles didn't exist. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts away, he smiled at Pax and asked, Can an ordinary person, someone without a powerful background, ever possess a dungeon? Yes, Pax nodded thoughtfully. But it's quite rare. In fact, it might not happen for another 1,000 years. Sage raised an eyebrow but remained silent, encouraging Pax to continue. For someone without significant connections or power to claim ownership of a dungeon is nearly impossible. It's as difficult as climbing a mountain. First off, you need strong manpower, soldiers, and experts by your side. Remember when I mentioned that dungeons appear randomly and often involve bloodshed? Without sufficient strength backing you up in the fight for a dungeon, you're essentially throwing yourself into boiling water with no chance of survival whatsoever. Plus, those nobles won't let any commoner participate in their battles. Pax explained patiently while Sage listened intently. But Pax's dreamy eyes cleared, focusing on Sage with unusual intensity. There was one ordinary person who managed to fight for and win a dungeon. Sage's eyes lit up with curiosity as he leaned closer to hear more. Who? The founder of this kingdom, Pax said softly, a gleam of fanaticism and admiration lighting up his eyes. Huh! Sage was momentarily taken aback, clearly shocked by the revelation. You mean to say the founder of this kingdom was just an ordinary person with no powerful background? Sage asked, disbelief coloring his tone. Yes, Pax nodded enthusiastically. He was the very first commoner to win countless battles against those greedy nobles. He amassed an incredible number of dungeons and even managed to subdue those arrogant nobles, forcing them to serve him. Pax's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke about the kingdom's founder. Wow, this guy must have been incredibly strong to bend those arrogant nobles to his will, Sage muttered under his breath. After all, from his years spent reading online novels and watching Isekai anime, he knew that nobles tended to be arrogant and greedy, often refusing to bow their heads to anyone. Some were even more powerful than kings and emperors, so it was astonishing to think how powerful this founder must have been to defeat such formidable opponents. My young friend, is that all the questions you have for me? Pax's voice pulled Sage out of his deep thoughts. Sage looked up, scratching his head while smiling at Pax. Yes, that's it. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. You've really helped me a lot. Pax waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It's been ages since I've had a conversation like this. I should be thanking you for buying me beer. Sage didn't dwell on that and simply smiled as he stood up from his chair, which creaked loudly beneath him. Well then, I'll be heading out now, it's getting late. See you around. Sage waved at Pax as he made his way toward the tavern door. Goodbye. Come back any time you want to chat, Pax called out as he waved back. I'll remember. Sage's voice echoed from the entrance just before the bell above the door chimed loudly as it swung shut behind him. Pax glanced at the mugs of beer on the table and then at the spot where Sage had been sitting. He shook his head with a warm smile. What an unusual fellow, he murmured softly. Outside, Sage stood in front of the tavern, gazing at the sun that had already set, leaving only a faint outline of the moon in its wake. Lanterns flickered on various buildings around him. Despite it being evening, Greyvale City buzzed with life, clearly not ready for sleep yet. Sage sighed and shifted his gaze downwards. I better find a place to sleep so I can continue planning tomorrow. With that thought in mind, he walked away, casting a long shadow behind him as he ventured into the lively night. The next day, sunlight streamed into a simple room, revealing its modest furnishings. A wooden bed, a basic wardrobe, a table, and a chair. The golden rays illuminated the space, while the cheerful sounds of birds chirping and distant chatter drifted in through the window. On the wooden bed, a figure stirred beneath the blanket and slowly sat up. Sage stretched his arms and let out a loud yawn. He looked around with a dazed expression, still wearing that groggy look of sleep. After blinking for a moment, he lightly slapped his face and shook his head as if trying to shake off the remnants of slumber. Oh right, I transmigrated. For a second there, I thought I was kidnapped. He chuckled softly as he pushed aside the blanket and got off the bed. His feet touched the cool wooden floor as he did some stretches. His bones creaked slightly. With a satisfied grin on his face, Sage remarked to himself, "What a good sleep." He walked out of his room into a small hallway lined with doors on both sides but paid them little mind. At the end of the hall stood an imposing door. He opened it to find several large basins filled with steaming hot water. Seeing that no one else was around made him smile as he gazed at the inviting water in front of him. This inn really knows how to do business, he muttered under his breath before stripping off his clothes and stepping into one of the basins for a bath. As he soaked in the warm water, relaxation washed over him. A contented smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I didn't waste my 1 gold coin at all. This is fantastic. After 10 minutes had passed, Sage finished bathing and returned to his room to put on fresh clothes he'd purchased yesterday after leaving the tavern. He made his way down to the main lobby area of the inn, a bustling restaurant, and quickly found an empty table. Moments later, a waiter approached him. Without hesitation, Sage ordered food. When it arrived shortly thereafter, the waiter smiled politely and said, "Please enjoy." Sage nodded appreciatively before turning his attention back to his meal. The food wasn't overly simple nor luxurious. However, its enticing aroma filled his nostrils as he dug in without delay. Not bad. Not bad at all, Sage nodded between bites. But it's not quite as good as Mama Maria's cooking. His thoughts wandered back to Earth, wondering how she was doing and if she missed him. Old Harry would be sad too. Those two meant more than family to him. Sigh. Let's not dwell on this now. Sage shook his head and continued eating. Now that I have grasped some basic information about this world, it's time to think about my future, he muttered quietly. Hey system, are you there? Sage called out mentally. Yes, host. Sage let out a sigh of relief when he heard the system voice. He had been worried that all of this might just be a dream, a figment of his imagination. System, you pretty much understand this world already, so how do I go about introducing the concept of adventuring here? Without dungeons, how can I spread the holy words of adventure? Sage munched on his food as he spoke. Host, adventuring doesn't necessarily mean raiding dungeons. It can include various missions like protecting a caravan or defending a village from monsters, among others. The system replied. Yeah, I know that. Sage rolled his eyes. But dungeons are the main source of adventure. This world is such a mess right now. All the dungeons are controlled by powerful nobles. I can't do anything against them. How am I supposed to fight for a dungeon when those greedy nobles are involved? I might even die again. Sage complained bitterly. Don't worry, host. In time, you will be able to own a dungeon, but that's not your priority right now. What matters is finding a location to establish the Adventurer Guild. Sage fell silent as he considered the system's words. It was true. Worrying about owning dungeons wasn't helpful at this moment. He needed to find a place for the guild and could look for other types of missions to post there for others to complete. This would kick off adventuring in a world filled with monsters, wars, and bandits. The number of missions available for his guild wouldn't be an issue at all. With that thought in mind, Sage chuckled softly and quickly finished his meal, placed 10 silver coins on the table and walked out. By this time, the sun had fully risen and hung high in the sky, casting golden rays onto the streets below. A cacophony of sounds filled the air. Horses pulling carriages, merchants shouting their wares, and pedestrians bustling along their paths. Another day had begun. Sage sighed as he took in the lively streets and gazed up at the sky for a moment before snapping back to reality. I need to find a suitable place for the guild, quickly. With renewed determination, he blended into the crowd as his journey began in search of an ideal location for his guild. 3 days passed in what felt like an instant. During these 3 days, Sage was completely focused on finding a suitable spot for his guild, a task far from easy. He had explored nearly half of Greyvale City but still hadn't found what he was looking for. Finding an appropriate location for an adventurer guild wasn't just about picking any random spot. It required choosing one with significant foot traffic, specifically from warriors who frequently visited such areas. Over the course of these 3 days, he gathered and absorbed various bits of information. One of the most significant information for him was that anyone who raids dungeons is referred to as a warrior, regardless of whether they are a mage or a knight. Warriors are individuals who can sense and harness mana. These people possess incredible power, but Sage wasn't surprised by that. After all, this is a fantasy world. He also stumbled upon a lot of other details, but they didn't seem particularly important at the moment. His mind was primarily focused on finding the perfect spot for the guild, so he chose not to dwell on those other information. During his 3 days of searching, Sage encountered numerous locations filled with warriors, but none met his expectations. Even when he found a potentially suitable spot, the prices for buildings, no matter how small, were exorbitant and far beyond his budget. Greyvale City is not just any ordinary city. It's a sprawling metropolis with a population nearing 1 million. The floating population is astronomical as well. As one of the major cities in the eastern part of the kingdom, it serves as a hub for 80% of the region's trade and commerce. Given its size and significance, finding an appropriate location proved to be quite challenging, even after roaming half the city for 3 days. As 2 more days passed, marking 5 days since Sage arrived in this world, he finally stumbled upon what he believed was the ideal place to establish his guild. Finally, I found the right place, Sage exclaimed with relief as he gazed at the building before him. It was a 2-story structure that had seen better days. Half of it was in terrible condition, lacking a roof and overrun with moss and climbing plants. Grass sprouted from various crevices, giving it an almost wild appearance. At least it's in a prime location with good foot traffic from warriors, Sage thought optimistically. He figured all he needed to do was hire some people to renovate it, and it would soon be ready for business. But I'm out of money. His heart sank when he thought of this. He was officially broke. Every last coin from his predecessor's decade of savings was gone, sunk into this pile of moss-covered stones. He didn't even have a copper left for lunch. He winced and rubbed his temples. This is going to be difficult. Suddenly, notifications from the system interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of finding a place for the guild. Guild renovation will take place in 5 minutes. Please don't enter the building before the renovation is complete. Sage's eyes widened at these announcements, and his heart raced with excitement. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission of finding a location for the guild. Guild renovation will commence in 5 minutes. Please refrain from entering the building until renovations are finished. Sage's eyes widened as system notification panels filled his view, flashing with countless messages. He felt a rush of excitement and relief. He had purchased the building, but its poor condition meant he needed a substantial amount of money for renovations, something that seemed nearly impossible in his current situation. However, with the system's assistance, this task would be a breeze. His main concern now was figuring out how to afford food. Otherwise, he might have to endure a few days of hunger. Taking a deep breath, Sage asked the system, "Will the renovation cause any noise or disturbances?" "No, host. No one will notice the changes in the building. They won't suspect anything," the system responded. "Good." Sage nodded in relief. As he gazed at the building before him, he sensed an invisible energy surrounding it, a mysterious force that he couldn't quite grasp. Shaking off his thoughts, Sage looked around and made his way to a lone tree on the opposite side of the building. Leaning against it, he kept his eyes fixed on his new property while his mind raced with possibilities. Now that he had found an ideal spot to establish the guild and with free renovations courtesy of the system, his primary worry shifted to earning money. He was completely broke and needed to register adventurers or secure commissions for missions. That was his only path to income at this moment. But it won't be easy. The concept of adventuring is quite new here, and not everyone is quick to accept it. Some might even think it's a scam. Sage realizes he needs to come up with a few feasible ideas to earn money quickly. After all, he doesn't want to starve. Thinking about all this, Sage shook his head. This is going to be quite difficult. He looked around the guild area, which wasn't too deserted or overly crowded. There were plenty of people, especially warriors, since this was one of the few places in Greyvale City where they came to buy weapons and potions. The area had taverns, restaurants, inns, and numerous shops specifically built for warriors. While there are many such places in Greyvale City, this one was relatively small and catered mainly to low-level warriors. Sage noticed groups of warriors coming and going, 2 or 3 at a time, from various races. He even spotted 2 elves earlier, which surprised him. He thought elves preferred living in their magical forests close to nature. Still, encountering an elf was intriguing for Sage. It was the first time in his life he'd seen one. He felt an urge to touch their pointy ears but restrained himself. He certainly didn't want to end up dead. Ding. Host. The renovation is complete. You can now enter the guild. Just then, the system's mechanical voice snapped Sage out of his thoughts. Ha! Already? His eyes lit up as he turned his attention back to the building. When he saw its current state, his excitement grew. He rushed toward the structure, admiring it from every angle. System, you really know your stuff. It looks completely different from before. He was thoroughly satisfied with how the building had transformed. The entire structure had taken on a new appearance. All the bricks were replaced with brand new ones, and the moss and climbing plants that once covered it were gone. The roof had been redone as well. What used to be collapsing walls now looked brand new. The entrance featured 2 heavy doors topped with a large wooden sign displaying Adventurer Guild in bold golden letters alongside the Adventurer Guild symbol. The symbol, a triangular silver shield placed within a 9-pointed star, featured 2 great swords crossed behind it, and was surrounded by 9 pairs of golden wings at its base, adorned with 2 silver griffins. This is quite different from any adventurer symbol I know. Sage rubbed his chin as he examined it, but didn't dwell on it too much. It seemed like something created by the system anyway. With an excited heart, Sage rubbed his hands together and slowly pushed open both doors. As he stepped inside for the first time, wonder filled his eyes. Wow, this place is huge. It wasn't this big when I first bought it. His surprise flickered brightly as he took in his surroundings. The first floor of this building, which is the building main level floor, was impressively spacious, almost the size of half a football pitch. The entire area features polished tile flooring and is flanked by 5 sturdy pillars that support the structure. Just a few meters from the entrance stands an elegantly crafted receptionist desk, accompanied by throne-like wooden chairs. Behind the desk hangs a large, deep green banner emblazoned with the adventurer symbol. Throughout the space, Small flags displaying the adventurer symbol are tastefully arranged. Strategically placed tables and chairs add to the ambience. Each piece is exquisitely designed with intricate carvings that lend an air of refinement and elegance. At the far end of the floor looms a massive blackboard, standing upright like those found in classrooms. While it shares a similar height with typical blackboards, it is 3 times larger in size. Sage's mouth fell open as he absorbed his surroundings. He wandered around for several minutes, getting acquainted with his new environment. Although it was currently simple and devoid of extravagant designs, Sage felt it would suffice for now. He nodded thoughtfully as he explored before making his way to the receptionist area. Sitting down on one of the comfortable chairs at the tall desk, he noticed numerous cabinets lined along one side. Curiously, he opened a few but found them empty. Suddenly, a voice from the system interrupted his thoughts. Host, your status panel has been updated and the Adventurer Guild interface has been opened. Take a look. Sage's eyes lit up with curiosity. Open status panel, he commanded. Instantly, a glowing green holographic panel materialized before him, adorned with complex runes and flickering edges inscribed with an ancient language. On this holographic screen was his status displayed in golden text that seemed to pulse with power. Name, Sage Alistair. Race, human. Identity, Guild Rookie. Class/path, none selected. Warrior rank, mortal. Talent, trash. Level 1. Experience, 0/100. Core attributes, strength, 8. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 9. Vitality, 10. As Sage read through his status panel, he couldn't help but twitch at the talent section where it labeled him as trash. A pang of disappointment washed over him at this harsh assessment. Hey system, come on, I can't be that bad, right? I must have some talent, Sage protested. Analysis complete. Host possesses 0 measurable talent for mana manipulation or physical combat. Aptitude is significantly below the local average. Classification, trash. Damn, Sage exclaimed, clutching his chest with a pained expression. He hadn't anticipated the system to be so harsh with its comments. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he opened the Adventurer Guild interface. Adventurer Guild interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild rank, F and proven. Guild funds, 0. Reputation, 0/100 unknown. Active members, 0. Guild territory, none. Guild facilities, none. Guild objectives. Main quest, establish the first guild in the world of Ethereum. Side quest, find a suitable location for the guild hall. Status, completed. Sage studied the status panel intently, examining the sections on reputation, guild rank, guild territory, and guild facilities. A wave of confusion washed over him. Clearing his throat, he focused on the glowing panel hovering in front of him. System, can you explain what reputation means? Yes, host. Host, reputation measures how well-known the Adventurer Guild is. The more people see, hear about, or discuss the guild, the higher its reputation rises. The system's cold tone echoed in his mind. So, you're saying that as long as the guild is famous, it doesn't matter if that fame is good or bad. Sage raised an eyebrow. Affirmative, host. His eyes lit up at this revelation. He was pleased to learn that fame, whether positive or negative, still counted toward the guild's reputation. Oh, so I can become famous even if people dislike me? That's correct, host. I'm starting to like this world already. Sage chuckled creepily as he rubbed his hands together. After a moment of reflection, he turned back to the system. So how do I increase the guild reputation? Host can boost guild reputation by publicly displaying its name and symbol, attracting crowds to the guild hall, adventurers completing missions from the mission board, spreading rumors, getting tavern talk going, having bards mention the guild, or hosting public events and offering free services. Visibility increases reputation. Obscurity decreases it. Sage nodded slowly in understanding. He grasped that making the guild impossible to ignore was key. So essentially, we need to become a household name? Affirmative, host. Got it. But how do I rank up the guild? Sage rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Host, guild rank measures operational scale. To rank up requires meeting thresholds for reputation along with basic capability checks such as member count and funds. Okay, continue, Sage urged with keen interest. For instance, your current rank is F, and to reach E you must meet these conditions. Reputation: 100. At least one registered member. 100 gold in guild funds. Sage's jaw dropped in disbelief. So I can't rank up without members? Correct, host. A guild without members is merely a building. That stings. But it's fair. He chuckled softly while rubbing his temples. Taking a deep breath, he asked again, what about this guild territory? Do I have to conquer lands? Not necessarily, host. Territory refers to any land or building where the guild's rules apply. More territory means greater control and visibility. Sage fell silent as he processed this information. It was simple yet complex at once. While conquering territories wasn't required per se, establishing areas where his guild could exert influence would be crucial. For example, turning this current location into an adventurer district under their rules would count as territory. Sage snapped back to reality as he pondered the challenges ahead. Establishing his own rules in a realm dominated by nobles would be no easy feat. After all, they wouldn't take kindly to a nobody like him trying to assert authority in their territory. His extensive experience with manhwa, novels, and anime had taught him that such nobles despise any infringement on their power. This is going to be quite the journey, Sage muttered under his breath. Nothing about this will be simple. It'll take time to get everything on track. He took a deep breath and turned to the system once more. And what about guild facilities? How do I unlock those? New facilities will unlock automatically as the guild ranks up. Examples include upgrading the mission board, training facilities, clinic, shop, smithy, restaurants, inns, stables, etc. The host just needs to continue ranking up the guild for these facilities to become available. The system explained in its usual emotionless tone. Sage nodded in understanding. Essentially, facilities attract traffic, traffic builds reputation, and reputation leads to rank-ups. While it sounded straightforward, he knew how challenging it would actually be. Leaning back in his chair and exhaling slowly, he summarized his thoughts. So I need to make some noise? Recruit people? Take on missions and build my popularity? Perfect summary, host. Become famous, recruit adventurers, expand visibility, rank up and dominate Eldoria. Heh. Easy for you to say. Sage rolled his eyes at the system's response. Yet behind that facade of sarcasm was a flicker of determination in his eyes. Looks like I'll have to create the biggest and loudest guild this world has ever seen. To make both the guild and the concept of adventuring stand out in this world would require more than just brute strength. Sage realized he'd also need cunning strategies and manipulation skills because while strength was vital here, intelligence played an equally crucial role. He understood that these nobles monopolizing dungeons loved playing mind games. He needed to stay 3 steps ahead of them at all times if he wanted not only to outsmart them but also survive. As long as the guild could weather its initial phase successfully, things would become easier for him. By then there would be plenty of adventurers around. If trouble arose from those nobles or royal families taking action against him, posting a high-reward mission would likely draw many eager adventurers ready for action, assuming those nobles chose not to operate from the shadows. In essence, he'd be indirectly commanding a private army of powerful warriors. The thought brought a wicked grin to Sage's lips. This world is going to be fascinating, he whispered quietly but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his mouth. I need to come up with enough plans to survive first, Sage thought. I have to recruit my first adventurer and post the initial mission. Then, I need to find a way to spread the guild's reputation because more reputation means more people will want to register. The more adventurers we have, the more missions will be posted, and that translates into more money. Sage was already brainstorming various strategies in his mind. Next, I have to get stronger. This was the most crucial part for Sage. However, When he glanced at his talent for mana, his heart sank, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. "Hey system, is there any way for me to get stronger? I can't just remain this weak if I'm going to fight against those corrupt nobles," Sage asked, raising an eyebrow. "Host, you don't need to worry about that. If you complete enough missions assigned by the system, your talent can be upgraded, provided you're lucky enough to receive a talent upgrade as a reward." Sage fell silent upon hearing this. So it means that until he completed some missions and perhaps got lucky with a talent upgrade reward from the system, he would remain weak, a mere mortal with subpar talent. Sigh. Why is my life so difficult? Not only do I have to deal with these corrupt and greedy individuals, but I also lack the strength to protect myself. Sage lamented sadly. Host, there's no need for concern. Within the guild hall and 100 meters around it, you are under absolute protection. You are invincible here. It doesn't matter how strong someone is. If they step into this area of the guild hall, you could defeat them with just a breath. What? Sage's eyes widened in shock as he nearly fell off his chair. His mouth hung open in disbelief. After swallowing hard and regaining his composure, he stuttered out, System, are you sure about what you just said? Acknowledged. In the guild hall and within 100 meters around it, you are indeed invincible. However, this feature can only be used 3 times a day. Sage felt as if cold water had been poured over him. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear. System, why can I only use this feature 3 times a day? Why not make it unlimited? I'm navigating through this corrupt world. I should at least have some advantages. You wouldn't want me dead. After all, finding another host like me won't be easy. Frustration bubbled over as Sage voiced his grievances. Host, this limitation is part of the system's design. It prevents you from becoming too arrogant or reckless with such power. Your mind may not handle it well. You might abuse it. Sage's lips twitched at the system's response. Bullshit. What a lame excuse. I was a model citizen back on Earth. How could I possibly abuse the power entrusted to me by the people? Ahem. By you? Come on, system. I promise I won't misuse it. Just let me use it without limits. Negative host, came the cold reply from the system. Feeling helpless, Sage let out a heavy sigh and sank into deep thought. Well, using it 3 times a day isn't so bad, he mused. In this place, I'm practically a god. Nobody can hurt me. I just need to be careful not to waste my chances. I can't just use it on any Tom, Dick, or Harry, just on those few powerful ones who might cause trouble. He rubbed his chin as he contemplated his options. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he asked the system, Can it be stacked? Negative host was the system's only response. Stingy. Sage rolled his eyes but wasn't truly disappointed. After all, there must be a reason the system limited this feature. Perhaps too much power could lead to more harm than good. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that at least he had guaranteed safety. His life wouldn't be threatened here. He could carry out his plans with peace of mind as long as he stayed within the guild hall. Just then, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host. A new mission has been issued. Mission 1. Register your first adventurer. 2. First mission posted. Ding. Host. A new mission has been issued. Mission 1. Register your first adventurer. 2. First mission posted. Sage's eyes lit up with glee when he heard the system notifications. He quickly opened the Adventurer Guild status panel to check. Adventurer Guild interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild rank, F and proven. Guild funds, 0. Reputation, 0/100 unknown. Active members, 0. Guild territory, none. Guild facilities, none. Guild objectives. Main quest, establish the first guild in the world of Ethereum. Side quest 1, register the first adventurer. Reward, unknown. Status, in progress. Side quest 2, first mission posted. Reward, unknown. Status, in progress. Sage had a faint smile on the corner of his lips as he scrutinized the missions. They weren't quite difficult to complete, as long as he can register the first adventurer and post his first mission. Then these 2 missions will be completed without a sweat. I need to hurry up and complete these 2 missions. This will be my stepping stone to rise up in this world, he whispered silently under his breath. With that set in stone, he rose from his chair, stretched a little bit and locked the main entrance of the guild hall before heading to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is his resting place. There is a bedroom and a small bathroom as well. To him, this is essentially all he needs. By this time, the sun had already set. The sky was painted in an orange glow. Greyvale City was cloaked in this beautiful orange color as the day drew to an end. Sage took a simple bath and headed to bed, lying on the soft bed with a thin blanket covering his body. His hands rested beneath his head as he gazed at the ceiling of the room. "I'm so hungry." Sage smiled bitterly. Being broke isn't for the weak at all. He had no money on him currently, which meant his life was in the hands of anyone who would come to post a mission or a warrior to register as an adventurer. With hunger and expectations for tomorrow, Sage slowly drifted off to sleep, his snores filling the entire bedroom. The next day, the sun peeked through the heavy fluffy clouds, and the golden rays of sunlight spilled into the bedroom through the window, landing squarely on Sage's face. His brows twitched slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. They were extremely clear and filled with expectations. Today is a new day. Time to get to work. With that, he jumped off the bed and hurriedly took a simple morning bath, then rushed to the 1st floor and opened the guild entrance. What met him was just the usual cacophony of noises, carriages speeding past, warriors in armor constantly walking by. Nobody even bothered to look in his direction. Only faint, confused glances were thrown at the adventurer symbol hanging above the entrance. That's it. Sage's lips twitched when he saw this. The hope and excitement in his eyes immediately disappeared. Well, looks like I was just expecting more. Things won't change in a single day. Just take it slow. With that, he moved to the receptionist's desk, propping up his chin with his hand as his eyes were locked on the entrance. But sometimes, expectations and hope can be crushed into pieces. Time passed by like fine sand slipping through fingers, and 5 hours had already gone by. Sage was still sitting in the same place, occasionally standing up to stretch a little before going back to sit down. He sometimes walked to the entrance and stood there for a while with the most sincere and welcoming smile ever, but still no one bothered to come close. Apart from that, he was suffering from hunger. His stomach was constantly grumbling. The sound was too loud, especially in the empty, huge guild hall. He slumped over the desk, his head in his hands, as another loud groan echoed from his stomach. He even dozed off for a few hours. And just like that, the day came to an end. Sage, with disappointment and hunger, went back to sleep. He didn't even bother to take his bath. He just plopped himself on the bed and drifted off to sleep. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye, and during these 3 days, Sage had really suffered a lot. In 3 days, still no one bothered to come to the guild hall or even come here out of curiosity. The entire guild hall looked like a cemetery, totally quiet. What truly uplifted his mood on the 3rd day was that he was able to eat on credit. A short distance away from the guild hall, there was a small stall with a woman in her 30s selling food. Her business was quite booming, as most of the people on this street bought food from her. Sage had to thicken his face and went there to eat on credit, stating that he had used all his money to set up his shop and that currently, there was no business. But as soon as business started, he would pay her back. Fortunately, the woman was kind enough to agree, and finally, after 2 days of forced fasting, Sage was able to eat a proper meal. He almost shed tears while eating the food. His heart was full of bitterness. He couldn't remember how many times he had to wake up in the middle of the night due to hunger. He had to drink water constantly. Because of this, his already scrawny and thin frame became even more pronounced. Standing there, he looked like a twig. As for the system, ever since it gave him the mission, it has totally gone quiet. Sage tried to talk to it, but he only received short and cold perfunctory answers. Sage had no choice but to put a wooden board at the entrance, stating the kind of business he did. He had no choice. If he didn't do that, he had no idea when he would have his first adventurer. And it's not like he didn't want to go out and promote his business, but the system forbade him from doing so. He could only hold up in the guild hall, expecting others to walk in. But the system didn't say that he couldn't put a sign stating what business the guild hall was for. That's why he put a wooden board at the entrance. With this, at least people would notice him, and maybe out of curiosity they might enter. Side out, if I don't find someone to help, the village will be in deep trouble. Edmund stroked his long white beard as he walked along the side of the road. His old and wrinkled face was crunched up in deep worry. He was wearing a long, elegant blue robe, with a purple belt wrapped around his waist, and in his hand, he was holding a wooden cane. Being a village head isn't easy at all. How can they expect an old man like me to find affordable help in this huge city? Nowadays, no one is willing to help us commoners. The warriors only care for gold, not for people. Edmund mused as he continued walking forward. He walked around the city, looking for help, visited many places to find warriors to assist him, but none of them even looked at him, stating that the fee for helping his village was too small. After hours of searching to no avail, Edmund was already tired. His old face was covered in sweat and slightly pale from exhaustion. Nowadays, it's simply too difficult to find help. Everyone is after quick success and money, and doesn't have integrity and morals anymore. Edmund lamented, his old steel-gray eyes shifting around the place. Ha! What's this? Edmund immediately halted in his steps as he looked at the building opposite him. Adventurer Guild? His old eyes flashed with confusion. What does that mean? His eyes were looking at the beautiful symbol hanging atop the building, as surprise flickered in them. I have to say, this is quite beautifully made. The one who made this really knows how to do his job. Edmund nodded in appreciation. His eyes traced to the wooden signboard standing at the side of the entrance. Immediately, the words written on it caught his attention. He slowly approached the building and looked at the wooden board. Edmund stroked his beard as he read what was written on the board. Adventurer Guild open. Services offered. 1. Mission posting. Bring tasks, troubles, or monster problems here. We will find those willing to complete them. Fair price. Fast results. 2. Adventurer registration. Become an adventurer and accept missions. Earn gold coins, glory, and a name. No noble background required. Everyone is welcome. P.S. Ask inside for more details. Edmund's eyes were filled with confusion, but mostly excitement. This was what he had been basically flying around the city looking for. He took a few steps back, looked at the symbol on top of the building, and then walked toward the entrance, which was wide open. He stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The moment he entered, a creepy, hoarse, and shaky voice drifted into his ears. The voice was filled with excitement and desperation. Welcome to the Adventurer Guild. Inside the newly renovated guild hall, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, washing the marble floor in gold. The air smelled faintly of new wood and polish. Sage sat lazily at the receptionist's desk, one hand on his chin and the other drumming against the surface in boredom. He was devastated, his face flushing with sadness. He didn't know what to do anymore. He didn't expect that this would be so difficult to do. 3 days, and still not even a single fly had entered the guild hall. Sage sighed deeply. Looks like opening the world's first adventurer guild doesn't mean people will magically appear. Frustration, disappointment, and desperation boiled inside him. He was totally clueless as to what to do. This is so difficult. How can I register adventurers just by sitting here? System, are you sure this will work? Sage lay sprawled on the desk with his hands propping up his chin, his face full of complaints. The system was still silent. Why is this so unfair to me? When the protagonists in those novels transmigrate, they all have good backgrounds, good daddy systems that give them what they want. Some are born into OP families and clans, and I am stuck in this godforsaken place. Sage kept banging his head lightly on the table, frustration bubbling in his voice. How come I didn't get the same treatment as Asher Wargrave, Atticus Ravenstein, or even Null Anthony. What a cheap system I have. Sage's voice was dripping with envy when he mentioned those guys. Ah, I wish I were them. Sage blinked his eyes, with tears threatening to spill out. Just then, a figure walked into the hall, catching Sage off guard. Am I dreaming? Sage rubbed his eyes and looked again. He stood up from his chair and even pinched himself to see if all of this was real, but the pain confirmed that this was all real. His body shook slightly as the corners of his eyes turned red, with small tears leaking out this time. Finally, my prayers have been answered. Sage's voice trembled as he hurriedly walked towards the old man who had entered the guild hall. Welcome to the Adventurer Guild. Sage's voice was filled with excitement and desperation as he held out his hand for a handshake. Edmund was taken aback and felt a slight chill running down his spine when he saw Sage's appearance. He took a few steps back and even had second thoughts about bolting out of the door. Why does this young man look so miserable and disheveled? Edmund's mind was running with countless thoughts as he sized up Sage from head to toe, his turbid eyes full of confusion. Ahem! Sage coughed slightly, which quickly brought Edmund out of his reverie. Oh, sorry about that, young man. Edmund quickly came back to his senses and shook Sage's hand. It's okay. Please come and sit. Sage brought up the most heartwarming and pleasant smile he could muster and invited Edmund to sit. He wiped the chair clean with his sleeve and motioned for Edmund to sit down as he quickly sat down as well. Ahem. My name is Sage, and I am the Guild Master of the Adventurer Guild. How may I help you? Sage said in a calm voice, but the slight trembling in his voice suggested otherwise. My name is Edmund. I am the chief of a village 10 kilometers away from Greyvale City. Edmund also introduced himself, his old eyes fixed on Sage, flickering with unknown thoughts. Sage nodded with a warm smile. Then once again, welcome to the Adventurer Guild, Village Chief Edmund. He paused for a moment, and then his expression turned slightly serious as he asked, Village Chief Edmund, what kind of services do you want? I'm sure you have already read what was posted at the entrance. Yes, Edmund replied with a nod. I've read it, and that's exactly why I'm here. I noticed it mentioned that you receive missions here, and that those can be completed. Yes, that's correct. You can post any missions here, and we'll complete them as quickly as possible. Sage nodded, maintaining a calm exterior while his heart raced with joy. That's good to hear, Edmund replied, letting out a sigh of relief. He looked at Sage with a serious expression. But before that, can I ask you a few questions? Yes, please go ahead. I will make sure to answer the questions to your satisfaction. Sage quickly nodded. Edmund raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Sage with a hint of suspicion. He quickly masked his doubt and asked, how can I be sure the mission will actually be completed? What if I post it here and it never gets done? Sage took a deep breath and smiled reassuringly. That's easy to explain. When you post a mission here, the person assigned to it is required to come back to you with proof of completion when it's done. They will also bring that evidence here to show that they have fulfilled their end of the deal. Plus, without completing the mission, they won't receive their payment. So rest assured, they will make sure it gets done. Edmund absorbed and mused over what Sage said. He totally understood what he was saying. He looked at Sage and asked again, how do I know you won't run away? I mean, I don't really know you, and there is no guarantee that you won't just take the money and disappear. Plus, I don't stay here. I need to be sure you're not some kind of fraud. Sage's lips twitched at Edmund's words, but he didn't lose his cool. He maintained his professional smile. Village Chief Edmund, rest assured that the Adventurer Guild is a legitimate business. We've been operating for over 3 months now, and during this time, none of our customers have left negative comments or complaints. Inside, Sage was shouting, bullshit. The Adventurer Guild hadn't been around for 10 days, much less 3 months. He was clearly just lying with a smiling face. After all, this was his first customer, and he couldn't afford to let him walk away. Finding out how long the guild had actually been in business wouldn't be easy. This wasn't Earth where information could be accessed with a few clicks. Yet he knew better than to underestimate the people in this world. Every place has its own tricks up its sleeves. He needed to mix lies with truths to make his story sound believable. Still wearing his professional smile, Sage continued, "If you still have doubts about us, you can stay in Greyvale City until your mission is complete. There is an inn just a few steps away from here where you can monitor our operations anytime you want. If you notice anything suspicious, feel free to take action. After all, what could an ordinary person like me possibly do against a warrior like you?" Edmund's eyes flickered with surprise as he didn't expect Sage to sense that he is a warrior. But thinking about it, Sage is really correct. When he first entered here, he had sensed that Sage had no mana at all. He was just an ordinary person sitting here relaxed, while he also noticed that it seemed he was the only one in the hall. No one else was around. "I suppose you are right. Then if you say so, I will stay here until the mission is complete." Edmund's eyes flickered with a sharp glint as he nodded with a smile. Sage's hanging heart finally settled back as he let out a sigh of relief. "Then let's get down to business. Can I ask you what type of mission you want to post?" "System, are you there?" Sage called out to the system in his mind. "Yes, host. Quick, what do I use to write down the mission? There is no paper here for me to use to write." Sage hurriedly urged the system in his mind. "Host, open the cabinets behind you. Inside, you will find a stack of parchment sheets known as mission dockets. Each docket is a standard guild document used to record mission details, rewards, and difficulty levels." Sage nodded inwardly and smiled at Edmund. "Please wait a moment. Let me take a few documents first." With that, Sage turned around immediately, pulling open one of the numerous elegantly polished wooden cabinets. Inside the first drawer lay a neat stack of cream-colored parchment papers bordered in silver ink, and besides them was even ink and a quill as well. Sage took a few stacks and turned back, placing them on the desk, catching Edmund's attention, surprise flickering in his eyes. He is professional enough, Edmund thought when he saw the neat stack of mission dockets. Host, each docket includes the following sections: mission title, mission type, subjugation, retrieval, escort, protection, etc. Mission commissioner, threat description, location of mission, recommended rank/power level, difficulty rating 1 star to 12 stars, reward amount, additional notes/conditions, status. Whoa, so this is like a quest form. Sage's eyes flickered with surprise as he ran his fingers across the parchment. Fancy. I like it. Sage quickly came back to his senses and looked at Edmund and said, "Sorry for making you wait. So what kind of mission are you posting?" Edmund smiled lightly with a nod. "As I told you before, I am the village chief of a small village. The village has been attacked by a pack of beasts." Sage raised an eyebrow and motioned him to continue. Edmund sighed deeply as he continued. "For the past week, a pack of wolves has been haunting the outskirts of Renford Village, 10 kilometers east of Greyvale City. They come at night, taking livestock and sometimes attacking our hunters. We've lost 5 men already." Sage's expression hardened slightly as he picked up the quill and one of the dockets. "What kind of beasts have been attacking the village?" "Phantom wind wolves." Edmund's face was quite unsightly when he said this. "Phantom wind wolves, huh?" Sage muttered under his breath. He looked at Edmund and said, "Can you elaborate more on how dangerous they are?" Edmund nodded gravely. "They move like the wind itself, silent and fast. Their fur blends with the mist of the night. Even a seasoned warrior like myself has difficulty spotting them in the dark. The pack is led by a large alpha, twice the size of a normal horse." Sage whistled softly. "Sounds nasty. How many are we talking about here?" "Maybe 10 to 12 or much more," Edmund replied. "Including the alpha." Sage looked at the docket and then asked, "May I know your full name?" Edmund nodded and replied, "Edmund Roke, village chief of Renford Village." Sage nodded as he looked down at the mission docket, muttering as he wrote. Mission title: Subjugation of the Phantom Wolf Pack. Mission type: Beast Subjugation. Mission commissioner: Edmund Roque Village, Chief of Renford Village. Location: Renford Village, 10 kilometers east of Greyvale City. Threat description: a pack of phantom wind wolves led by an alpha, responsible for multiple livestock deaths and 5 human casualties. Active mainly at night. He then raised his head and looked at Edmund. What is the amount of the reward? Suddenly, the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Host, please be advised. All mission commissioners are required to pay a guild posting fee before their missions can be displayed on the guild mission board. Sage blinked. Wait, what now? Posting fee? You're telling me people have to pay to post their mission here? Yes, host. How do you think you will get money? Let me remind you, apart from rewards from completing missions, I won't be feeding you. The voice sounded in his head with a hint of disdain and mockery. Ha! I suppose you are right. Sage's eyelids twitched. Every mission posted through the Adventurer Guild must include a base fee, separate from the mission reward. This fee contributes to the guild's operations, staff salaries, maintenance, and rank progression. Sage's eyes lit up as he finally understood. Oh, Desha, so you're telling me I can actually make money even if no one takes the mission? Correct. This ensures sustainability. In essence, the guild functions as both a regulatory and economic intermediary, connecting commissioners and adventurers while earning revenue from administrative services. Regulatory intermediary, huh? Sounds fancy for a middleman with benefits. Sage chuckled, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. So how do the fees work? Are they random or fixed? The fee structure follows a universal difficulty-based scale, ranging from 1-star to 12-star missions. The higher the danger and required rank, the greater the posting fee. Below is the official guild fee chart. Another screen appeared in front of Sage with the guild fee chart. Adventurer Guild Mission Posting Fee Chart. 1-star equals 10 gold coins. 2-star equals 25 gold coins. 3-star equals 60 gold coins. 4-star equals 150 gold coins. 5-star equals 400 gold coins. 6-star equals 1,200 gold coins. 7-star equals 5,000 gold coins. 8-star equals 20,000 gold coins. 9-star equals 100,000 gold coins. 10-star equals 1 million gold coins. 11-star equals 50 million gold coins. 12-star equals 250 million gold coins. Sage's jaw dropped. 250 million gold coins? For a single post. Affirmative. 12-star missions are world-class and world-ending, like ancient beasts or god-class calamities. Only the highest authorities can post such commissions. Sage whistled. So basically, I just became the CEO of fantasy capitalism. Even apocalypse-level jobs pay me commission. I like this system. Please note, the guild retains 100% of the posting fee, but only 5% of the mission reward after successful completion. The remaining 95% always goes to the adventurers. Sage's eyes lit up. So fair pay for the adventurers, guaranteed profit for the guild. This is actually brilliant. Additionally, posting fees contribute directly to the guild's reputation and rank progression. The higher the total collected fees and successful missions, the faster the guild rank increases. Now that's what I'm talking about. The more I earn, the faster I climb up. Sage could already imagine it. Future nobles and generals lining up in front of his guild, desperate to post their missions through his system. Although the conversation between Sage and the system had felt long, only 10 seconds had passed in reality. Edmund was still waiting patiently, though he looked slightly concerned by Sage's rapidly shifting expression. Ahem. Guildmaster Sage. Is everything okay? Edmund's voice floated to Sage's ears, which quickly snapped him out of his reverie. Oh, yes. Yes, I'm okay. Everything is fine. Sage coughed slightly and smiled. Where were we again? The amount of reward. Edmund was quite amused as he replied. Oh, yes. So what is the amount of the reward? And also, before that, let me inform you that you have to pay a base fee. It's separate from the mission reward. In essence, it means you are paying the guild to post the mission here, and as for the mission reward, That's the payment for the person who completes the mission. Ok. Edmund nodded immediately without much thought. Huh. Sage was taken aback for a moment. Something wrong? Edmund looked at Sage and asked. No, it's nothing. I was just surprised by how quickly you accepted it. Sage smiled and said. Edmund didn't say anything. He just smiled at him. Ahem. So what is the amount of reward for the mission? Sage coughed slightly and asked again. The reward is 250 gold coins if the mission can be successfully completed. Edmund replied. Sage's eyes lit up as he smiled gently. That's generous for a small village. Don't worry. We will handle it. He looked down at the docket. System. Analyze this mission. Analyzing threat level. Monster classification. Phantom Wind Wolf. Lower tier magical beast. Agile Wind attribute. Intelligent pack behavior. Average power rank. First order. Second order. Alpha. Third order. Estimated warrior rank. 3-star expert knight. Recommended adventurer rank. Iron rank difficulty rating. 2-star. Mission reward. 250 gold coins. Sage put down the quill and let out a heavy sigh as he looked at Edmund. Okay, it's done. I have noted down all the details of the mission. It will be posted over there on the guild mission board. He pointed at the gigantic guild mission board at the verge end of the guild. Edmund looked at the mission board, nodded, and then turned back and asked Sage, So what's the amount for the posting fee? Sage chuckled softly and said, The level of this mission is 2-star, so the posting fee is 25 gold coins. Ok. Edmund nodded and took out a pouch filled with gold coins. He counted exactly 275 gold coins and pushed the neat stack of gleaming gold coins towards Sage. Sage's eyes were practically shining, a drool threatening to spill out of his mouth. He quickly came back to his senses, grabbed the gold coins, opened a drawer and put them inside. Nice doing business with you, and please don't worry. Your mission will be completed before you know it. Edmund smiled and nodded back. His old eyes were looking at Sage with amusement. I trust you. I just hope someone can complete it as soon as possible. Our village can't handle this anymore. Sage nodded vigorously. Yes, Village Chief Edmund. Someone will definitely complete the mission. Shall I see you out? Please. Edmund laughed lightly as he stood up from the chair. Sage hurriedly supported him as they walked towards the entrance of the guild hall. Please walk slowly, Village Chief Edmund. The inn is that way. You can come here any time during your stay. Sage waved his hand at Edmund. Edmund, with his back hunched, waved back at Sage and walked off, disappearing into the corner. Edmund looked around for a while and then bolted back inside the guild hall. A few seconds later, a creepy and haunting laugh kept echoing from inside the guild. Even though it was afternoon, that laugh was really creepy, sending chills down the spines of the pedestrians walking by. Ha ha! Money! 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 Sage's eyes were blinding with golden light as he looked at the stack of gold coins in front of him. He even rubbed his face with the gold coins and smelled them with an intoxicated look on his face. Ha! Now this is what I'm talking about. He exhaled softly as he caressed the gold coins, as if he were looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. Now I won't go hungry again. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as he reflected on the struggles and hardships he had faced a few days ago. Now, with this money, his situation would improve. Although it's not much, just 25 gold coins plus the additional 5% from the mission reward once it's successfully completed, he will end up with at least 37 gold coins in his pockets. It may not seem like much to some, but to him it feels like a significant amount. With this money, his life will finally become much easier. But before that, I need to pay back Mama Arya's money. He gradually calmed and started thinking. Mama Arya is the woman he has been in debt to for the past 3 days, and he has to pay the money back. He doesn't want to be seen as someone who is ungrateful and leeches off others without paying. Thinking of this, his eyes glanced at the mission posted on the mission board as he fell into deeper thought. Currently, he has successfully secured his first mission. All that remains now is to register an adventurer who can complete that mission. Without any adventurer to complete that mission, it will just be there, and furthermore, he will lose a customer. Not only that, but his faint and flickering reputation might take a hit, and he can't afford that now. What do I do now? Sage's fingers drummed on the desk as countless thoughts raced in his mind. He can't go and complete the mission himself as it's against the system rules, and besides, he doesn't even have the strength to complete that mission either, even if he wanted to. And worst of all, he can't go out and pull people in to come and register as adventurers. All he has to do now is wait, but the right time is the only thing he can't afford. Edmund will be staying in Greyvale City until the mission is complete, and if he doesn't see any progress, this will be bad for him. Also, because he lied, saying that business has been in operation for 3 months, in Edmund's perspective, that means the Adventurer Guild is doing well and the mission will be completed in no time. Because of this lie, it has also put him in a very difficult situation. Sigh. Looks like I dropped a stone on my foot. Sage chuckled bitterly. He had to admit he really didn't think this through when he lied. He was in a hurry to earn money that he forgot about the consequences that come with lying. Hello? Is anyone in here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him, pulling him out of his deep thoughts. Sage's eyes flew open wide. He looked over the receptionist's desk as his eyes landed on the entrance where a tall man was clad in crude, well-worn segmented armor that covered his vitals. Chest plates, leg guards, gauntlets, and a long sheathed sword strapped to his waist. His long green hair was pulled into a ponytail, his green eyes looking around with suspicion. Good Lord, goodness gracious. Sage raised his hands up high, his body trembling in excitement. Is it that today the great goddess of luck has finally found me handsome and decided to bless me? Sage's eyes were wet with tears as he looked at the man standing at the entrance as if he were looking at his savior. He didn't waste a second as he darted out from behind the receptionist's desk. His speed was quite blinding for a mortal like him. Welcome, sir, to the Adventurer Guild. Sage put on his unchanging professional smile as he smiled at the man. The man was quite taken aback seeing a scrawny kid appear abruptly in front of him. He took a few steps back, his hand immediately resting on the hilt of his sword. Sage immediately sweated when he saw this. He quickly took a few steps and bowed to the man. Please, sir. I didn't mean to startle you. The man scrutinized Sage up and down for a few moments before his grip on his sword relaxed. Sage heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He smiled at the man and said, "Please come and sit down." He gestured towards the receptionist's desk as he pulled the chair for the man to sit down. The man was not pretentious and sat down. His sharp green eyes were constantly scanning the place for anything suspicious. Sage sat in his chair, hands clasped, still with his professional smile adorning his lips. "Please, sir, how may I address you?" The man's eyes finally landed on Sage. "My name is Gregor. Gregor Winsole." "Well then, Sir Gregor Winsole, I welcome you to the Adventurer Guild. My name is Sage, and I'm the Guildmaster of the Adventurer Guild. How may I be of service to you? Do you want to be registered as an adventurer or post a mission?" Gregor raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is what was written at the entrance true? I can accept missions here, complete them, and earn money." "Yes, that's right," Sage nodded and then continued. "As long as you are an adventurer, you can accept a mission here, and after you have completed it, you will get your reward." Gregor rubbed his sharp chin and thought for a moment before asking, "Please, Guildmaster Sage, can you elaborate more on what this Adventurer Guild thing is? I've never heard of it in Greyvale before." Sage chuckled softly. He had already expected this. "Well, you're not wrong. This guild is the first of its kind," he said, leaning forward on the desk. "And you, Gregor Winsole, might just become the very first adventurer in history." Gregor blinked. "Adventurer? What does that even mean? Are you some kind of mercenary company?" Sage smiled faintly. "Not quite. Mercenaries fight for whoever pays them. Adventurers choose what they fight for. Missions, quests, exploration, discovery. It's freedom with purpose." Gregor scratched his chin, unconvinced. "Freedom with purpose, huh? Sounds like something a noble would say before sending us to die. So what's the difference between an adventurer and a regular warrior? Sage folded his arms and smiled faintly. All right, let me make it simple, he said. In this world, we have warriors, people like you who fight beasts, raid dungeons, etc. But there is no order, no structure, no recognition for the risk you take. You are constantly being exploited and looked down upon by the nobles. If you die, no one remembers your name. If you win, no one rewards you fairly. Gregor's brows furrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he didn't interrupt. The Adventurer Guild changes that, Sage continued. An adventurer is someone who officially registers under the guild's banner. Once you register, the guild recognizes your strength, records your achievements, and you can accept missions according to your strength, rank, or skill. So, it's like a title? Gregor asked. Exactly, Sage nodded. Think of it as your identity, a mark that says, I belong to the guild. My deeds will be remembered. Every time you complete a mission, you earn not just money, but reputation. That reputation is sometimes a criterion to rise through the guild ranks, from iron rank to copper rank, bronze, etc. Gregor's eyes widened slightly. Reputation? What's that used for? Reputation measures how famous or trustworthy you are as an adventurer, Sage explained. It sometimes decides how people decide who to hire. The higher your reputation, the more people will know, or even the more important missions you will receive and the greater your rewards. All right, Gregor muttered, scratching his head. Say I become one of these adventurers. What do I actually do? Sage grinned. Anything you are good at or anything you want. Missions, beast subjugations, escort missions, material collections, dungeon exploration, bounty hunting, or even guarding caravans. The guild acts as the bridge between adventurers and those who need help. You pick the missions you want, complete them, and then get paid. Gregor crossed his arms, still thinking. And how do I know I won't be cheated? I've taken jobs before from merchants who forgot to pay. Sage looked at him and smirked. That's the best part. The guild guarantees payment. Once a commissioner posts a mission, the reward is deposited with the guild first. The money stays here until you complete the task. No tricks. No lies. Gregor's eyes lit up. So the guild makes sure I actually get my money? Exactly. The guild protects the adventurers, and in return, adventurers protect the world. Sage leaned forward with a spark in his eyes. It's a cycle. You grow stronger, the guild grows bigger, and together we change how this world works. Gregor fell silent in deep thoughts. A moment later, he tilted his head and asked, You mentioned ranks earlier, iron, copper, and all that. What do those mean? Sage smiled and pulled out a huge sheet of parchment and spread it on the table. A series of badges were drawn on it, with words written on the side of each badge. These, he pointed at them, are adventurer ranks. Every adventurer starts at iron rank, the beginner level. As you complete missions, you rise through the ranks. Copper, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and so on. The higher your rank, the tougher the missions you accept, and the bigger the pay. Gregor studied the parchment in fascination. So, it's kind of like a ladder of strength? Correct. And the world will recognize you by that rank. If someone says, that's Gregor Winsole, a silver rank adventurer, it will mean something, not just to commoners, but even to nobles. Gregor's lips twitched upward. Ha! I like the sound of that. He paused for a moment, then frowned. What happens if I fail a mission? Sage shrugged casually. Then it goes on your record. Some failures are forgiven. Some aren't. But don't worry, unless you abandon a mission intentionally or cause harm to civilians, your rank won't drop. Gregor let out a low whistle. So everything's recorded, huh? Of course, Sage said proudly. Every mission you take, every reward you earn, every achievement you make, it's all recorded in your adventurer ledger and your adventurer ID. The guild will track your progress forever. You'll never be forgotten. Adventurer ID? Gregor asked curiously. What's that? Sage's faked smile twitched. Crap. I made that up just now. System, a little help here. Host, please open the cabinet to your left. Inside you will find the adventurer ledger and badge set. The system's cold voice sounded, with a hint of frustration in its tone. Sage rubbed his nose and blinked. Saved again. He stood up quickly, pretending like this was all part of the plan. One moment, please. Just retrieving the adventurer ledger. He hurried to the indicated cabinet and pulled it open. Inside were neatly stacked parchment books with metallic trims, the adventurer ledger, and a small wooden box filled with badges of dull iron, each engraved crudely with the guild's emblem. Host, the adventurer ledger records every registered adventurer's data. Name, race, adventurer rank, warrior rank, missions completed and uncompleted, guild contributions. Additionally, adventurer badges have been unlocked from iron rank to gold rank. Higher rank badges will unlock as the guild rank increases, and also, host, adventurer IDs are available. Sage let out a relieved sigh. Thank God you're here, system. He then looked at the adventurer ID in a small box beside the adventurer badges. They were crystalline tablets 3 times the size of IDs used back on Earth. They displayed the adventurer's name, race, rank, and warrior rank. Turning back to Gregor, he said with a calm smile, "This is the adventurer ledger, where all your information will be recorded and also gradually updated as you grow stronger." Sage gestured toward the adventurer ledger and then continued while holding up the crystalline adventurer ID. "And this is the adventurer ID. It is a crystal card issued to every registered adventurer. It identifies you officially as a guild member. It's bound to your mana signature, so no one can steal it. Once you're registered, this card becomes your life. Lose it, and you lose your identity as a member of the guild." Gregor laughed softly and said, "So it's like proof that I exist?" "Exactly," Sage said with a smile. "No matter who you are, noble, peasant, or anyone else, once you're registered as an adventurer, your worth will be defined by your deeds, not your birth. That's what the guild stands for." For a long moment, Gregor was silent. His rough hands clenched slightly, and something flickered in his eyes. "So you're saying, even someone like me can rise up through effort alone?" he asked quietly. Sage smiled warmly. "That's the whole point of the guild. Here, your strength decides your worth, not your name, not your blood." Gregor had his head lowered for several moments before he looked at Sage and chuckled. He pointed to the adventurer badge and asked, "What about this badge?" Sage held up the iron emblem. "This badge represents your adventurer rank. Every time you rank up, you will be given another higher rank badge made with expensive materials from iron to copper, then bronze, silver, and beyond. It's proof of your achievements." He placed the adventurer ID and badge on the counter, their metallic gleam catching the light. "These 2 things," Sage said seriously, "are your life as an adventurer. Lose them, and the guild can't confirm your identity or rewards, even if you have an adventurer ledger." Gregor nodded in understanding, his interest piqued. "I see. And how do I become one of these adventurers?" "How do I become one of these adventurers?" Sage smiled warmly and said, "It's simple. You register right here, and I'll enter your information into the adventurer ledger. Then I will issue your adventurer ID ANS badge." Ding. System notification. All adventurer registration require a registration fee. Fee amounts vary by city rank, but the minimum base is 50 silver coins per registration. Collected fees contribute to guild funds. Sage blinked in surprise. "Wait, what? They have to pay to register?" Affirmative. Registration fees ensure credibility and deter fraud. Free registration would result in unreliable membership. Sage coughed slightly and looked at Gregor with a nervous smile. There is a small registration fee of 50 silver coins." Gregor's expression immediately darkened. "Fee? Are you trying to scam me?" Sage quickly raised both hands. No. It's not a scam. The fee is a system regulation. It goes directly into the guild maintenance. It's a one-time payment, and once you're registered, you'll never have to pay again." Gregor frowned. 50 silver coins. That's not exactly cheap." "I know," Sage admitted, lowering his voice slightly. "But think of it like an investment. Once you are registered, you will have access to official missions safer, regulated, and guaranteed payment. No more chasing nobles for rewards. The guild protects you. Gregor studied Sage's face for a long moment, his skepticism wavering. Fine. But if this turns out to be a scam, I'll come back for your head. Sage chuckled nervously. Fair enough. Sage picked up one of the adventurer ledger and flipped it open, dipped his quill in ink, and began writing. All right then, let's start. He spoke as he wrote. Name, Gregor Winsoul. Race, human. Warrior rank, 3-star expert knight, Gregor replied proudly. Sage raised an eyebrow, but he continued to jot everything neatly onto the adventurer ledger. As soon as he wrote the last word, a system notification echoed in his mind. Adventurer registration complete. Adventurer, Gregor Winsoul. Adventurer rank, Iron. Warrior rank, 3-star expert knight. Host can issue the adventurer ID and badge. Sage smiled and took the adventurer ID and wrote the necessary information and then reached out and took the iron badge as well. He looked at Gregor and handed both to him with a proud smile. Congratulations. You are officially the first registered adventurer in the world. Gregor took them reverently, turning the card in his hands as light flickered within it. So this is it, huh? The proof that I'm an adventurer. That's right, Sage said, his tone solemn now. Your ID proves who you are and tracks your missions. Your badge show your current rank. When you take missions, both will be required for verification and reward collection. Lose them, and you lose your identity. Gregor nodded slowly, expression softening. Got it. I'll take care of them. Sage smiled and pointed towards the giant board at the far end of the hall. Now that you're registered, check out the mission board. Someone just posted a new mission. Gregor's eyes lit up. Really? Already? He walked briskly to the board and began scanning through the mission posted. Quest docket. Mission title, Subjugation of the Phantom Wind Wolf Pack. Mission type, Beast Subjugation. Mission commissioner, Edmund Roke, Village Chief of Renford Village. Mission description. A pack of phantom wind wolves led by an alpha, responsible for multiple livestock deaths and 5 human casualties. Active mainly at night. Recommended adventurer rank, iron rank, copper rank. Location, Renford Village, 10 kilometers east of Greyvale City. Estimated warrior rank, 3-star expert knight. Difficulty, 2-star. Reward, 250 gold coins. Average beast rank, 1st order, 2nd order. Alpha, 3rd order common beast. Mission duration, 3 to 5 days. Special notes. Proof of Alpha's head or beast core required for mission verification. Status. Pending adventurer status. Gregor's jaw dropped. 250 gold coins. That's quite a lot of money. He tore the quest docket off the mission board and dashed back to Sage, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll take this one. Sage chuckled softly and took the quest docket. He stamped it with a glowing seal, mission accepted, and handed it back. Once you complete it, bring the head or beast core of the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf as proof and the commissioner's verification. The guild will then release your reward minus 5% administration fee. Gregor blinked. 5%? You are really milking this, aren't you? Sage smirked. Hey, someone's got to keep the lights on. Gregor laughed despite himself. Fine. If I make it back alive, you can keep your 5%. He tucked the docket safely under his arm, gave Sage a confident nod, and turned toward the door. Good luck, adventurer Gregor Winsoul, Sage called after him with a proud smile. Gregor glanced back over his shoulder, grinning. You will see. Guildmaster, if this goes well, I will make your guild famous. With that, he vanished into the bright sunlight outside. Sage leaned back in his chair, staring at the sunlight streaming across the empty hall, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid succession of system notifications exploded in his mind. System notification. 2 beginner missions completed. First mission. Register your first adventurer completed. Second mission. First mission posted completed. Calculating rewards. Reward distribution initiating. Sage immediately sat up straight with blinding eyes. Finally, rewards. Please be something good. Please be something good. Ding. Reward 1. Basic Guildmaster's Starter Pack. 20 silver coins. Emergency funds. 1 basic healing vial. Heals minor injuries. 1 basic mana vial. Restores mana equivalent to a 1-star warrior. A modest leather pouch materializes on the desk. Sage blinked with surprise when he saw the 20 silver coins. He shook his head and looked at the healing vial and mana vial. Now this is something to be happy about. Reward 2. 10x beginner lottery draw tickets. Description. Allows host to draw from the beginner lottery pool. Includes low-tier skills, tools, consumables, or minor facilities. Sage's eyes widened. A 10-pull? System. You do care about me. Note. Beginner lottery pool does not contain any rare or high-tier items. Okay. That hurts a little, but I'll take it. Sage rolled his eyes. Reward 3. Guild Function Mission Desk. Basic tier. Description. Unlocks the ability for the Guildmaster to process missions faster, organize quest dockets, and manage active/expired missions. Effect. Auto-sorts all posted quests. Tracks adventurer mission progress. Prevents duplicate postings and errors. Finally, some quality of life improvements. Sage muttered with a smile tugging at his lips. My future workload thanks you. Sage stared at the collection of modest rewards and cracked a grin. It's not much, but at least the system didn't hand me a stick and wish me luck. He pocketed the silver, set the vials aside, and looked at THR shimmering lottery chances like a gambler about to make history. 10 pulls baby. Today, the gacha gods will decide my fate. Wait, there's been a lottery feature this whole time? Why didn't you say anything? Sage exclaimed, clearly taken aback. The system stayed quiet. 10x lottery draw, available. Initiate draw? Sage paused for a moment, feeling a rush of excitement. This was it, the kind of moment every Ice Guy hero dreams about. Yes, let's do this, he shouted, his eyes alight with excitement. As the lights in the guild hall dimmed, a radiant golden magic panel appeared before him. Holographic runes whirled like a dazzling slot machine, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if fate itself was about to be revealed. This is it? Sage breathed, feeling a lump in his throat. My power-up arc, starting 10x lottery draw. The magic circle shone brightly, the runes flickered, and a beam of light shot down. Sage held his breath as the light began to fade. Something was forming on the table. A bag. Colorful bag. A bag he recognized all too well. No way, he murmured, hardly able to believe it. Thud. A bag of Lay's potato chips landed heavily on the table. Salted flavor, the most basic of all. Sage stared at it, mouth agape, as if he'd been slapped in the face. System, he said slowly. I think something's off here. Is there a bag of chips? From Earth. Reward 1. Lay's potato chips. Salted. No. Don't present it like it's a prize. This is anything but ordinary. His voice echoed through the empty guild hall as he paced back and forth, his head in his hands. A bag of chips? How am I supposed to slay monsters with snacks? How do I build a guild with this? Excuse me, sir. Would you like to take on a mission? No? How about some Lays instead? The system ignored his mounting frustration. Proceed to draw 2? Sage took a deep breath. All right, maybe the first draw was just bad luck. Maybe the gods are just warming up for something epic. With a renewed sense of hope, he raised his fist and declared, Let's keep going. Once again, the glowing runes spun, brilliant light flashed, and another object descended. Sage leaned in eagerly. Thud. Another bag of potato chips plopped down on the table. Same flavor, same size, exactly the same. Sage crumpled to his knees, defeated. Why do you want me to suffer? The system chimed in helpfully. Reward 2. Lay's potato chips, salted. Stop acting like this is a prize. It's just a snack. He buried his face in his hands, imagining a future where his guild wasn't built on heroism but rather on potato chips. This guild is doomed before it even gets started. But the system showed no mercy. Sage dramatically wiped away a few tears. Just do it. Finish me off completely. The circle spun again. Sage barely had the energy to stay upright. Light flashed and something fell. Clink. Not a bag this time. No, this was worse. A bottle. A green plastic bottle. Oh no, he whispered, approaching it cautiously as if it were something tragic. A bottle of Sprite. Reward 3. Sprite. 500 milliliters. Sage stared at it with hollow eyes. What am I supposed to do with this? Set up a soda shop in a fantasy world? Open a bar? Become a merchant of carbonated despair? His gaze fell on the bottle. And why is it cold? Colder than my future. And not even a diet Sprite. He picked it up, shook it in frustration, and groaned. The system, as usual, remained impassive. Continue draw? Sage let out a long sigh. Fine. Just keep going. Let's see how deep this strange rabbit hole really goes. And so the fourth draw began. Light, runes, beams. Another Sprite bottle appeared. For a moment, Sage didn't react. He simply stared blankly. He threw his arms up in exasperation. 10 so-called divine draws, and all I've gotten are chips and soda. Am I creating a guild or opening a snack shop? He shook his fist at the heavens. Do I look like I want to start Sage's discount corner store? The system cheerfully listed. Reward 4. Sprite, 500 milliliters. Sage slumped back into his chair like a tired grandpa. Just 6 more. I just have to get through 6 more. As the 5th draw began, a bright light flashed again, and something descended slowly, resembling a revered relic. Sage silently wished, please, anything but chips, or Sprite, anything but that. To his surprise, a folded set of clean brown tunic and trousers appeared in front of him. He blinked in astonishment. Wait a minute. This actually looks nice. A simple, clean, and comfy outfit. He held it up in disbelief. Is it normal? He whispered, a mix of shock and joy in his voice. It's really normal? Then he burst into laughter, relief washing over him. Ha, I'll take it. Yes, finally, something I can use. The system chimed in, Reward 5. Basic clean garments. Set 1. Yes, my luck is changing. System. Let's keep it going. For the 6th draw, he received another reward. Reward 6. Basic clean garments. Set 2. Sage held the second set like a man who had just stumbled upon water in the desert. 2 sets of clean clothes. This is already a step up from Sprite. He dramatically embraced the garments. Come to Papa. As he prepared for the 7th draw, the magic circle flickered oddly. Something small and flat emerged with an eerie familiarity. Thump. Pair of underwear. White. Basic. Modern. Sage stared at it for a solid 5 seconds. No way. The system chimed in, sounding almost smug. Reward 7. Modern Earth underwear. Men's. Medium. Sage slammed his hands on the table. Who is behind these prizes? A pervert? A comedian? Who on earth? He held the underwear up between 2 fingers, treating it like hazardous waste. Why medium? Why men's? Why is this from Earth? And why is the quality so excellent? This is Egyptian cotton. He felt a twitch in his eye as he raged inwardly. Meanwhile, the system remained utterly indifferent to his frustrations. The 8th draw resulted in yet another pair of underwear. Sage felt a part of him shrink inside. Reward 8. Modern Earth underwear. Men's. Medium. Blue trim. He threw his hands up in exasperation. Fantastic. Now I have outfits for Tuesday and Thursday. He stared up at the ceiling, muttering, God, if you're up there, is this some kind of test? The ninth draw arrived, and light swirled once more. Sage watched with the resigned demeanor of a condemned man awaiting his fate. As the glow faded, something round landed in his palms. A bag. Sage squeezed his eyes shut. I already know what this will be. He opened them. Of course it was chips. He face-planted onto his desk. Reward 9. Lay's potato chips. Salted. 3 bags. 3. I am destined to be surrounded by potato chips. He clutched the bags dramatically. Is this my legacy? The final draw commenced. Sage braced himself for impact. System. If you give me socks or instant noodles, I swear I will scream. The light descended, solidifying. And, thud, another bag of potato chips. Sage felt his soul leave his body. Reward 10. Lay's potato chips. Salted. With a sigh of defeat, Sage lay face down on the table, utterly still. This is the worst gotcha system I've ever experienced. He managed to push himself up, counting his spoils. 4 bags of Lay's, 2 bottles of Sprite, 2 sets of clean clothes, and 2 pairs of Earth underwear. This looks like the loot haul of a college student doing laundry. He rubbed his temples. I didn't just transmigrate. I've reincarnated as a broke college kid. He sighed deeply, wiping a few tears from his eyes. Well, at least I won't starve. He opened a bag of chips, took a bite, and sank back into his chair. Damn, these are good. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, roasting the people below. Greyvale City was alive with noise. The streets teemed with activity, creating a cacophony of sounds. At the east gate of the city, a steady stream of people flowed in and out. Heavily armored guards stood at attention, exuding an air of authority as they maintained order. Greyvale City boasted 4 main gates, each positioned at one of the cardinal directions: north, east, west, and south. Wide roads stretched into the distance, intersected by smaller paths leading to nearby towns, villages, and other cities in the region. I hope this is all true, Gregor muttered to himself as he mounted his horse and rode out through the east gate. Clad in armor, he had added an extra sword strapped to his back and several small pouches tied around his waist. He glanced up at the glaring sun before looking down at the map parchment in his hand, the mission docket. Folding it neatly, he tucked it into his bosom. With a gentle nudge to his horse, it surged forward along the main road, kicking up dust behind them. Excitement sparkled in Gregor's eyes. After all, he was on the verge of earning more than 200 gold coins. To him, this opportunity felt almost too good to be true. Defeating magical beasts for such a reward seemed like a gift from heaven that he couldn't afford to let slip away. Though doubts lingered in his heart about the mission's legitimacy, he wasn't ready to dismiss it outright. After all, opportunities like this were rare. The saying, "opportunity comes but once," resonated strongly within him. Despite his suspicions, he refused to let this chance pass by. Just like what the guildmaster said, treat this as an investment, Gregor thought. 20 silver coins isn't cheap or expensive. If I can earn 100 times my investment from this venture, it will be my most powerful investment yet. His eyes gleamed with ambition as various thoughts raced through his mind. And if it's a scam, I'll teach that guildmaster a lesson, he mused with a grin. When he first entered the guild hall, he'd sensed that the guildmaster lacked any trace of mana. He was just an ordinary person. If everything turned out to be a ruse concocted by him, Gregor would have no trouble tracking him down for payback. Worrying about whether or not the guildmaster would flee didn't cross Gregor's mind. After all, he was a 3-star expert knight surrounded by many warrior friends who could help him find even an ordinary man hiding under a rock. There was no way he'd let anyone escape with his money unscathed. With all these thoughts racing through his mind, Gregor urged the Blood Moon horse to pick up speed. He had to reach Renford village before sunset. Given the horse's swift pace, he knew he could cover the 10-kilometer distance in no time. As he galloped along the main road, the scenery blurred past him. He passed numerous carriages and travelers. Some were headed toward Greyvale City, while others ventured in various directions. The wind whipped through his long green hair. 10 minutes later, he spotted a small road branching off from the main path and decided to take it. This trail led him into a forest where towering trees loomed overhead, accompanied by tall hills and distant mountains. After another 30 minutes, he emerged from the forest into a breathtaking view. A vast plain nestled between two hills stretched out before him. In fact, hills seemed to extend as far as his eyes could see. Taking a moment to admire the landscape, he urged his horse toward one of the flatter hilltops. Dismounting, he gazed down at what lay ahead. "So this is Renford Village," he murmured as his eyes locked onto the settlement in the distance. It wasn't particularly large. Judging by its size, he estimated there were about 5,000 to 10,000 villagers living there. A newly built wooden fence surrounded the village. From his vantage point, he noticed a few villagers going about their daily routines while several other figures armed with cutlasses and forks patrolling around the fence clearly on guard. Gregor pondered aloud. They're vigilant enough, but is it really enough? How can ordinary villagers fend off magical beasts? It's like inviting disaster. He shook his head at this thought. His gaze drifted toward a distant mountain range with towering peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. Even from afar, he could hear distant roars of beasts echoing through the air. Occasionally, flocks of birds would take flight in panic. "No wonder there's so much danger for this village," Gregor muttered under his breath with a frown. Building a settlement near Evergreen Mountain Range, infested with magical beasts, is baffling. "Let's not dwell on that now," he decided firmly. "I just need to wait until night falls. If those phantom wind wolves show up, I'll handle them." With that resolve settling in, Gregor sat down on a boulder and opened one of his pouches to retrieve a loaf of bread, while also untying his waterskin for a drink. He hadn't eaten all day. He was on his way for food when he'd stumbled upon the Adventurer Guild and ended up spending hours inside. By now, the sun was dipping below the western horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky. A gentle breeze brushed against him as his long green hair danced lightly in the wind. Smoke began rising from various chimneys in Renford Village. After finishing his meal, he took a deep gulp of water and let out a satisfied burp, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and before he knew it, the sun had set. The sky transformed into a dark blanket, with 3 moons arranged in a semicircle, surrounded by twinkling stars that sparkled mesmerizingly. A gentle night breeze rustled through the leaves and grass. In Renford Village, fire torches flickered to life around the fence and at the main entrance. Shadows moved about as villagers patrolled the perimeter. From afar, the distant roars of beasts echoed from the Evergreen Mountain Range. The kings of the night were emerging to hunt. The sounds of crickets and other nocturnal creatures filled the quiet darkness. Suddenly, a loud howl pierced through the stillness. The wind picked up, becoming more agitated as an oppressive chill settled in. "They are here," Gregor said softly as he sat atop a hill with his eyes closed. He snapped them open and focused intently on a spot just beyond Renford Village. "Time to get to work," he added with a small grin. Rising from his perch on the boulder, he patted his blood moon horse affectionately. "Stay here, buddy. I'll be back before you know it." The blood moon horse neighed softly in response, almost as if in agreement. With that reassurance, Gregor descended the hill silently into the gathering darkness. "Hey Finn, looks like today is our lucky day. Those phantom wind wolves aren't coming after all," said a burly man with broad shoulders to the tall figure standing before him. The tall man called Finn stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, it seems that way, Bram, but we can't let our guard down. We've lost too many friends because of this same mistake." The burly man named Bram rested the fork he was holding on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. "You're right." They stood watch at the main entrance of their village, patrolling the area. This was just one section being monitored. Other villagers were stationed throughout various locations, keeping vigilant as well. Fear hung heavily in the air. They had lost numerous people to the phantom wind wolves over the past few months. Every night, as darkness fell, anxiety gripped their hearts. The villagers lay awake, haunted by fear and hoping that the wolves wouldn't launch another attack. A few stronger villagers, particularly hunters, took turns guarding and patrolling the perimeter of Renford village. They hoped that if they spotted any sign of the wolves approaching, they could alert everyone in time, though even so, they had suffered significant losses. Ha! I hope the village chief has found some warriors to help us. Bram sighed again. Yeah, replied Finn with a frown. He's been gone for almost 6 days now since he went to Greyvale City looking for help. It's not easy to find warriors willing to assist ordinary villagers like us, Bram said with a grimace. They're all so proud. It would be nice if someone kind-hearted stepped up to help us out of this mess. Otherwise, we might have no choice but to leave Renford village behind. Leaning against a fence with a troubled expression, he continued, I just hope we don't have to abandon our home. Finn remained silent for a moment before gazing into the distance as a cold wind brushed against him. I don't understand why it's taking so long for help to arrive. Didn't the village chief send word to the Baron? Bram chuckled softly at that thought. He did more than 3 months ago. The chief has been reaching out to Baron Mansion for assistance, but nothing has come of it yet. And you know how these arrogant nobles treat common folk like us. The Baron sits in his mansion growing fat. Our lives are less than dirt to him. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, he added, These nobles couldn't care less whether we live or die. Our lives mean nothing to them. All they care about is maintaining their precious image. He paused before continuing with conviction. That's why our chief decided to take matters into his own hands and emptied our village's reserve funds just to hire a few warriors. Sigh, what a world we live in, isn't it? Finn shook his head, his voice low. I just hope the village chief can find help. If not, we're doomed and we'll have no choice but to flee our home. Yeah, the burly man agreed, nodding vigorously. But, Hal, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, sending an oppressive chill that made the gentle wind pick up into a fierce gust, bending the tall grass around them. The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Their faces drained of color as fear flickered in their eyes. They exchanged anxious glances. They're here. Bram swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finn remained silent but tightened his grip on the fork until his knuckles turned white. He turned sharply to Bram. Quick! Go alert the others and tell the villagers to stay indoors. No one is to step outside. But, Bram hesitated. What about you? It's dangerous to leave you here alone. Don't worry about me. I'll be careful. Just hurry and do what I told you. Finn's gaze was firm and unyielding. Okay? Bram nodded slowly before sprinting back toward the village, glancing over his shoulder at the tall figure standing alone against the cold night wind with a fork in hand. I'll come back as fast as I can, he murmured under his breath as he quickened his pace. Once the burly man disappeared into the village, Finn refocused ahead with an intense stare. His grip on the fork tightened even more as he trembled slightly. Hurried breaths betrayed his fear. A bitter chuckle escaped him. He knew that facing a magical beast was akin to courting death for an ordinary person like himself. Yet there was no other choice. He had to buy enough time for his friend to warn everyone else so they might survive. With no sign of help from the village chief and no one else coming to their aid, they had to fend for themselves. Sometimes when you're in dire straits and nobody offers assistance, you must take matters into your own hands. Relying on others can be one of life's greatest mistakes. With determination coursing through him, he used the sharp edge of his fork to slice into his palm, letting crimson droplets fall onto the damp earth below. This act would draw attention from phantom wind wolves. They could smell blood from hundreds of meters away thanks to their keen senses. He knew this move could cost him his life. It was a hunter's trick, a desperate one. But he felt it was worth it if it meant keeping those wolves away from other parts of the village. He couldn't bear for anyone in his family to fall victim to these beasts. He'd do anything necessary to protect them. He took a deep breath, steadying himself as he prepared his weapon and dropped into a low stance. Having been a hunter for most of his life, he was familiar with various fighting techniques. However, against a magical beast like the phantom wind wolf, Known for its exceptional concealment and speed, his skills felt almost futile. Suddenly, the wind picked up, growing stronger and colder, sending a shiver down his spine. A few meters away, pairs of glowing green eyes pierced through the darkness, accompanied by low growls that sent chills racing through him. The grass parted as massive forms began to emerge from the shadows, dissolving the night around them. In no time at all, dozens of giant black wolves with piercing green eyes surrounded him. They stood 3 to 4 feet tall, their limbs brimming with explosive power. Their huge teeth and sharp claws glistened in the dim light as their fur seemed to blend seamlessly with both darkness and wind. These were the phantom wind wolves, predators of shadow and air, true kings of the night. To be marked by one was essentially a death sentence. In the depths of night, darkness was their domain. Finn swallowed hard as fear gripped him. His body trembled violently while his face turned ghostly pale. The terror in his eyes was so palpable it felt like it could manifest itself. As the wolves closed in on him slowly, taking their time, they toyed with their prey's mind. This sadistic playfulness was one of their defining traits, breaking down mental defenses before launching an attack to devour them whole. His heart thundered in his chest. Fear coursed through him like wildfire. His face flushed red as sweat soaked his body while he pointed his weapon at the advancing wolves. Suddenly, one of the phantom wind wolves on his left let out a low growl before pouncing at him. Its powerful paws left deep impressions in the ground as cracks spread outward. The wind howled fiercely as grass bent under its force. An oppressive atmosphere settled around them. Before he could react, he found himself staring into a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth aimed directly at his throat. A foul stench assaulting him made his already pale complexion even paler. "Looks like I'm going to die," he thought bitterly as memories flashed before his eyes. Tears welled up at the corners as he closed them tight. I hope he was able to warn the others. Just when that massive mouth was inches away from crushing him, a blinding flash of green light erupted, followed by a whimper that echoed across the area. The wind ceased its howl. Even the cries of insects faded into silence. Feeling this sudden shift in atmosphere, he cautiously cracked open an eyelid, and what he saw left him utterly speechless. When Finn opened his eyes, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. A few meters away stood a man clad in simple segmented armor that protected his vital areas. The breastplate, vambraces, gauntlets, greaves, and cuisses were rudimentary yet effective. His long green hair fluttered gently in the wind as he held a long silver sword. A gentle but oppressive aura surrounded him. On the ground nearby lay a phantom wind wolf, its massive frame twitching with a long sword embedded in its neck, blood gushing out like a fountain and pooling beneath it. Finn's breath caught in his throat. He felt shaken to the core. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his face pale with shock. Who are you? Finn stammered, his voice trembling. The man tilted his head slightly and glanced back at Finn on the ground. He didn't answer directly but raised an eyebrow and said, "This isn't the time for questions. Hurry back to the village. This place is about to get messy." Oh, yes. Finn quickly regained his composure, nodded vigorously, and scrambled to his feet. With shaky legs, he rushed back toward the village and closed the gate behind him. He paused just inside the gate, watching Gregor as he faced off against dozens of phantom wind wolves. Gregor turned his attention back to the wolves surrounding him. His eyes narrowed as he assessed their numbers. Let's see. There are 20 phantom wind wolves. Well, now there are 19. He glanced at the first wolf he had killed. It was lifeless now. 10 of them are first-order low-level beasts. 9 are second-order minor beasts. Gregor scrutinized the remaining wolves as he evaluated their strength. A glint flashed in his eyes. What I need to worry about is that alpha phantom wind wolf. It hasn't revealed itself yet. The alpha hadn't shown itself yet, but Gregor was sure it was lurking nearby. To draw it out, he needed to eliminate its minions first. A wide grin spread across Gregor's face. Looking at these wolves was like gazing at a pile of gold coins. They were merely walking money. Once defeated, over 200 gold coins would be added to his fortune. Just thinking about it made his blood boil with excitement. The phantom wind wolves regarded him warily with their keen green eyes. Their instincts told them this human was dangerous. After all, he'd just taken one of their own down in a single blow. Cautiously closing in on him from all sides while dropping into low stances, they circled around Gregor as if preparing for an attack. The wind picked up around them and grew colder still. Gregor stood calm and composed, unfazed by the patience of the phantom wind wolves that toyed with their prey. Unlike ordinary humans, he was a 3-star expert knight, seasoned by years of combat experience. The games these wolves played were mere child's play to him. He remained still, circulating his mana and enveloping himself in a flickering silver-blue glow. Suddenly, a chilling wind whistled behind him, signaling an imminent threat. Without altering his expression, he sidestepped just in time as a dark figure, a phantom wind wolf, flashed past where he had been standing moments before. Without hesitation, Gregor curled his fingers into a fist and thrust it outward, landing a powerful blow against the wolf's side. A resonant crack echoed through the air, followed by a pained whimper as the wolf was sent sprawling into the distance. Not wasting any time for it to recover, Gregor surged forward with incredible speed, appearing beside the fallen creature just as his sword swung down decisively. The moonlight glinted off his silver blade as he executed a single slash that cleanly decapitated the wolf. Blood sprayed into the air like a fountain as its massive head rolled away. The remaining phantom wind wolves quickly reacted to their companion's demise with loud howls of fury. 4 of them charged at once, their pitch-black fur blending seamlessly into the night as if they had vanished from sight. With a grin, Gregor tapped lightly on the ground and shot forward with explosive force, generating a thunderous bang beneath him. In an instant, he became a blur. Before the wolves could react, he appeared at one side and delivered a heavy punch to its stomach. The impact sent it hurtling backward until it landed heavily on the ground. As the wind tousled his hair gently, Gregor tilted his head just in time to dodge a cold gleaming claw that narrowly missed him. With calm precision, he leaped back only for another phantom wind wolf to emerge from that very spot. His eyes flashed with determination as he glanced at the wolf he'd previously punched. It struggled to rise but met its end when Gregor's silver sword flickered once more, its head severed cleanly from its body. 3 down. 17 more to go, Gregor muttered under his breath while eyeing his other sword lodged in the neck of his first kill. He dashed toward it just as 5 more wolves joined their ranks. Their green eyes shone with bloodthirsty intent. The surrounding wind grew chaotic as they howled loudly while closing in on him. By now, Gregor had retrieved his second sword and channeled mana through his legs and arms before bursting forward to meet them head-on. He moved faster than they could react. Silver-blue energy enveloped his swords as he weaved effortlessly between them. With a few swift swings of his swords, Gregor dispatched 4 more wolves, each decapitated with a single, clean cut. As he watched the corpses drop in unison, a grin spread across his face. These were nothing but blinding gold coins to him. Suddenly, a phantom wind wolf appeared on his left, its massive jaws agape and rows of gleaming teeth aimed directly at his head. Reacting quickly, Gregor pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick infused with silver-blue mana. With a resounding boom, the wolf was sent flying backward before it could even touch the ground. In an instant, Gregor blurred into position, grinning widely as he made a downward slash with both swords, cleaving the wolf in 2. Intestines and gore spilled onto the cold ground as blood pooled around him. The metallic scent filled the night air while the pale moonlight reflected off the crimson liquid, a mesmerizing sight against the darkness. 9 down, Gregor muttered to himself as he raised his gaze to the remaining 10 phantom wind wolves charging toward him. Taking a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes with fierce determination. With a tap of his foot on the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball, leaving behind a small crater. The first 2 wolves lunged at him with their long claws glinting menacingly. Leaning back until he was parallel to the ground, Gregor evaded their attack just in time. As they soared above him with exposed abdomens, he plunged his sword into their flesh and forcefully tore it open, gore spilling out in gruesome fashion. He swiftly darted aside to avoid being drenched in blood when 3 more wolves ambushed from behind. With an agile twist of his foot, he executed a backflip just as they attacked. The wolves were caught off guard and turned their heads upward, only to meet cold steel descending upon them. 3 quick slashes later and those wolves lay dead at his feet. Without missing a beat, Gregor tossed one of his swords into the air where it spun gracefully before landing perfectly in his grip. He then unleashed another explosive kick that propelled it forward like a silver blur through the air. The wind howled fiercely as grass bent low beneath its force. With a sharp puncture sound, the sword pierced through one wolf's skull, exploding it into bloody mist. But momentum carried it onward, impaling another wolf in its throat just as it attempted to dodge too late. Gregor didn't linger. He was already rushing toward the remaining wolves. This battle felt effortless for him. With just a few explosive swings of his swords, all that remained of the phantom wind wolves lay defeated around him. The wind howled again, carrying with it an overwhelming scent of blood that hung thick in the air while 3 moons illuminated the chaotic scene below them. A gruesome tableau of 20 massive bodies strewn across grass stained red with blood pooling into small ponds. Gregor stood atop one of the wolves, his sword raised high as the moonlight bathed him in a silvery glow. The wind whipped through his green hair, sending it flying in all directions. His expression remained mostly unchanged, save for the faint beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Small splashes of blood marked various parts of his body, evidence of the battle he had endured. Suddenly, Gregor lifted his head, locking onto a point in front of him with an intense gaze. His grip on the sword tightened even further. The wind, which had calmed moments before, now howled fiercely around him, bringing with it a biting chill that settled into the air. Feeling the cold prickling against his skin, Gregor began to circulate his mana. In an instant, a shimmering silver-blue aura enveloped his entire body. "So you're finally here," he said with a tilt of his head and a grin. Just a few meters away, the darkness seemed to warp and dissolve as a pair of enormous green eyes flickered to life. Moments later, a massive figure began to emerge from another dimension of shadows. "Finn!" A voice called out from behind him, pulling his attention away from the fierce battle between Gregor and the phantom wind wolves. Startled, Finn turned to see Bram rushing toward him, a group of villagers trailing closely behind. Some were armed with various weapons, their faces etched with concern. Finn's expression shifted to one of reproach as he glared at Bram. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to inform everyone not to come outside? Why did you bring them here?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Bram. With an innocent look on his face, Bram scratched his head. "I didn't want you facing those wolves alone. We've already lost too many comrades to them, and I refuse to lose my friend as well." Finn was taken aback by this revelation. Warmth flickered in his eyes as he struggled to find the right words. "Dear, are you okay?" A mild voice filled with panic broke through his thoughts. He turned to see a middle-aged woman, plump but kind-faced, her expression now twisted in fear. Finn took her hand gently. "Honey, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous." She shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "When Bram said you were facing the wolves alone, I couldn't sit still. I can't bear the thought of losing my husband after already losing my only brother." Silence enveloped Finn as guilt washed over him at the sight of his wife's tears. His eyes reddened as he wiped them away. "I'm sorry I couldn't save your brother. If only I had." His wife interrupted softly. "It's okay. It wasn't your fault." At a loss for words, Finn finally asked, "What about the children? Are they safe?" "Yes," she replied with a nod. "I hid them in the underground cellar. They're fine." "Good." Relief washed over Finn as a smile broke through. "Finn, how are you? What happened with the phantom wind wolves?" An elderly voice echoed from behind the group. They turned to see an old man hunched over a walking cane, sparse white hair framing his weary face. Finn and several others hurried to support him. "What are you doing here, Deputy Chief? It's dangerous for someone in your condition," Finn said with genuine concern. "Don't worry about me. I'm still strong as a horse," the old man replied while gazing into the darkness ahead. "What happened with the phantom wind wolves?" Taking a deep breath, Finn answered solemnly, "They're all dead." "What? Dead?" Shock flickered across their faces as they processed this news. "Did you kill them?" Bram asked incredulously. Finn knocked on his head and rolled his eyes. "What do you mean I killed? Do I look like someone who could take down a phantom wind wolf? I'm just lucky I wasn't turned into meat paste, let alone have the audacity to kill one." "But how are they dead?" Bram rubbed his head in confusion. "After you disappeared into the village, I used my blood as bait to draw them toward me. I wanted to keep them from spreading out and attacking the village from different directions. Before I knew it, I was surrounded by dozens of phantom wind wolves. I thought for sure it was the end for me. But just as one was about to snap my head off, someone appeared and saved me. That's how I'm still alive," Finn recounted bitterly. His wife squeezed his hand tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Finn looked at her and smiled reassuringly. "Finn, I didn't expect you to sacrifice yourself for the village. You've done well," the old man said, patting Finn on the shoulder with emotion in his voice. Finn clenched his fist tightly. "That's what I can do for the village. My brother-in-law sacrificed himself to save me from those wolves, and I'm willing to do the same if it means protecting my family. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain." A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed Finn's words. Sorrow flickered across their faces as they lowered their heads. His wife quietly sobbed, gripping Finn's hand even tighter. The old man sighed heavily and gazed outside the fence. "I believe this is the help that our village chief found in Greyvale City." Finn and the others were momentarily taken aback, surprise etched on their faces. "Are you sure about this, Deputy Chief?" Finn asked hurriedly. "What do you think?" the old man asked, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. "Do you believe just anyone can take down a magical beast like the phantom wind wolf? And do you really think divine assistance can simply drop from the sky to help an ordinary person like you?" Finn fell silent for a moment, realizing the old man was right. This place was so dangerous that even the lowest-ranked warriors wouldn't dare step foot in it. It was clear that only the village chief's intervention had saved him. "Well, that person is incredibly powerful," Finn replied, nodding. "He killed all the wolves in less than 30 breaths and moved with astonishing speed." "So where is he now?" the old man asked, his gaze scanning the area beyond the fence. Finn thought for a moment before responding. "I think I saw him moving deeper into the darkness while fighting off the wolves. It seemed like he was trying to lure them away from the village." The old man nodded thoughtfully as he rubbed his chin. "It seems Edmund has found a kind warrior who truly cares about this village. That's good news." Suddenly, the sky brightened as the 3 moons hanging above shone even more brilliantly, their light breaking through clouds that had been obscuring them. A collective gasp escaped from all the villagers as shock washed over them. The scene outside the fence was horrifying. An area of devastation littered with enormous corpses of phantom wind wolves, none of which were intact. Blood and entrails were strewn everywhere. Puddles of blood formed on the ground while cold night winds carried a metallic scent through the air. Some villagers turned pale at this gruesome sight. This is too scary," Bram stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All of this was done by one person. A chill ran down everyone's spine at that realization. They were ordinary people with limited views on warriors. They knew they were powerful, but witnessing what one warrior could accomplish left them in awe. "Hey, look! It seems there's someone out there." Bram pointed toward a specific direction. They craned their necks to peer into the darkness. Thanks to the bright light from the 3 moons, they could see what Bram was indicating, and what they saw made them gasp again. "Is that the warrior? And is that the alpha phantom wind wolf?" Finn's eyes widened at this revelation. "Yes, it appears so," said the old man with a nod. "That warrior looks like a 3-star expert knight." How can you tell he's a 3-star expert knight? Finn asked curiously. A few years back, I had the incredible fortune of witnessing a warrior engaged in battle with a magical beast in the Evergreen Mountain Range. This warrior was surrounded by a striking silver-blue glow. In fact, he saved me during that encounter, and when I asked him about the glow, he explained that it signifies someone is a 3-star expert knight. The old man shared the story as Finn and the others listened intently, their eyes fixed on the silver-blue aura enveloping the warrior as he faced off against the massive Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf. Hey, look! It seems like the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf is making its move. Instantly, everyone redirected their focus back to the intense standoff between the warrior and the formidable wolf. Gregor's eyes were locked on the imposing figure of the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf before him. Towering at 5 to 6 feet, its massive green eyes glinted menacingly. Its sleek fur shimmered like a nebula, perfectly blending into the night's darkness. Each powerful step it took left a small dent in the ground, while the wind seemed to caress its form, giving it an ethereal presence. The atmosphere around them felt noticeably cooler as the wind howled ominously. Gregor's hair whipped gently in the breeze as he gripped his long sword with calm determination. Yet inside, his mana surged at full capacity. Every sense heightened and muscles taut with anticipation. He understood that underestimating the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf would be a grave mistake. After all, it was a third-order common beast equal in power to him, and judging by its energy signature, this was no ordinary Phantom Wind Wolf. Slowly, the wolf crept forward, each movement causing the wind to howl more fiercely. Gregor narrowed his eyes and shifted into a battle stance. Suddenly, the Phantom Wind Wolf lunged forward with blinding speed. Too fast, which surprised him a little bit. This thing is incredibly quick, Gregor thought as he crossed his arms defensively. It was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to brace for impact. A massive paw slammed against his crossed arms, sending shockwaves through him as he staggered backward. Grimacing slightly from the numbness that coursed through his limbs, he struggled to regain his footing when a whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. Without thinking, he twisted aside just in time as another claw narrowly missed him by inches. Not wasting any time, Gregor shot forward with a punch aimed at the wolf's head, but struck only air. He glanced sideways and saw it standing several meters away. Narrowing his eyes again, Gregor dashed forward, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. In an instant, he was before the wolf and brought down his sword in a powerful arc. The Phantom Wind Wolf parried with its claws. Steel clashed against metallic talons with a resounding bang that sent shockwaves uprooting grass around them like confetti caught in a storm. In retaliation, the wolf twisted its massive head and lunged for Gregor's neck. Reacting swiftly, Gregor leaped back just in time to avoid being bitten. With another loud howl that stirred up even more wind around it, an aura enveloped the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf as 10 gleaming wind blades formed around it, each one sharp enough to cut through anything they touched. Letting out another fierce howl, those 10 blades shot toward Gregor with incredible speed, a tearing sound slicing through the air as they approached. Gregor tapped his foot lightly against the ground and swiftly dodged 3 blades slicing through the air. With a deft flick of his sword, he dissipated another trio of wind blades, then launched himself toward the wolf, skillfully avoiding the remaining attacks. You think you're the only one with skills? Gregor grinned, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Level 3 Knight Skill Steelbreaker Slash. Channeling his mana into his sword, Gregor tightened his grip as his muscles tensed slightly. The blade shimmered with a silver sheen, its weight increasing dramatically. As he closed in on the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf, he slammed his foot down hard enough to create a crater in the earth beneath him. The force propelled him into the air for a powerful leap. With gravity pulling him back down, he descended rapidly and executed a downward slash. A burst of silver light erupted from his sword, aimed directly at the wolf's head. Sensing danger too late, the wolf attempted to evade but was struck on its back instead. A resounding boom echoed as the massive creature was sent sprawling several meters away. A painful howl escaped its mouth as blood flowed from a deep gash on its back. Gregor landed heavily on solid ground, creating cracks that spidered out around him. He glanced at the wound on the wolf's back with disappointment. "I was aiming for your head." As if understanding him, the wolf's eyes glinted with fierce bloodlust and killing intent. It howled again before phasing out of sight. "You're not the only one who can harness wind." Gregor chuckled darkly before vanishing himself, leaving only rippling grass behind. A thunderous boom erupted nearby as shockwaves sent dirt and grass flying everywhere. A small crater formed where both Gregor and the phantom wind wolf clashed. They separated momentarily before disappearing again. Steel met claw in rapid succession. Loud booms resonated throughout as their figures blurred across the battlefield. They appeared and reappeared all over the area like shadows dancing under moonlight. The alpha phantom wind wolf was massive yet incredibly agile, its speed unmatched within its order, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to track its movements. If it weren't for Gregor's own affinity for wind, keeping up would have been nearly impossible. The winds howled fiercely as their attacks created continuous shockwaves and booming sounds. By now, their surroundings were utterly devastated. Craters littered everywhere while dirt and grass flew about chaotically. With another loud boom, they broke apart once more, standing several meters apart from each other. Gregor panted heavily. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His armor bore faint cracks while blood trickled from a gash on his arm. The alpha phantom wind wolf found itself in a far worse state than Gregor. Its once smooth fur was now matted and drenched in blood, with gashes of varying sizes covering its body. The chaotic aura around it grew colder, steam billowing from its nostrils as it bared its enormous fangs, eyes radiating a deep killing intent that felt almost tangible. With a thunderous howl that made Gregor's ears ring, he frowned, his calm demeanor shifting. "Looks like you're about to unleash one of your signature abilities," he muttered under his breath, his expression turning serious. Suddenly, the wind around the alpha phantom wind wolf compressed into sharp blades. Its disheveled fur lay flat against its skin as its green eyes glimmered with a faint turquoise light. Gregor's expression shifted slightly. The phantom gale rend. In an instant, the wolf vanished as if it had never been there, leaving only swirling leaves and a whisper of wind behind. A heartbeat later, it reappeared at Gregor's blind spot, launching a curved arc of compressed air toward him. Caught off guard, Gregor had no choice but to absorb the attack head-on. With a resounding crash, his left gauntlet shattered into fragments as he was hurled backward. Before he could regain his footing, another slash aimed directly at his neck followed swiftly. He leaned back just in time. The blade grazed past him by mere inches, leaving a cut on his chin from which crimson blood trickled down. His head would have rolled had he not reacted quickly enough. Before he could fully recover, the alpha materialized behind him again, towering over him and casting an oppressive shadow as it opened its massive jaws to bite down on his head, fangs infused with wind. In a desperate maneuver, Gregor propelled himself backward toward the wolf and slammed his elbow into its torso with tremendous force. A loud crack echoed through the air as the alpha recoiled and crashed heavily to the ground. Level 2 Night Skill Wind Guard Step. Gregor didn't give it time to recover. Wind surged beneath him as he darted forward in rapid bursts. His figure flickered in and out of sight until he appeared right behind the alpha. A flash of steel later revealed a deep wound opening up on its neck, just shy of severing it entirely. If the alpha didn't twisted its neck at the last microsecond, its head would be rolling on the ground by now. As blood sprayed forth accompanied by a pained howl, the wolf quickly retreated several meters away before sprinting off. "Oh no! It's heading for the village!" Panic surged through Gregor when he saw where the alpha was running. Without hesitation, he activated Windguard Step once more and dashed forward in quick bursts. Each step propelled him faster while creating afterimages behind him. As it neared the village entrance with another deafening howl escaping its lips, wind began to gather within its mouth, forming into a deadly ball aimed directly at the village. Finn and the others stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror as they watched the enormous alpha phantom wind wolf charging toward them. Fear gripped them, causing their bodies to shake violently like leaves in a storm. It's using a wind bomb. What a cunning wolf, Gregor muttered under his breath. If that bomb hits the village, everyone will perish. I have to stop this. With determination, Gregor channeled all his mana into his legs and activated the Windguard step. In an instant, he became a green blur racing after the Alpha. As the wind bomb fully formed, it howled through the air, splitting everything in its path apart. A deep trench carved itself wherever it traveled, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Just as the wind bomb was mere meters from the village entrance, Gregor appeared above it like a specter. Gripping his sword with both hands, he summoned all his strength for a downward strike. Level 3 Knight Skill Steelbreaker Slash. His sword sliced cleanly through the wind bomb, splitting it in two and sending each half flying in opposite directions. Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds echoed across the landscape as the village's fence was uprooted and shattered into splinters. Two massive craters formed where the wind bomb had detonated, leaving devastation stretching 50 to 100 meters around. Pits and cracks marred what once was solid ground. Finn and the others were knocked backward by the force of the shockwaves, still paralyzed by fear. Seeing its attack thwarted, momentarily stunned the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf. Its fur bristled as its giant eyes filled with dread. It sensed an overwhelming threat, a life-or-death danger looming over it. Before it could react further, Gregor descended upon it like a tempest. His gaze was cold as he spun mid-air to deliver one final blow. All his remaining mana concentrated on his blade, which shimmered with green light. Time to die! The sword flashed through the Alpha's neck in one swift motion. The howling winds fell silent as its head spun away before crashing to the ground. The Alpha's eyes remained wide open in fear and disbelief as life faded from them slowly. Its massive headless body collapsed with a thunderous boom, blood gushing from its neck and pooling around it. Gregor landed heavily on top of the fallen wolf. As he lay there, exhaustion washed over him. Sweat dripped down his pale forehead, while pain radiated from numerous wounds across his body. His armor bore deep gashes and cracks. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to catch his breath amidst overwhelming agony. The moon cast a bright glow over the grassland while a gentle breeze returned. The metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air. What just happened? Finn and the others slowly rose from the ground, their minds still disoriented. They were completely shaken, convinced they were done for when they spotted the Alpha charging toward the village with its massive mouth wide open. I think that warrior saved us, Bram said as he helped the deputy chief up from the ground. Chief, are you all right? I told you not to come here. It's dangerous. If I hadn't acted quickly and shielded you with my body, you'd be joining the ancestors by now. Brat, are you wishing for me to die so soon? The old man tapped Bram on the head with his cane, glaring at him. Bram rubbed his chin sheepishly as he assisted the old man in standing upright. Deputy Chief, come look at this. Finn's voice cut through their conversation. As the villagers approached the destroyed fence, they were left speechless. The barrier they had painstakingly built was completely gone. Outside the village lay a scene of utter devastation, craters and pits scattered everywhere. The surrounding land for hundreds of meters was laid bare. All grass and small trees had been uprooted and blown away. Look, it seems the Alpha Phantom Windwolf is dead. Finn pointed at the massive corpse of the Alpha. They all swallowed hard at the sight of its headless body, their hearts racing in disbelief. The Alpha Phantom Windwolf that had terrorized their village for months, causing countless deaths and suffering, was finally dead. Their worst enemy, the source of countless sleepless nights, was gone for good. Is it dead? A voice from the crowd finally shattered the silence. As if awakening from a trance, everyone took deep, cold breaths, astonishment washing over them like a wave. I think it's dead. Its head was cut off, Finn said hoarsely, squeezing his wife's hand. The creature that had brought him so much sadness and pain was finally gone, completely dead. Ha ha ha, the Phantom Wind Wolf is finally dead. We don't have to live in fear anymore. Yeah, those cursed wolves are gone. We can finally breathe again. Cheers erupted from the crowd as joy lit up their faces. "Deputy Chief, the wolves are gone. We don't have to live in fear anymore," Bram exclaimed, shaking the old man with excitement in his eyes. "Brat, take it easy. Are you trying to shake this old man to death?" The deputy chief scolded Bram, though the joy in his own eyes couldn't be hidden. "Finally, everything will be back to normal," he muttered under his breath with a heavy sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their celebration. "Hey, look! It seems there's someone on top of the wolf's body." The old man stepped forward and confirmed that there was indeed someone lying atop the massive creature. "Quick, it's the warrior. Hurry and help him. I think he's injured," he urged when he saw the figure sprawled across the wolf's body. Bram, Finn, and a few others rushed out of the village toward the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf. They paused for a moment at its gigantic form, left speechless by its size. "Wow, what a huge body. I wonder how much meat we could get from this giant," Bram said dreamily. Bam! Finn knocked him on the head and said sternly, "Stop daydreaming and help us." "Yes, yes." Bram snapped back to reality as he quickly climbed onto the wolf's body alongside the others. "His injuries are pretty bad," Finn observed as he examined Gregor's wounds. "I think he sustained these while blocking an attack meant for us." "Quick, let him down," Finn insisted. With everyone's help, they carefully lowered Gregor from the enormous corpse and brought him into the village. "Deputy Chief, I think he's badly injured and needs immediate medical attention," Finn informed the old man urgently. "Pooh, put me down." Gregor's faint voice interrupted them just then. "You heard him. Put him down," ordered the old man firmly. Finn and his companions complied gently as they set Gregor on solid ground. He struggled but managed to sit up slowly. Reaching into one of his waist pouches, he pulled out a small vial filled with dark green liquid. After twisting off its cork and pouring it into his mouth without hesitation, he sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Finn and the others wore puzzled expressions as they watched Gregor. "Deputy Chief, what's he doing?" Bram asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe that liquid is a mana restoration potion. It helps warriors recover their mana and stabilizes their injuries." Understanding dawned on Finn and the others as they turned their attention back to Gregor, who still had his eyes closed. 10 minutes later, Gregor finally opened his eyes, a flicker of green light shining within them. Color returned to his pale face as his wounds ceased bleeding. With a soft exhale, he slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. The potion had stabilized his mana and closed a few minor wounds, but a deep ache still settled in his bones. It would do for now. "Hello, I'm the deputy chief of Renford Village," the old man said, stepping in front of Gregor and bowing slightly. Gregor raised an eyebrow but smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "You must be the help that the village chief found in Greyvale City, right?" Finn asked from the side. "Yes, that's me," Gregor replied. "Where is the village chief?" The old man and the others exchanged confused glances. "What do you mean? I thought he was the one who sought help from you." Gregor realized they didn't understand that he hadn't taken the mission directly from their village chief. He scratched his head and explained, "Well, your village chief posted the mission at the Adventurer Guild for someone to complete it. I took on that mission and now need his verification to receive my reward." Once again, confusion washed over them. They didn't grasp what an Adventurer Guild was or what he meant by all this. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Gregor waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it." He looked around before continuing. "But I do need your village's assistance." "Oh, whatever help you need, we'll provide it. It's the least we can do after everything you've done for us," said the old man eagerly. "Good," Gregor replied with a smile. "I need your help with the bodies of those phantom wind wolves. I need you to extract their blood essence for me." He turned to the old man again. "Surely there's someone among you experienced in extracting blood essence?" "Yes," replied the old man while pointing at Finn. "He is knowledgeable in that area." Finn puffed out his chest proudly as he looked at Gregor and nodded. "All right then," Gregor said with a smile. "I'll need your assistance with extracting the blood essence. And I also require their fangs and claws, along with the head and beast core of the alpha wolf, plus beast cores from all other wolves and their fur. You can keep any remaining meat or parts for yourselves." Excitement lit up in the villagers' eyes at this news. Meat from a magical beast was something they had never tasted before. The villagers' eyes sparkled with excitement when they heard Gregor's words. The prospect of tasting the meat of a magical beast was something entirely new to them, and the privilege of indulging in it was simply thrilling. Gregor shook his head, trying to keep the mood in check. "I also left my horse on a hill a few kilometers to the north. Can you help me find my weapons? And please, clean up the blood in the area. It will attract other beasts. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything you've asked for. Just give us a couple of hours and it will all be done." The old man replied with a friendly smile. Gregor nodded. "In the meantime, I'll keep watch and protect the village until dawn. Other beasts might come because of all this commotion. We'll be grateful for your help," the old man said, bowing slightly, relief evident on his face. With a nod, Gregor turned and headed outside the village. "What are you all standing around for? Get to work. We've got a lot to do," the old man shouted at Finn and the others. Immediately, they hurried off, ready to tackle the task of cleaning up after the wolves. The next morning, the sun gradually rose above the eastern horizon, casting a warm golden glow on the fluffy white clouds drifting lazily across the sky. As sunlight spilled over the streets of Greyvale City, which had been quiet during the previous night, life began to stir. People emerged from their deep slumber, whether they had experienced sweet dreams or nightmares. They all woke up ready to tackle their daily routines, while for those who were less fortunate and never awoke again, may their souls find peace. The streets soon filled with a cacophony of sounds as residents bustled about. Carriages pulled by powerful horses and magical beasts rolled by, while shopkeepers opened their stalls one after another, calling out to attract customers. This was just another day in the life of ordinary people. Wake up, hustle for money, and return home at night to sleep once more. At the Adventurer Guild, the doors remained closed. On the second floor in a bedroom, a figure lay sprawled across the bed, snoring loudly with drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Golden rays of sunlight streamed through large windows and bathed Sage in warmth as he slept deeply. Ring. Suddenly, an alarm went off in Sage's mind that jolted him awake. He sat up abruptly and rolled out of bed with a thud onto the wooden floor. The remnants of sleep vanished as he instinctively assumed a defensive posture, scanning his surroundings with wide eyes. What's going on? Is someone attacking the guild? He asked nervously as he surveyed his room for any threats. "No, host, it was I who woke you up," a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Sage's eyes widened. His mouth fell open in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? When did you turn into an alarm clock? That's not part of your primary functions. Host, as the first guildmaster in history, it is your duty to wake up on time to manage the guild. Otherwise, you won't progress with that lazy attitude of yours," replied the system matter-of-factly. Sage shook his head incredulously. "What do you mean lazy? It's still early. Can't you let me catch some beauty sleep?" This time there was no response from the system. It remained silent, once again speechless at its arrogance. Sage sighed and turned back to face the window. He fully drew open the curtains until sunlight enveloped him completely. Taking a deep breath with his eyes closed for a moment allowed him to savor the morning breeze mixed with enticing aromas wafting through his window. What a beautiful morning, filled with the enticing aroma of food. Sage's lips curled into a wide grin as he slowly opened his eyes. Now this is the life I've been dreaming of. Waking up without a rush to get to work and face that pig-headed manager of mine. I'm my own boss now. His smile almost reached his eyes at the thought of freedom. Well, sort of. He was still working, but this time not as an employee. Instead, he sat behind a desk waiting for customers to come to him rather than chasing after them himself. Although it wasn't quite what he envisioned when he dreamed of not working at all, He had always seen going to work as a form of modern slavery with just enough spice to make it bearable. This was still different. He was technically still an employee since he worked for the system, but it felt better than enduring a 9-to-5 job with a meager salary and having to deal with his manager's sour expression every day. Well, it's just a slight upgrade from being a corporate slave to being half a boss, Sage mused. The system was still the ultimate CEO, but at least he didn't have a plump, middle-aged manager breathing down his neck. Still far from my ultimate dream of complete freedom from work. I need to focus on slacking off more effectively. He rubbed his chin while gazing out at the people bustling below in the streets. And now I've got an eternal rent-free alarm clock living in my head. How am I supposed to sleep now? His lips twitched at the thought of this mechanical presence residing in his consciousness. A terrifying concept for someone as lazy as him. Ugh, what an annoyance. He let out a disappointed sigh and turned away from the window, making his way to the washroom. A few minutes later, he emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist and water droplets cascading down his scrawny frame, his body resembling that of a refugee with its visible bones and ribs. After drying off, he pulled on fresh clothes he'd won in the last lottery draw. Standing before the mirror, he admired his new appearance for a moment. Long dark gray pants paired with leather boots and a cream-colored shirt left unbuttoned at the collar, exposing sunken collarbones which looked deep enough to store small change. He stared at the young man looking back at him, momentarily lost in thought. This new look was strikingly handsome compared to his previous self. A blend of short dark hair, deep blue eyes, sharp jawline, sword-like eyebrows, thin lips, all features that could easily make him stand out back on Earth. The only thing holding him back from becoming truly hunky was his thin frame. Even Gollum from The Lord of the Rings looked bulkier than him. What a waste of good looks, Sage muttered under his breath while admiring himself. I really need to start eating better if I'm going to put on some weight. I look like a stick right now. He took one last look at himself in the mirror before stepping out of the bedroom. Descending the stairs, he made his way to the guild hall, quickly approaching the massive gate and swinging open the doors. Golden sunlight poured into the hall, enveloping everything in a warm glow. The morning breeze danced around him as it swept through the guild hall. Sage glanced around at the street outside. It was quiet and mostly deserted this early in the morning. After all, this district catered to warriors rather than commoners, so foot traffic was light. Occasionally, 2 or 3 people would pass by. Rubbing his nose absent-mindedly, Sage closed the guild doors behind him. He stretched briefly before turning right down the road. A smile spread across his face as he hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light as if he were floating. The wind brushed against his skin, causing his short hair to flutter gently. After navigating a few corners, he arrived at a medium-sized stall where an enticing aroma wafted through the air. A few tables and chairs were set up. Half of them were already occupied by customers enjoying their meals with smiles on their faces. Most of them were warriors clad in various types of gear from different races, humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, all gathered together. Among them were 3 individuals who stood out with their deep emerald green skin adorned with leaf-like patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. This race was known as Verdanti. They thrived in deep forests and shared a kinship with elves, both disliking conflict. Sage found himself captivated by their unique appearance but quickly restrained himself from reaching out to touch their beautiful skin patterns. He didn't want to come off as creepy or perverted. "Oh, look who's here. Sage, how have you been?" A middle-aged woman with rosy cheeks and kind eyes greeted him warmly as he approached her stall. "Good morning, Mama Arya. How's business?" Sage waved back at her. "As usual?" She chuckled softly before asking, "Do you want your usual meal?" "Yeah, just like always." Sage nodded with a soft smile while Mama Arya began preparing his food. As he watched her work, memories flooded back into his mind. Images of another figure overlapping with Mama Arya's familiar presence stirred feelings within him. A bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. "I wonder how Mama Maria is doing? I hope she's okay. I bet she must be heartbroken over my death. And old Henry too. I hope he can talk to his children." "Here's your food, Sage." Mama Arya's voice broke through his reverie just then. Shaking off his thoughts, Sage accepted the paper bag and handed her a gold coin. This will cover my debt and pay for my meal. Keep the change and buy something nice for Alira. Without waiting for Mama Arya to respond, he turned and walked away, fearing she might reject his gesture. As Sage's retreating figure disappeared from view, the middle-aged woman shook her head with a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. What a kind young man, she mused. Sage strolled down the road, a paper bag in hand, his thoughts drifting back to his previous life on Earth. It was neither a source of joy nor sorrow. It was simply ordinary, much like himself. He had been born into a low-income family as the third child among two older sisters. Growing up in an unremarkable house nestled in an average neighborhood, he followed the typical path. School, high school, then college. When he entered college, he became fully independent, renting an apartment nearby and juggling 3 part-time jobs to support himself. Tragedy struck during his final year when both of his parents passed away within months of each other. His sisters married and moved to different countries, leading their own lives. The last time he saw them was at their mother's funeral. Their conversations reduced to brief phone calls that barely scratched the surface of their shared history. As if fate weren't already cruel enough, one of his sisters was diagnosed with a brain tumor that went unnoticed until it was too late. She fought valiantly for a year before succumbing to the illness. He couldn't even attend her funeral, just sent flowers and a card. Many might label him selfish for this distance from family, but every story has its reasons. After that loss, communication with his second sister dwindled further until they were practically strangers. Did he miss his family? Yes, he did long for that sense of belonging, the warmth of having loved ones around him. But life marched on. He graduated successfully and found a modest job in a small company without major worries weighing him down. Friends? He had a few acquaintances scattered here and there, but none who would stand by him through thick and thin. A far cry from deep friendships where one would go to great lengths for another's sake. As for romance, that seemed out of reach. Any girl who glanced his way quickly lost interest. Eventually, he stopped trying altogether because he cherished his simple and laid-back lifestyle. His existence felt like the quintessential tale of an isekai protagonist, utterly ordinary inside and out. The only people who could be considered family were Mama Maria and old Henry. They had been part of his life's later chapters before it all ended. Now thrust into this unfamiliar world, Sage discovered that the original owner's life trajectory had been even more tragic than his own back on Earth. Alone in this new realm, no friends or family, he found himself accompanied only by a cold mechanical voice echoing in his mind. What a twist of fate, huh? Sage chuckled softly, his gaze drifting up to the clouds lazily floating overhead. He longed for that same sense of ease, but it always felt just out of reach, as if some cosmic force had other plans for him. The body he now inhabited had known nothing but rejection and hunger. A short, brutal life ended by an act of casual cruelty in a back alley. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he refocused and made his way back to the Adventurer Guild. The familiar building loomed ahead, a comforting sight in the distance. A smile crept across his face. You know, this place will probably be with me until the very end of my journey. The thought was so grand and yet so simple that it pulled him from his melancholy. He let out a laugh that caught the attention of passers-by, who turned to look at him with curious expressions. Ugh, look who's here. His eyebrow arched as he spotted an old man pacing nervously at the entrance of the guild. Sage shook his head knowingly. He could already guess what was on the old man's mind. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, he strode over to him. Good morning, Village Chief Edmund. Sage greeted with a wave and a warm smile as he approached. Village Chief Edmund, who had been pacing in front of the Adventurer Guild, turned to see Sage coming toward him. For a moment, unease and guilt flickered in his aged eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Good morning, Guildmaster Sage. How did you sleep last night? Ha ha ha. Sage chuckled softly. My sleep was great. If it weren't for some meddlesome nobody, I might still be dreaming. Oh! Edmund nodded awkwardly while stroking his beard. Care to join me inside? Sage offered as he opened the doors to the guild hall. Edmund accepted the invitation and followed Sage into the hall. Sage made his way to one of the tables and sat down, gesturing for Edmund to take a seat as well. With a smile, Sage pulled out a paper bag filled with breakfast items: 2 honey flatbreads, a bowl of dragon egg scramble, and 5 forest boar sausages. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as the breakfast spread gleamed invitingly. The honey flatbread was soft and fluffy, brushed with honey, melted butter, and cinnamon. The dragon egg scramble featured fluffy golden eggs mixed with green onions and small bits of boar meat. The sausages were thick and juicy, crafted from boars hunted in Greyvale Forest, perfectly seasoned with just a hint of spice that made them snap delightfully when bitten into. Sage couldn't help but salivate. He swallowed hard before taking a bite of the honey bread. The flavor burst in his mouth as he chewed slowly to savor every morsel. He followed it up with a bite of sausage mixed with dragon egg scramble. The combination was simply heavenly. A faint tear appeared at the corner of his eye from sheer enjoyment. This food was too good. Sigh, he thought inwardly. I can't get enough of Mama Arya's cooking. It's far more delicious than any 5-star restaurant back on Earth. He continued eating without restraint. I'm sorry, Mama Maria, he mused silently while grinning sheepishly at his own indulgence. Just then, a soft cough interrupted him, a reminder that he wasn't alone. Sage looked up to find village chief Edmund watching him with an expression that combined displeasure and disbelief. Oh dear, I'm sorry, village chief, Sage said between bites but didn't slow down. If anything, he ate even faster now. If you're hungry yourself, Sage suggested playfully while patting his chest confidently, you can always buy some more nearby. Just mention my name for good service. What an unruly brat. Edmund shook his head in mock exasperation. It's all right. I'm not hungry. Sage nodded, lowered his head, and continued eating without a care in the world. Edmund scowled but remained silent, sitting across from Sage and watching him eat. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, making Edmund swallow hard from time to time. However, he maintained a nonchalant expression. After all, he was concerned about how he looked. 10 minutes later, Sage finished his meal. He cleared away the trash, downed a large cup of water, and sat back at the table, patting his bulging stomach while picking at his teeth. Village Chief Edmund let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had endured enough torture. The breakfast had been too enticing. If it weren't for his willpower, he might have fought Sage for the food. Sage glanced at the old man and smiled. So, Village Chief Edmund, what brings you here so early? Although he already knew the answer, he felt compelled to ask. He didn't blame the old man for worrying. If roles were reversed, Sage would likely act similarly. After all, parting with over 200 gold coins for a mission assigned to someone he'd just met could understandably cause anxiety. Moreover, upon arriving at the Adventurer Guild only to find its doors closed would heighten anyone's nerves. Thinking this over made Sage shake his head bitterly as he eyed the old man. Ahem! Village Chief Edmund cleared his throat awkwardly and managed a smile. Oh, nothing much. I was just going to take a look around town and visit an old friend of mine, but thought I'd come here first to see how things are going. Sage rolled his eyes internally. You're just worried that I might run off with your money. Visiting your friend? Please. Who paces anxiously in front of shops when they're simply visiting someone? Despite these thoughts racing through his mind, Sage kept a professional smile on his face. I see. This old friend of yours must have quite an impressive background. Edmund stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. You could say that. He grew up in Renford Village but moved to Greyvale City to make something of himself. In fact, he's one of the reasons why Renford Village is thriving today, but it's been over 6 months since I last heard from him. Maybe something came up. That's why you haven't heard from him, Sage suggested with a soft chuckle. You might be right, Edmund replied thoughtfully as he glanced between Sage and the guild hall. Anyway, how is my mission progressing? I knew you'd ask that, Sage thought inwardly. He turned to face Edmund with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Your mission is moving along well. Yesterday when you posted it, One of our adventurers took it on immediately and set off yesterday. The deadline is 3 days away. The old man's eyes widened in surprise as agitation washed over him. So soon? It was taken so quickly? Yeah, Sage replied, leaning forward with a proud grin. Village Chief Edmund, the Adventurer Guild is the top establishment in this city. As long as you have the funds and post your mission, it can be completed. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Village Chief Edmund's laughter echoed through the guild hall. After a moment, he settled down, but the excitement in his eyes remained unmistakable. Sage glanced at the old man and shook his head. These phantom wind wolves must have tormented Renford Village for quite some time, huh? The old man sighed sadly as he met Sage's gaze. Yes, these wolves have become a nightmare for us. We've lost countless villagers because of them. It's the highest casualty rate in our village's history. As village chief, if I don't take action, I'm not fit for the role. I feel like a failure, he continued, guilt etched across his wrinkled face. I'm a warrior myself, yet I can't protect my village from these beasts. If I were just a little stronger, perhaps fewer people would have to die. Sage fell silent, unsure of what to say. He could feel the weight of the old man's grief, but he didn't know how to comfort anyone, especially not someone else when he struggled to comfort himself. Loneliness had been his companion for so long. When his sister passed away, he couldn't find the words or strength to console himself, let alone offer solace to others in their pain. He shook his head and said gently, "The person who took on this mission is a 3-star expert knight. I'm confident he can handle the phantom wind wolves. Once the alpha is taken down, the rest should be manageable." Really? The old man's expression shifted to one of slight shock. Absolutely, Sage nodded with a small chuckle. You'll see him after the mission is complete. He's quite strong. That's reassuring. As long as someone like that is dealing with those wolves, I feel better about it, Village Chief Edmund said earnestly. I just hope there won't be any casualties. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance of the guild hall, interrupting their conversation. Sage looked up toward the entrance before glancing at Village Chief Edmund with a smirk. Speak of the devil. Guildmaster Sage, I'm back. Gregor's loud voice echoed through the hall, carrying a mix of exhaustion and joy as he stepped inside, weighed down by heavy leather bags. He looked worse for wear. Nearly half of his armor was missing, and blood splattered across various parts of his body. He had 2 heavy sacks slung over his back, a large waterskin tied to his waist, and several pouches dangling from him. The unpleasant odor clung to him, dirt smeared across his face, while disheveled green hair framed his sweaty forehead. Sage glanced at Gregor before smiling at Village Chief Edmund. Speak of the devil. With a wave, he called out to Gregor. Hey there, green hair. Gregor approached slowly and dropped the burdens onto the table with a heavy sigh. He unstrapped his swords from his waist and let them fall to the floor before plopping down into a chair, breathing heavily. Guildmaster, could I get some water? I'm really thirsty after that long journey, Gregor said while wiping sweat from his brow. Sage rolled his eyes at Gregor's request. Did this guy think that he was just an errand boy? After all, he was the first guildmaster in history. What kind of journey could possibly warrant such fatigue? It was only 10 kilometers between the village and the city, something that should take no more than 1 hour for someone like Gregor. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sage found himself moving to fetch a large mug of water for Gregor. He sat down again as he watched the young man gulping it down as if he hadn't had a drink in ages. Ah, Gregor sighed as he set the mug on the table and wiped his mouth. That hit the spot. He glanced around briefly before turning to Sage, and then looking at the old man across from him with raised eyebrows. Guildmaster, who's this old-timer? Is he your illegitimate grandfather? Gregor asked curiously as he sized up Village Chief Edmund. Sage felt momentarily speechless. He hadn't realized this green-haired adventurer had such a loose tongue. Shaking his head, Sage replied, No, he's not my illegitimate grandfather. His name is Edmund Roke. Does that ring any bells? Gregor paused for a moment as recognition dawned on him. He pointed at Edmund excitedly. Are you the village chief of Renford Village? Edmund chuckled softly and nodded. Yes, indeed. Not Guildmaster Sage's illegitimate grandfather. He. Gregor laughed awkwardly before adding, Sorry about what I said earlier. The old man waved it off with a smile. No worries. It's good to joke around sometimes. Thank you, village chief Edmund. Gregor stood up respectfully before sitting back down again. Sage chuckled and said, Anyway, we were just talking about you. Village Chief Edmund has been quite worried about how long it's taking to complete the mission he posted. Yes, the mission. Gregor seemed to snap back to reality, a proud smile creeping onto his lips. Look, I've already completed it. He patted the 2 heavy bags resting on the table, producing a muffled sound. The old man across from him visibly relaxed, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as if a great weight had been lifted from his chest. A smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you're quite fast. You accepted the mission yesterday and you're already done? That's impressive. Edmund stroked his beard thoughtfully. Of course. Before Gregor could finish, Sage interrupted him. Of course. This is the #1 establishment in Greyvale City. The Adventurer Guild. Here we prioritize speed above all else. Our motto is integrity, efficiency, and speed. As you can see, this type of mission is nothing for the guild. Anything can be accomplished as long as you come to us. Sage stood up and dragged his chair back with a screech as he positioned himself proudly in front of them. Village Chief Edmund and Gregor exchanged quick glances at the sight of the skinny guildmaster boasting shamelessly in his baggy pants, as if he might be blown away by a gust of wind. Ahem! Guildmaster, I was saying. Gregor coughed softly but was cut off once again by Sage, causing his lips to twitch in irritation. Anyway, Village Chief Edmund, please take a look and verify that the mission has been completed. Sage shot Gregor a quick glance and gestured toward the 2 sacks on the table. Edmund shook his head slightly before turning to Gregor. Adventurer Gregor, could you please let me confirm it? Oh yes, Gregor replied quickly as he opened one of the sacks. As soon as it was unfastened, an oppressive pressure swept across the table along with an overwhelming stench of blood that made the old man's face pale slightly. Looking into the sack's contents left him shocked. Inside lay a massive black head. Is this the head of the Alpha Phantom Windwolf? The old man stammered while reaching out with trembling fingers to touch it. Yes, village chief, this is indeed the head of the Alpha Phantom Windwolf. The wolves attacked Renford Village under cover of night, always their preferred method for striking. After dispatching its minions, it finally showed itself. Following an intense battle, I managed to kill it with one blow that severed its head, Gregor explained with a grin plastered on his face. Finally, this nightmare is over. The villagers can finally sleep peacefully. The old man muttered, his voice trembling with emotion. Sage and Gregor remained silent as they watched the old man wipe away his tears with the corner of his cloth. A heavy silence enveloped the guild hall. Gregor shook his head slightly, feeling a wave of pity for the old man. After a moment, the old man raised his head and offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for making such a scene. It's all right, old-timer. Anyone in your position would feel the same way, Gregor replied softly, a flicker of pain crossing his green eyes as buried memories resurfaced, but he quickly pushed them aside. Sage, standing off to the side, raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances between Gregor and the old man before shaking his head. Village Chief, you've seen the evidence that our mission is complete. If you have any doubts, feel free to return to your village and confirm with the residents. Should anything seem amiss, don't hesitate to report back to us. We'll investigate further, Sage said, breaking the silence. The old man nodded gratefully. Don't worry, Guildmaster Sage. I trust your Adventurer Guild won't deceive an old man like me, especially since I trust Adventurer Gregor. Good, Sage replied before turning back to Gregor. Hey, green-haired one. I've been meaning to ask. Why do you look so miserable? Gregor was taken aback by Sage's casual address and rolled his eyes but sighed in response. Well, I wouldn't look this miserable if that alpha phantom wind wolf hadn't been so cunning and cowardly. What happened? Both Sage and the old man asked in unison, curiosity lighting up their faces. After realizing it couldn't defeat me and after I dealt it a life-threatening wound, it charged toward the village and unleashed one of its signature abilities, the wind bomb. I had no choice but to take that attack head-on. I managed to dissolve it but ended up with some injuries myself. That's how I was able to kill it. Gregor rubbed his temples with a resigned smile as he recounted his battle with the alpha phantom wind wolf. Wait, that really happened? How's the village? Is anyone hurt? Edmund exclaimed suddenly, shock written all over his face as his beard billowed in disbelief. Sage raised an eyebrow at both Edmund and then at Gregor before smirking knowingly. Gregor returned a smile toward Edmund. Feeling embarrassed by his own reaction, Edmund's cheeks flushed as he turned apologetically toward Gregor. Please forgive me for my outburst. Thank you for saving my village. I'm deeply indebted to you. Gregor chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, old-timer. I understand your responsibilities as the chief of the village. The safety of your people is paramount. Any honorable warrior would do the same as I did. No one should stand by while ordinary folks are in danger. Sage smiled at Gregor, reflecting inwardly, what an admirable warrior. Should I seize this opportunity to promote my business further? Nah, that's not necessary. All right, now that everything's settled, I need to head back and take care of matters in the village, the old man said as he prepared to leave the guild hall. Oh, before you go, village chief, Sage called out. If any trouble arises that you can't handle alone, remember that the Adventurer Guild is here to help. Also, could you connect us with your fellow village chiefs? I'm sure they have their share of challenges needing assistance. Gregor sat nearby, speechless as he rolled his eyes at Sage's shamelessness. The old man chuckled and waved goodbye. Don't worry, Guildmaster Sage. I'll do my best to recommend your services to my friends. Adventurer Gregor, thank you once again. If fate allows it, may we meet again. Take care on your way back and watch over your health, Gregor replied with a wave. Village Chief Edmund slowly exited the guild hall, disappearing into the warm golden sunlight. As soon as the old man was out of sight, Gregor turned back to Sage and asked with a hint of urgency in his voice. So, where's my money? Sage was momentarily speechless as he gazed at Gregor, who looked back with eager anticipation, his hands outstretched and his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shaking his head in disbelief, Sage stood up from his chair and slowly made his way to the receptionist's desk, hands tucked into his pockets. All right, bring out the mission docket, Sage said with a sigh as he settled back into his chair and retrieved a stamp from the drawer. Yes, here it is, Gregor exclaimed, quickly producing the mission docket and handing it over to Sage, hope shining in his eyes. Sage took the docket and stamped it decisively. The bold letters "Mission Completed" appeared prominently on the document. He then returned it to Gregor. Opening another drawer, Sage tossed a small sack containing the reward toward Gregor, who caught it deftly. With trembling hands, he opened the sack to reveal a pile of gleaming gold coins that nearly blinded him. A hint of drool formed at the corner of his mouth as he dreamily stared at the fortune before him. So what do you think? Earning money as an adventurer isn't so hard after all, right? Sage's voice broke through Gregor's reverie. He lifted his gaze to meet Sage's eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Is this real? Of course it's real. What? Did you think this was some sort of scam? Sage rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yeah, Gregor admitted sheepishly. I thought it might be too good to be true. He observed Sage's twitching expression and shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, you can't blame me. Anyone in my position would have had similar thoughts. This whole adventurer thing is new territory. Sage took a deep breath to steady himself before asking, if you thought it was a scam, why did you register as an adventurer in the first place? Gregor smirked while weighing the gold coins in his hand. I figured spending some silver coins to test things out wasn't too bad, though 50 silver coins is quite a bit for me. Plus, That reward was hard to resist. 200 gold coins isn't something you come across every day. He paused for a moment to rub his nose before continuing. As a 3-star expert knight like myself, I'd need to work 3 months just to earn 200 gold coins. But look, I earned that amount in just 1 day by completing a simple mission. Sure, there were some hiccups along the way, but overall it was surprisingly easy. Sage listened intently as Gregor spoke. A smile crept onto his face as he crossed his arms. Well, that's how the Adventurer Guild operates. You can earn substantial amounts quickly if you're determined. And best of all, you don't have to share your earnings with anyone. Yeah, that's the best thing, Gregor muttered under his breath. Sage glanced at the young man with green hair in front of him, thoughts racing through his mind. A gleam flashed in his eyes as a slow smirk spread across his face. Hey, green hair, Sage called out softly. Gregor lifted his head and shot a glare at Sage. My name is Gregor. Gregor Windsoul, not green hair. Sage tapped his fingers on the desk, still smiling. But I think green hair suits you better. Your hair is green, your eyes are green. Heck, I bet even your armpit hair is green. His gaze drifted down to Gregor's crotch. Even down there might be green. So really, green hair fits you perfectly. Plus, it's easier for me to remember you that way. Gregor's lips twitched in irritation. His fists clenched. If he weren't in a good mood, he would have punched that irritating smirk right off Sage's face. You're really shameless, aren't you? Gregor exhaled softly. Shameless? Nah, Sage chuckled. I'm just an honest guildmaster, that's all. Honest my ass. Gregor rubbed his temples in frustration and waved dismissively at Sage. Anyway, what do you want? I want to ask you something. Sage leaned forward with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Seeing this expression made Gregor clutch his sack of gold coins tightly against his chest and respond cautiously. Gigi, go ahead. What do you want to ask? Sage's lips twitched at the sight, but he shook it off and continued. I want to know if you have any warrior friends. Gregor let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh, so that's what you're after? What? Were you expecting something else? Sage raised an eyebrow. Yes, Gregor nodded earnestly. I thought you wanted to borrow money from me. Ahem. Sage nearly choked on his saliva as he glared at Gregor. What do you take me for? Do I look like someone who goes around borrowing money? Yes, you do, Gregor replied without hesitation. Sage fell silent for a moment as he stared at Gregor sitting across from him. His face kept twitching and fingers tapping nervously on the desk. He felt if he didn't calm down soon, he might lose control and lash out at this guy. Taking a deep breath helped him regain some composure as he continued. What I meant to say is that I'd like you to refer your group of warrior friends to the Adventurer Guild. Oh, you want them to come here and register as adventurers? Gregor caught on to what Sage was saying. Yes, Sage nodded, managing a smile. As you can see, the Adventurer Guild hasn't been around for long, and the number of adventurers is pitifully low. I want to increase those numbers, and I think you're the best choice for that. Gregor met Sage's sincere smile with a skeptical look. Why can't you do that yourself? This is the Griffin District, a place full of warriors. Just go out and promote your business. Sage's expression shifted slightly as he coughed awkwardly. Well, things are a bit complicated and I can't do it myself. Anyway, will you help or not? Gregor shook his head firmly. No, I can't do that. Sage froze for a moment before asking incredulously, what do you mean you can't do that? You have plenty of warrior friends. Can't you just convince 1 or 2 of them to register as adventurers? Gregor sighed, rubbed his nose, and looked at Sage with disappointment in his eyes. Guildmaster, how can you be this stupid? What did you just call me? Run that back. Me? Stupid? Who are you calling stupid? Do you want your adventurer license revoked? Sage slammed his hands on the desk and shouted at Gregor, his face turning red. Calm down, Guildmaster. It hasn't gone that far for you to revoke my license. I just became one yesterday, Gregor said with a sheepish grin and raised hands. Sage was still fuming as he glared at the green-haired punk in front of him. "Listen to my explanation," Gregor said as he cleared his throat. "Look, as you've pointed out, the Adventurer Guild hasn't been established for long, and there are hardly any adventurers at all. Plus, there's only been one mission posted so far, no other missions available." He paused for effect, glanced at Sage's expression, then continued with a smirk. "And if I remember correctly, you said I'm the first adventurer in history. So aside from me, there aren't any other adventurers." Sage's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! I didn't expect him to catch on so quickly. Realizing this could be an issue, he looked back at Gregor and asked, "What does that have to do with inviting your friends to register as adventurers?" "Of course it has everything to do with inviting my friends," Gregor replied while rolling his green eyes and shrugging his shoulders. "What do you mean?" Sage asked, looking puzzled. Gregor sighed. "Look, Guildmaster, I'm the only adventurer here right now, and the Adventurer Guild doesn't have much of a reputation yet. Only Village Chief Edmund knows about this place and its various functions. If I bring my friends here to register as adventurers, and let's just say that someone luckily find this place and post a mission." He paused for a moment before continuing. "How can we be sure that problems won't arise? For instance, if the number of adventurers increases to 5, but there's only one mission posted, all 5 will compete for it. After all, the reward would be significant. Everyone will want that mission." "In essence," Gregor explained with a serious expression, "the number of missions is what limits how many adventurers can be registered. The more missions there are, the more adventurers can join without any issues." Sage fell silent as Gregor's words sank in. He had to admit he hadn't considered these points at all. His mind had been solely focused on registering more adventurers. He realized he had grown somewhat complacent and hadn't thought things through properly. He assumed that having the system would ensure everything went smoothly, especially regarding missions, and he believed that because the Adventurer Guild was unique and not widely known, along with the sign he posted at the entrance, people would naturally come in. With Village Chief Edmund and Gregor visiting one after another, Sage thought things were bound to take off. However, he didn't foresee the significant loopholes waiting for him. Gregor was absolutely right. Without enough missions in place, it would be futile to register more adventurers. If there were no missions but many adventurers vying for them, conflicts could easily arise. The number of missions was key to registering new adventurers. Without them, registration couldn't happen at all. It was like saying that missions were the chicken while adventurers were the eggs. The eggs wouldn't exist without chickens. Reflecting on this realization made Sage let out a bitter sigh as he looked at Gregor and smiled. "Looks like I've learned a valuable lesson today. I didn't think this through at all. You're absolutely right. The number of missions determines how many adventurers I can register." Gregor smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's okay. Besides, I'm being selfish too. If I bring my friends here to register as adventurers, I won't be able to monopolize all the missions myself. I'll have to share with them. And considering there aren't many missions available anyway, I don't want this to harm my relationships with them." Sage raised an eyebrow at Gregor's honesty. It was quite rare in their world. As if sensing Sage's thoughts, Gregor chuckled softly. "Although I'm often pragmatic and cynical about things, I'm straightforward with myself. I hate hypocrisy. It's great to have such a personality. It will serve you well in the long run." Sage chuckled softly. "So, do you understand why I said I can't bring my friends here to register as adventurers?" Gregor asked. "Yes, I completely understand." Sage nodded and offered Gregor a warm smile. "But I have a proposition for you." Gregor raised an eyebrow, leaning forward with curiosity. "What's the deal?" Sage grinned. "You mentioned that you can't bring your friends here because there aren't enough missions for all of you to complete, right?" "Yeah," Gregor replied, his confusion growing as he tried to follow Sage's line of thought. "Well, what if I told you that you don't need to worry about not having enough missions?" Sage smirked. "What do you mean?" Gregor asked, increasingly perplexed. Sage traced circles on the desk with his finger. What I'm saying is that I can set aside exclusive missions just for you, missions with considerable rewards, as long as they register as adventurers. You won't have to compete with others for these opportunities. A stunned silence filled the room as realization dawned on Gregor. His eyes widened in shock, then sparkled with excitement as he leaned closer. Are you serious? Of course I'm not lying, but there's a catch, Sage replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Gregor snapped back to reality and cautiously asked, "What's the catch?" Sage waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing too serious. You'll just need to bring at least 100 adventurers here. For every 10 adventurers you bring in, you'll gain access to 3 exclusive missions already set aside for you, with rewards starting at a minimum of 100 gold coins." Hiss! Gregor took a deep breath as shock coursed through him. His body trembled slightly while his breathing quickened. "Are you telling the truth?" he asked in a shaky voice. "Yes, I'm dead serious about this. Every time you bring 10 warriors to register as adventurers, you'll receive exclusive missions with generous rewards," Sage affirmed solemnly. Gregor's face flushed red with excitement. His heart raced in his chest. He had tasted the sweetness of earning over 200 gold coins in just one day from completing a single mission. Now he envisioned even greater possibilities, earning hundreds or even thousands more, all by simply bringing others into the fold without competing against anyone else for missions. As thrilling as this sounded, Gregor took a moment to steady himself. He knew he had to approach this opportunity cautiously. He looked at Sage and asked, "Okay, I get what you're saying, but how are we going to get those missions? There are literally no missions available here." Sage smiled reassuringly. "That's something you don't need to worry about." "System, are you there?" Sage called out mentally. "Host, the system's cold." Mechanical voice echoed in Sage's mind. "You said I can't go out and promote the guild myself, right?" Sage asked internally. "Affirmative, host," the system replied. "But if someone else does it for me, that doesn't violate the rules, does it?" "Affirmative. As long as you do not personally promote the guild, it does not breach any regulations," the system responded with its usual detachment. A broad smile spread across Sage's face at this revelation. The way he looked at Gregor shifted noticeably, causing the green-haired young man to flinch slightly. What kind of schemes is this guy cooking up? Gregor thought to himself as he observed Sage's expression. He felt like the guildmaster was looking at him not as person but as a particularly efficient piece of farm equipment. Sage refocused on the system and asked, "Can you help me create some flyers?" The system fell silent for a moment. Sage raised an eyebrow at its lack of response. Just when he was about to call out again, the system interrupted him. "Host, I am not a flyer-making system. I am designed for guild creation," it stated coldly but with an undertone of exasperation this time. "Yeah, I know that," Sage rolled his eyes. "But you heard what Gregor said, right? Without missions, I can't register adventurers. What's the point of having adventurers if there are no missions? And currently, there aren't any dungeons under our guild to serve as alternatives." He paused briefly before continuing. "That's why I need those flyers, to distribute them throughout the city. This will attract commissioners quickly. As long as we have commissioners, there will be a steady stream of missions. And with an endless supply of missions comes a long line of adventurers eager to register. This strategy will help our guild grow rapidly." The system remained silent for a moment as if contemplating Sage's words. A hush settled between them once again. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Preparing Adventurer Guild flyers. Suggestion accepted. Preparing Adventurer Guild flyers. Open the cabinet behind you to your left. The flyers are in there, the system's cold voice announced. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips upon hearing the notification. He let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to Gregor. Without saying a word, he stood up, walked over to the cabinet, opened it and pulled out a stack of papers. Turning back, he placed them on the table. Gregor glanced at the stack before looking back at Sage, confusion flickering in his eyes. "What's this?" Sage patted the stack with a smile. "This is what's going to get us tons of missions." "Okay, Gregor muttered slowly as he picked up one of the flyers and began to skim through it. Need help? Hire a verified adventurer. The Adventurer Guild of Greyvale City is open for commissions. We handle problems like magical beast threats, escort missions, village defense and urgent assistance, ingredients or rare herbs collection, and many more. Fast response, transparent fees, trained adventurers, verified completion and safety procedures. No haggling, no scams, no unpaid work. Posting a mission is simple. 1. Visit the guild. 2. State your request. 3. Set your reward. 4. Let adventurers handle the rest. Affordable posting fees. Safe gold handling. Guaranteed performance. Location: Griffin District, Eastern Road. Guildmaster: Sage Alistair. Open daily, Morning Star Rise Moonfall. Slogan: Higher strength you can trust. Gregor raised his head and looked at Sage, who wore an odd expression while smiling at him. Are you sure this will work? Sage nodded confidently. Of course it will. Don't underestimate the power of curiosity. So you want me to spread these around the city? Gregor asked with narrowed eyes. Sage leaned back in his chair and nodded. That's basically it. Distribute the flyers throughout the city. Even if only a few people come to commission missions initially, as our guild's reputation grows, more will follow suit. All you have to do is bring in adventurers. Gregor fell silent for a moment as he considered Sage's words before looking back at him with concern. What if other adventurers come here on their own? Will that affect me? No, Sage replied firmly, shaking his head. It won't affect you in the slightest. Your job is simply to bring in adventurers for rewards. Good, Gregor exclaimed with relief as a smile crept onto his face. So how do I go about this? Do I just throw them around or something? He waved one of the flyers in front of Sage. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can distribute them in various places, like crowded areas, or hand them out to people passing by. Just make sure the flyers reach as many folks as possible, Sage said with a shrug. Gregor nodded and took the stack of papers. All right, Guildmaster. Don't worry. I promise I'll complete this mission. Good. With this effort, it won't be long before this place is overflowing with missions and adventurers, Sage replied, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. As Gregor stood up, he hesitated for a moment and pulled out the mission docket. By the way, what should I do with this? You can keep it. Think of it as a memento from your first mission as an adventurer, Sage explained. Okay, Gregor nodded. But what about the beast materials, the beast core, beast essence, and others? Isn't that part of the mission? I thought I have to hand them over to the guild. Sage gave Gregor a puzzled look. What would I do with those things? Wait, you mean the guild doesn't take parts from beasts? Gregor's eyes widened in shock. Exactly. Apart from completing your mission, any spoils you obtain belong entirely to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Sage shrugged again. Gregor was frozen in place, his lips trembling. Yoda, you mean I don't have to hand over my loot? Sage was confused by Gregor's reaction. He couldn't understand why something so straightforward would leave him so stunned. Suddenly, realization struck him like lightning. He remembered what Pax had said at the tavern. He understood now why Gregor was shocked. It stemmed from their experiences in dungeons controlled by noble houses where warriors were required to surrender 90% of their loot. This practice had been ingrained in every warrior's mind for so long that they subconsciously believed they had to hand over whatever they found during missions assigned to them. Seeing Gregor still dazed and struggling to grasp this new reality stirred pity within Sage. Ahem! Sage cleared his throat to snap Gregor out of his trance. Listen up, Sage said firmly while squinting at him. Whenever an adventurer accepts a mission, all you're required to bring back is proof that you've completed it. That's it. He paused for emphasis before continuing seriously. Any other loot or treasure you find during your mission is yours to keep. The guild operates legitimately. We're not like those nobles who have oppressed you for ages. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gregor felt exhilaration wash over him as he looked at Sage. This feels too good to be true. I thought I'd have to hand everything over to the guild. Sage smiled warmly. That's how we operate here. We're not scammers or oppressors like those nobles. We're just running a legitimate business. Ha ha ha. Gregor laughed heartily. I can just imagine how other warriors would react to this news. They'd be itching to register as adventurers. The thought of keeping all their loot is simply irresistible. Sage nodded, pondering for a moment before asking curiously, if you know you have to hand over your loot, like the various monster parts, why not just leave them behind and walk away from the corpses? Gregor shook his head with a bitter smile. You don't get it, Guildmaster. It's not that simple. For warriors like us, the only way to grow stronger is by accumulating resources. Sure, absorbing mana is an option, but that process is agonizingly slow unless you stumble upon a large mana pool, which is about as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. He returned to his chair and continued, the quickest path to strength lies in consuming vast amounts of resources. Unfortunately, most of these are found in dungeons controlled by greedy nobles and powerful figures in this kingdom. As he spoke, his teeth clenched with anger, hatred flashing in his green eyes while killing intent flickered across his face. This unexpected intensity surprised Sage. He hadn't anticipated such deep-seated resentment from Gregor, but he understood. Anyone in Gregor's position would likely harbor similar feelings. Taking a deep breath, Gregor went on. We warriors have no choice but to enter these dungeons for the resources we desperately need to grow stronger. Yet we're forced to surrender 90% of what we find, almost all the valuable loot, leaving us with mere scraps. We can't hide anything or take it out without facing severe penalties that weak warriors like us simply can't handle. He lowered his head with a sigh. Even if we don't want to bring anything out or keep any resources for ourselves, we're bound by the agreements we've signed with them. So whether we like it or not, we have to hand over our loot. Sage listened intently, filled with pity for Gregor. Although he was aware of how the powerful exploited others, he hadn't realized just how deeply entrenched this system was. Essentially, whenever warriors entered a dungeon under someone else's control due to their agreement, they were compelled to relinquish their hard-earned treasures, and dungeons were essentially treasure troves brimming with rare items and resources. For these warriors, it had become second nature, a reflex to hand over whatever they acquired without question. That's exactly what was happening with Gregor now. In his subconscious mind, he felt as though he had entered another dungeon and was obligated to turn over his loot to Sage. Damn, what a messed up world, Sage murmured softly as he shook his head at Gregor. But remember what I said earlier. Here in the guild, you don't have to hand over any loot or treasures you find during your missions. They're all yours. Gregor's eyes misted over as he listened, gratitude shining in his gaze. He grasped Sage's hands, shaking them repeatedly in appreciation. Ha! This guy must have suffered a lot, Sage thought to himself, feeling a wave of pity wash over him. What a bunch of greedy people. How could they treat someone like this? Stepping out from behind the desk, Sage wrapped Gregor in a quick hug before guiding him toward the table, assisting him with the various sacks filled with parts from the Phantom Wind Wolves. They walked together towards the guild entrance in silence, Sage supporting Gregor as they made their way to the door. Guildmaster, don't worry. I'll bring in plenty of customers. I mean adventurers, just you wait, Gregor said earnestly as he looked at Sage. I believe you'll keep your promise. Just go home and rest for now. You can hand out flyers later. You've worked hard, Sage replied, giving Gregor a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Gregor nodded and waved at Sage as he stepped out of the guild hall. His shadow stretched across the ground while sunlight enveloped him before he quickly disappeared into the bustling streets. Sage lingered at the entrance for a moment, shaking his head. What a poor lad, he murmured. Returning to his desk, the pity in his eyes faded away, replaced by a mischievous glint and a proud smile, as if he had accomplished something significant. System, open my status panel and the guild status panel. System, open my status panel and the guild status panel. Ding. Host status panel and guild status panel have been updated. Name, Sage Alistair. Race human. Identity. Guild rookie. Class/path. None selected. Warrior rank, mortal. Talent, trash. Level 1. Experience, 10/100. Core attributes. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 9. Vitality, 10. Sage's eyes scanned his status panel. There were no significant changes, except that his expression points had risen from 0 to 10. Raising an eyebrow, he asked the system, "What are experience points for? Is it to help me level up and get stronger?" His heart raced with excitement at the thought. If that were true, he wouldn't need to worry about his talent being labeled as trash. Leveling up could make him stronger. No host. The cold voice echoed in his mind. His excitement quickly fizzled out. His face twitched slightly as he pressed on. Then what does it mean? Host, experience points are earned to level up your identity rather than directly making you stronger. The system replied coldly. Level up my identity? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Sage realized that the identity section labeled him as a guild rookie, which clarified the system's meaning. But what do I gain from this identity? Do I get any buffs or something? Sage inquired again. I can't reveal specifics, but each time your identity levels up, you will gain certain benefits. The system responded after a brief pause. Sage rolled his eyes in frustration. Why all these vague answers? Can't you just be straightforward? Ugh. I hate this kind of thing. Shaking his head with a light smile, he turned his attention to the Adventurer Guild status panel. Adventurer Guild interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild rank, F and proven. Guild funds, 36 gold coins. Reputation, 0/100 unknown. Active members, 1. Guild territory, none. Guild facilities, none. Guild objectives. Main quest, establish the first guild in the world of Eldoria. He scanned the interface and noted a few updates. There was now 1 active guild member and 36 gold coins in guild funds, though he remembered having 37 before using 1 for breakfast. Sage rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he studied the guild rank section, now marked as F. According to the system's earlier message, I need 100 reputation points, 100 gold coins, and 1 registered member to rank up. His gaze shifted to the active members and guild funds sections, narrowing his eyes in concentration. I've already completed 1 requirement with my active members count, and I currently have 36 gold coins. That means I only need 64 more to fulfill the guild funds requirement. He sighed softly, acknowledging that accumulating reputation points would be a slower process. The gold coins should come easily enough if 3 to 5 people register as adventurers or commission some missions. He mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. A smile crept onto his face. But with Gregor's help, I think it won't be long before those reputation points start rolling in. A wide grin spread across his features. One of Sage's main motivations for wanting flyers was to quickly gather reputation points. With these flyers promoting the guild, something that is new and unique in this world, he believed they would attract attention and spark conversations. The system indicated that it didn't matter whether the guild's reputation was good or bad. As long as it was famous, he could earn reputation points. This aspect thrilled Sage because it meant he didn't have to focus solely on creating a positive image for himself or the guild. Chuckling softly to himself, he muttered under his breath, "Do I need to unleash my excellent PR skills, or maybe even stir up some bad rumors about the guild?" He understood how fame worked all too well, coming from 21st century Earth where people sought validation online. People often went to great lengths for notoriety. After all, what better way is there to gain fame than through rumors? Bad news travels faster than good news. Sage squinted as various ideas raced through his mind. Looks like I'll need to shake things up with my PR abilities. But first, some preparations are in order. I just need one big opportunity. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he thought about letting Gregor do what he does best and allowing his plans to unfold naturally. Before long, this place would be buzzing with activity. Leaning back in his chair and crossing one leg over the other, another thought struck him. What Gregor had mentioned earlier about how warriors had been oppressed and exploited so much that giving away their hard-earned resources had become second nature. He realized this could work in his favor. If adventurers didn't have to hand over their loot or treasures upon completing missions, they would feel immense gratitude towards the guild, almost like divine mercy. And me, I might just become a saint in their eyes. Sage grinned wickedly. After all, he didn't need those loots anyway. Why not leverage the situation so that warriors felt grateful and revered towards the guild? Although he understood that not everyone would express gratitude or reverence for the guild, he shrugged it off. Sure, there might be a few dissenters, but they would be vastly outnumbered by those who did worship the guild. After all, the majority always holds the power of the vote. Sage tapped his knees thoughtfully. Once the guild acquires some dungeons, how will people react when they discover that the loot from these dungeons doesn't need to be surrendered? A wicked grin spread across his face. They'll go absolutely ballistic. That moment will become a defining event for the guild. People will see it as a divine blessing, a force sent to combat the evil dragons represented by the nobles. And I, Sage Alistair, will be hailed as humanity's hero, the last saint to vanquish those malevolent dragons. Ha ha! His laughter echoed in throughout the empty guild hall, a sound of pure, ambitious glee. Cough, cough. He laughed so hard that he choked on his saliva, his face turning slightly red as he patted his chest. Ahem, let's not get ahead of ourselves, he said with a deep breath. Standing up from his chair, he stretched his limbs and made his way to the entrance. By then, the sun was high in the sky, bathing him in warm light and bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Patting his stomach, he muttered under his breath, "Time for lunch." With that thought in mind, he closed the doors of the guild and strolled toward Mama Arya with hands in pockets and a tune on his lips. His steps felt light as if he were floating. "Ha! I never thought handing out flyers could be this exhausting," Gregor said, rubbing the back of his waist and letting out a heavy sigh. He adjusted the 2 sacks slung over his back and continued down the road. "This is entirely my fault. I should have taken my time." Faint beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. He had been so excited about the deal Sage offered him that he hadn't given it much thought when he left the guild, diving straight into distributing the flyers. Now, however, he regretted that decision. He was weighed down by 2 heavy sacks, several smaller pouches tied to his waist, 2 swords strapped at his side, and armor that, though damaged, still added considerable weight. With all this burdening him, he trudged through the city spreading flyers, now feeling as tired as a dog. "Let's take a break here," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "I'll finish up tomorrow. All that's left is to sell these off and turn them into cash." The thought of the substantial amount of money he would make selling magical beast parts eased some of his fatigue. Excitement bubbled within him. Quickening his pace, he navigated through the streets until a faint smell of ash and iron filled his nostrils along with rhythmic banging sounds ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly as he approached a smithy. The building wasn't large. It had 2 floors, and the smells and sounds intensified as he drew closer. Taking a deep breath, Gregor stepped inside. "Hey, old man Hef, are you in there?" Gregor called out upon entering. The lobby was lined with shelves displaying various weapons and pieces of armor gleaming softly in the light. A loud groan echoed from the far end as a door swung open. A wave of heat rushed toward Gregor, followed by an enormous man nearly 7 feet tall with bulging muscles resembling bronze and thick veins snaking across his physique like serpents. He was bald but sported a long beard. Tiny yet spirited eyes peered out from beneath bushy brows. He wore long pants while his upper body remained bare except for a leather apron draped over him. "Oh, it's you, Gregor," Hef said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder as he approached. "What brings you here? Looking to buy another set of swords?" Hef asked slowly. Standing next to Hef made Gregor feel like an ant beside a giant. Clearing his throat, Gregor replied, "That's just one reason I'm here. The main reason is to sell you some high-quality materials." "Oh!" Hef exclaimed calmly but with curiosity in his eyes. He likely assumed it was just some scraps from a dungeon after Gregor had handed over most of his loot. Nothing particularly valuable at all. Seeing Hef's expression, Gregor couldn't help but smile. He removed the 2 heavy sacks from his back and placed them on the massive counter with a loud thud. Without missing a beat, he opened both sacks. Out tumbled a huge wolf head from one sack, while the other revealed dozens of gleaming dark cores, each about the size of a fist, along with skins, fangs, claws, and bones. At first, Hef maintained his composure. But when that enormous wolf head rolled out and his eyes landed on those beast cores and bones, his tiny eyes widened in shock as his mouth fell open. In disbelief, he dazedly looked at Gregor and stammered slightly, "Is that really the head of a third-order phantom wind wolf? And aren't those beast cores from first and second-order beasts? And what about the skin, bones, fangs?" "Calm down there, old Hef." Gregor chuckled as he tried to soothe him. "Yes, all of these are parts of phantom wind wolves that I took down. I'm here to sell them." Taking a deep breath to regain his composure but unable to hide his excitement, Hef looked at Gregor incredulously. "How did you manage all this? Please tell me you didn't hide it from those greedy nobles. You could be in serious trouble if they find out." Gregor kept smiling as he waved off Hef's concerns. "I didn't even explore any dungeons today. I got all this from completing a simple mission." Hef scratched his bald head in confusion. "A simple mission? What kind of mission could possibly yield such incredible rewards?" With a bright smile lighting up his face, Gregor recounted everything that had happened over the past 24 hours. Hef listened intently with an expression of pure shock. "So you're saying you became an adventurer and accepted a mission to take out some wolves bothering a village? And you received more than 200 gold coins for it, plus you get to keep your loot." Hef stared at Gregor in disbelief. "Yeah, that's pretty much it." Gregor nodded proudly. "This is hard to believe," Hef sighed softly. "But don't you think this might be some sort of scam or scheme by those nobles?" Gregor shook his head firmly. "I doubt it very much. The guildmaster doesn't seem like someone who works for those nobles in the city. Besides, have you ever seen any noble do something beneficial for warriors like us? Look at how the guild operates." Hef fell silent for a moment before shaking his head in agreement. You've got a point there. No noble scheme would ever leave a warrior better off. It'd defeat the purpose." "Exactly," Gregor said confidently. "I think it won't be long before this city, and maybe even the entire kingdom, turns upside down because of this adventurer guild thing." Hef mused while stroking his needle-like beard. "You make a good point," Gregor said, nodding in agreement. "But let's set that aside for now. I want to sell all of this. How much can I get?" Excitement sparkled in his eyes at the thought of the money that was about to come his way. Hef nodded and began inspecting the goods, first focusing on the beast cores. "Let's see. You have 11 first-order beast cores. Each one is worth 10 gold coins, which totals 110 gold coins. Then there are 9 second-order beast cores, all low-level. Each of those is worth 40 gold coins, adding up to 360 gold coins. So altogether, that's 470 gold coins from the beast cores." Gregor inhaled sharply, his heart racing with disbelief as his face flushed red. He gripped the edge of the counter to steady himself. "Well, kid, I didn't expect you to get this rich from just one mission." Hef chuckled lightly while patting his bald head. "Looks like there are plenty of perks to being an adventurer." "Why? Wait, I'm not done yet." Gregor quickly regained his composure and pulled out a shining core from one of the pouches tied around his waist. A core nearly twice the size of the others. "What about this one?" Hef snatched the beast core from Gregor's hands and examined it closely, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Is this a third-order common beast core?" "Yes," Gregor confirmed with a nod. "It's from the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf that I killed. How much can I get for it?" Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Hef replied, "This Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf was already mid-level and close to reaching high level. I'll give you 650 gold coins for it. What do you say?" Yes, yes. "I accept," Gregor exclaimed eagerly, his green eyes sparkling with excitement. Without hesitation, he pushed all remaining contents from his sack toward Hef and asked, "How much can I get for these?" They include the skin, bones, claws, and fangs of both the Phantom Windwolves and the Alpha. Hef took the sacks and poured their contents onto the counter before calculating once more. After a moment's pause, he looked at Gregor with a grin that revealed his white teeth. The total comes to 575 gold coins. Silence enveloped them as disbelief washed over Gregor. He could hardly believe he'd earned so much in just one day. Adding up everything, the 237 gold coins from completing his mission plus 1120 from the Beast Cores and another 575. He realized he had amassed exactly 1695 gold coins. Gregor's breathing quickened as he absorbed the surreal situation unfolding around him. It wasn't just the sheer amount of gold that shocked him, though it certainly did. What truly left him reeling was the realization that he had earned all of this in a single day. Just one day. This sum was typically what a 3-star expert knight like himself would accumulate over 6 months or more, enduring countless dangers and risks, only to be heavily exploited by the end of it all. And he hadn't even sold all the parts of the beast yet. He still had the blood essence left, which was second only to beast cores in value among magical beasts. The thought of selling it, especially to alchemists, made his mouth water as he swallowed hard. If he could earn this much from just one mission, he couldn't help but wonder how much more he would make if he tackled higher-rated missions. If this trend continued and he completed similar missions weekly, earning less than 10,000 gold coins seemed entirely possible. The prospect took him aback. "Nah, from now on I'm going full-time. I'm officially a full-time adventurer and I'll take this job seriously." "Kid?" Hef's rumbling voice echoed in his mind, pulling him back from his thoughts. He looked up to see Hef smiling at him warmly. "I think you should seize this opportunity. This adventure thing can change your life." Hef chuckled. "I know that. I'm not stupid," Gregor replied with a grin. "Now with this money, you can finally afford the potion to heal your sister," Hef said as he began putting everything back into sacks. Gregor's eyes lit up at Hef's words, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Yes, I can finally buy the potion for my sister. This is amazing. Really amazing." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gregor turned to Hef and added, "By the way, I want to buy some new equipment. My weapons are completely wrecked after fighting that Alpha Phantom Windwolf, especially my armor, and I want to upgrade everything to match my rank." Hef nodded as he assessed Gregor's battered armor and swords hanging at his waist. "Yeah, you definitely need an upgrade. Your current gear is holding you back. If your equipment matched your rank, you probably would have taken down that Alpha Phantom Windwolf in just 1 or 2 strikes." Gregor agreed eagerly. "Can I see what weapons are available?" "Sure," Hef replied while pointing toward a specific section of the shop. "That area over there has silver-grade weapons. Go ahead and choose whatever catches your eye." Nodding enthusiastically, Gregor hurried over to examine the shelves lined with gleaming weapons flickering with faint magical light. Their presence felt almost palpable. Gregor's gaze was instantly drawn to 2 long, slender swords, each 35 inches in length. Beautiful wind-like runes were intricately carved into their surfaces, interlocking like rings, and the grooves shimmered with a pale silver glow under the light. The hilts were wrapped in gray leather patterned like waves, providing a perfect grip, while the crossguards resembled sleek black wings. His heart raced at the sight of the identical swords before his attention shifted to the sleek armor nearby. Unlike bulky plate armor, this set was lean and sharp, designed for speed. The chest plate was a smooth, form-fitted piece made of silver steel, engraved with subtle wind patterns that caught the forge light like flowing water. The cuisses and greaves layered elegantly along the legs, each plate overlapping precisely to allow full mobility. Slim vambraces and finely jointed gauntlets completed the arms, their polished edges crafted for swift, controlled strikes rather than sheer brute force. The pauldrons were small and curved downward, feather-light and designed not to hinder sword swings, while the sabatons felt so light that Gregor wondered if they were truly made of metal at all. This entire set exuded a quiet confidence. It wasn't meant to intimidate but rather suited a warrior who fought with speed, discipline, and deadly precision. The engravings of wind-like runes flickered across its surface as he admired it. Looking at this exquisite gear, Gregor sensed it was more than just protection. It was an extension of his fighting style. "Hef," he declared confidently. "I've made up my mind. I want these twin swords and this armor." Hef raised his head and approached him. After inspecting Gregor's choices, he nodded approvingly. "Good choice. These are among the finest here. The swords are called Gale Edge, and this armor set is known as the Windforged Argent set. They're perfect for you since you have a wind affinity." "I'll take them. How much do I owe you?" Gregor asked with anticipation. "The Gale Edge is 150 gold coins, and the Windforged Argent set is 350 gold coins." Hef replied with a smile. "That brings your total to 500 gold coins." Gregor's lips twitched at hearing that amount. Nearly half of his hard-earned money would be gone in an instant. "No discount?" He grinned at Hef with mock-pleading eyes. "I already did you a favor by selling them for 500 gold coins. Do you know how much silver-grade weapons cost?" Hef rolled his eyes playfully. Gregor rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. "All right then, just wrap them up for me." Although 500 gold coins was a staggering sum to him currently, enough to last commoners for years. But as he thought of his sister's smile and the Alpha Phantom Wind Wolf Claw, he knew it wasn't an expense. It was an investment in his life and his future earnings. Without wasting any time, Hef took down the weapons from their shelves, wrapped them in a large leather bag, and placed it on the counter before tossing Gregor a pouch jingling with gold coins. Gregor caught the item with both hands, weighing it slightly as a grin spread across his face. "Oh yeah, Hef, if you need something done, just head over to the Adventurer Guild and post a mission there." He pulled out a flyer and handed it to Hef. Hef took the flyer and glanced through it for a moment before nodding. "Got it. Now hurry home. The sun is about to set. You have a sister to cure." Gregor laughed, hoisting the leather bag that held his weapons over his shoulder. As he walked out of the smithy, he waved at Hef. "See you later, Hef." Hef waved back, watching as Gregor faded into the distance. With a simple smile, he shook his head and murmured, "He's finally grown up. What a relief." Time slipped away quietly, much like sand falling through fingers, and before Gregor knew it, the sun was gradually sinking behind the far-off trees. The sky shifted from a soft golden hue to a rich, molten orange, enveloping Greyvale City in a warm, glowing embrace. As Gregor strolled along the cobblestone streets, shadows stretched and grew longer. A sturdy leather sack hung heavily on his back, its weight pulling at his shoulders with each step. Inside were 2 silver greatswords and a complete suit of wind-forged argent armor, valuable assets for his journey. Yet, despite the load, he felt a lightness in his walk, an energizing sensation that made the weight seem less burdensome. As he reflected on the day's events, Gregor replayed every choice, risk taken, and reward earned that had brought him to this point. Greyvale in the evening possessed its own unique atmosphere, distinct from the bustling daytime energy. Lanterns flickered on either side of the main street, illuminating the cobbled path with golden halos that danced against the stone buildings of inns, blacksmiths, taverns, and market stalls. Vendors called out their last appeals for the day, their shouts mingling with laughter, the clinking of dishes, and the rhythmic sound of horses' hooves as carriages rolled by. Children dashed through the streets, playing spontaneous games, weaving between adults with the fearless abandon of youth. Couples meandered under the lantern light, sharing quiet whispers as if the night inspired softer exchanges. Taking it all in, Gregor felt a comforting familiarity wash over him. Greyvale had been his home for many years, sometimes stifling, sometimes reassuring, but never had it felt brimming with possibility. Maybe it was the understanding that his world was finally widening. Perhaps it was the realization that he finally had the resources to alter his life. Or maybe it was the simple fact that one mission had the power to change everything. Whatever the reason, the city appeared more vibrant this evening, its colors richer, its inhabitants more animated, as if Greyvale were celebrating the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Turning onto a narrower street that branched off the main road, His thoughts wandered back to earlier that evening. After leaving Hefe's smithy, he had made his way to old Willem's alchemy shop. The memory brought a soft sigh of both awe and disbelief. Old Willem's shop was a well-established name in Greyvale. Being an alchemist was highly admired, perhaps even more than being a warrior. When Gregor poured out the blood essence of phantom wind wolves from his waterskins onto the counter, he half anticipated Willem to haggle, or even make a low offer. Instead, the old man's eyes widened in surprise before he regained his composure, stroked his beard thoughtfully, and instantly made a generous offer for the entire stock. It was natural. Blood essence from magical beasts was a crucial ingredient for various potions, especially those that enhanced mana circulation or fortified internal energy pathways. The essence harvested from these creatures concentrated their inherent properties. For instance, Wind Wolf essence was especially sought after by alchemists for its link to movement arts and its ability to bolster mana flow within the body. When mixed with other catalysts and herbs, it could be refined into potions that improved agility, stamina, or heightened senses. Alchemists like Willem relied on a continuous supply of these materials to create high-demand potions for knights and mages, making the essence extremely valuable. Gregor sold the blood essence for exactly 1,000 gold coins. The enormity of that sum felt almost surreal to him, 1,000 gold coins earned just from that essence. After completing the sale, he spent a significant portion on potions, beginning with a Tier 3 mana recovery potion, a vital elixir that replenished a warrior's mana reserves during fierce battles or unexpected emergencies. He selected it not for the sake of luxury, but for its practicality. While the Wind Affinity Knights relied heavily on physical speed and skill, having an ample supply of mana at one's disposal could mean the difference between survival and demise when advanced techniques were required. Next on his list was the Tier 3 Mana Veins Expansion Potion, famous for its ability to expand internal mana pathways through controlled stimulation. Although the experience was both painful and exhausting, the rewards were substantial. A smoother mana flow, better absorption, and an increased overall capacity. Every knight committed to their development would eventually need this. Lastly, he considered the Moonwell Elixir. A comforting warmth spread through Gregor's chest at the thought. This elixir was not just another potion. It was a miraculous remedy in a bottle. Made with lunar herbs and purified during 3 full moons, it held formidable restorative powers that could finally heal the chronic illness that had troubled his sister for years. It was the priciest item he'd ever bought, yet it was the first purchase he made without a second thought. Envisioning her smile, or the joy of seeing her smile once more, prompted Gregor to slow down, his footsteps becoming softer and gentler, as if he were treading through a cherished memory. As he moved along the dimly lit path, the numbers began to coalesce in his mind. He calculated each figure carefully, double-checking to ensure he hadn't miscounted. Losing even a single coin in this world could drastically alter his plans for the month. He had earned 1695 gold coins from selling beast cores, bones, fangs, and claws to Hef. After deducting the 500 gold coins spent on the Gale Edge swords and the Windforged Argent set, he was left with 1195 gold coins. Adding the 1,000 gold coins he received from Old Willem for the blood essence brought Gregor's total to 2,195 gold coins. However, his recent potion purchases, especially the Moonwell Elixir, cost him 900 gold coins, leaving him with 1,295 gold coins. It was a respectable amount, more than he had ever anticipated. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret over losing more than half his earnings in just 2 short hours. Gregor let out a quiet, exasperated chuckle, shaking his head as he tightened his grip on his leather sack. The wind tousled his hair as he thought bitterly. Money seems to slip through my fingers faster than I can hold on to it. Yet this time, he felt no regret, no self-blame or bitterness. Instead, a sense of clarity washed over him. He hadn't squandered a single coin that day. Every purchase was a deliberate investment in his strength, his future, and most crucially, in his sister's well-being. Money left sitting idle wouldn't change anything. Converting it into power was what genuinely mattered. As he exhaled deeply, he let the evening breeze lift the tension from his shoulders. His gaze shifted to the side pocket of his pack. where a stack of freshly printed flyers rested. Sage's flyers. A small smile crept onto his lips. Starting tomorrow, Gregor muttered silently to himself, I'll traverse every street in Greyvale and distribute these. Afterwards, I'll drag those idiots in to register as adventurers. His determination echoed along the quiet cobblestone lane as he stepped onto a broader avenue lit by lampposts shaped like crescent moons. People moved past him, their faces aglow in the gentle light. Greyvale buzzed with the energy of the evening. Laughter and chatter spilled from inns, music poured from taverns into the streets, and street vendors ignited their pans with bursts of flame, the crackling blending with the night air. By the time Gregor reached the last stretch toward his home, darkness had fully enveloped the city. 3 moons, a large blue, a smaller violet, and a pale silver one, hung majestically above Greyvale, casting a magical glow over the rooftops. The stone streets gleamed under the celestial lights. Gregor took a moment to stop and look up at the 3 moons shining down on him, their cool yet soothing light embracing him. It had been a long, tiring day, one full of challenges and change. He had given his all in so many ways, from working hard to daydreaming, as if he had packed a week's worth of experiences into just one day. Still, a quiet sense of fulfillment swelled inside him. He shifted the weight of the heavy leather bag on his back, inhaled the crisp night air deeply, and set off on his last journey home. Tonight, he would reunite with his sister, hearts brimming with hope. And tomorrow would mark the beginning of an entirely new adventure, one not just for him, but for all the adventurers yet to come. The golden sun hung high above the clouds, bathing Greyvale City in a warm, golden light. However, its intense heat bore down on the city's less fortunate residents. Greyvale City buzzed with activity as usual, a cacophony of sounds filling every street. Hawkers and merchants shouted for customers, creating an atmosphere thick with busyness. Everyone hustled through their daily routines. Life in Greyvale moved at a relentless pace. Time waited for no one, slow down even slightly, and you risked being left behind. In this city, no one wanted to be overtaken. Everyone worked hard to keep up. Griffin District Adventurer Guild. Inside the Adventurer Guild, it was as quiet as ever. Elegant chairs and tables were sparsely arranged throughout the guild hall, while banners swayed gently in the faint breeze. Golden sunlight streamed through the massive doors, casting a serene glow across the hall. At the receptionist's desk sat Sage, dressed in baggy pants and an oversized long-sleeve shirt. He lounged back in his chair with his legs propped up on the desk, eyes closed and a bag of chips open in hand. Occasionally, he would reach into the bag for another chip, savoring each satisfying crunch. Sage wore a content expression. He exuded a lazy vibe that seemed to envelop him like a warm blanket. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as system notifications chimed pleasantly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received RP+3. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received RP+4. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received RP+2. These notifications had been ringing in his mind for 2 days now. The first time he heard one, he realized Gregor had begun distributing flyers, and it was working. Though the amount of RP he earned was pitifully low, Sage understood that not everyone would immediately show interest in joining the guild. Some might glance at a flyer only to toss it aside without giving it a second thought, much like how people often dismiss flyers back on Earth as scams before forgetting about them entirely. No matter where you are or which reality you inhabit, people's reactions to the unknown tend to be similar. They overlook anything that doesn't seem beneficial to them. Despite most people ignoring the flyers entirely, Sage knew that even if only 10 out of every 100 held on to some curiosity about something unique or unfamiliar, it was enough to keep those notifications coming, even if they were sparse. With a satisfied sigh, Sage tossed another handful of chips into his mouth. This is the kind of life I want, he mused aloud. Just relaxing without having to deal with bothersome work. I wish this could go on forever. As if responding to his wish, an unexpectedly tender voice broke through his thoughts right beside him. Hey, uncle, why are you talking to yourself? What the? Sage nearly toppled from his chair, his heart racing as he turned pale, choking on the chips he had been munching. Cough! Cough! He coughed violently, pressing a hand against his chest while hastily gulping down a cup of water. His face flushed a deep red as he struggled to catch his breath, gripping the edge of the desk for support. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Who wants to kill me? Sage shouted, his voice echoing through the empty guild hall. Whoever you are, don't blame me if I teach you a lesson. His words were abruptly cut off as he froze in shock. Confusion washed over him as he processed what stood before him. Who are you? Sage stammered, staring at the little porcelain doll-like figure in front of him. Across the desk stood a girl who couldn't be more than 10 years old. Her round, chubby face was adorned with rosy cheeks and framed by golden hair tied into twin ponytails. Her large golden eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her small nose twitched adorably. What left Sage speechless was her attire, a battle-made armor that looked incredibly cute on her petite frame. To top it off, she carried a giant scutum-like shield that dwarfed her entire body, making her resemble a turtle. Hey, uncle! Stop staring at me like that! The little girl took a step back, covering her chest with tiny hands and shouting fearlessly at Sage. Her clear and cute voice only added to the absurdity of the situation. Ahem! Sage cleared his throat and snapped back to reality, focusing on this bold little girl glaring at him defiantly. He shook his head in disbelief and replied with disdain. What are you covering up for? I'm not interested in little girls like you, especially not one who looks like a flatboard princess. Bang! The massive shield landed heavily on the floor with such force that it made Sage jump slightly as the ground trembled beneath him. What a heavy shield! This little girl must have some serious strength, he thought inwardly while eyeing her tiny frame. Who are you calling flatboard princess? The girl put one hand on her hip and pointed an accusatory finger at Sage. My elder sister says all men prey on little girls when they look at them like you just did. Sage face-bombed in utter disbelief at her audacity. Look here, flatboard princess. Not only did you barge into my shop and nearly choke me to death, but now you're spouting nonsense? Humph! She huffed proudly, raising her chin defiantly. You must feel guilty. My elder sister is right about you. What the hell? Sage was utterly speechless, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. Not only had this little girl nearly given him a heart attack, but now she was accusing him of something ridiculous. If this were Earth, he'd probably be on his way to jail by now. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Sage waved dismissively at her. All right, kiddo, go back to your mother and drink some milk. The girl's eyes widened as if someone had stepped on her tail. She jumped up and pointed an accusing finger at him. I'm not a little girl. I'm a fully grown young lady. Says who? Sage shot back, glaring at her with a mix of disdain and disbelief. My elder sister said so, she huffed defiantly. Well, then your elder sister must be an idiot, Sage retorted, rubbing his chest as he walked back to the chair behind his desk and sat down. The girl stood there in shock, staring at Sage as if he were some kind of dead meat. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Hey, what's with that look? Hurry up and go home. This place isn't meant for little girls like you, he said while rubbing his nose. The girl snapped back to reality. If my elder sister hears you called her an idiot, you're dead. And who is this all-knowing elder sister of yours? Sage asked in frustration. The little replied in a boastful tone. You'll find out when she breaks down your door. Yeah, whatever. For the last time, get out of here and go back to that sister of yours, Sage replied nonchalantly with a shrug. He was already tired of this little girl. Her face flushed red with indignation as stubbornness set in. She climbed onto a tall chair and crossed her arms defiantly. Isn't that sign at the entrance saying this place is looking for people to complete tasks for money? She asked with puffed-up cheeks. Well, I'm here to do just that. Sage's eyes went wide open. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Why, you want to become an adventurer? At that moment, He couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into loud laughter. His laughter echoed through the empty guild hall as tears streamed down his face from how hard he was laughing. His stomach hurt from it all. The girl's face turned even redder as she raised her tiny fist and slammed it heavily on the desk. Bang! A massive crack appeared on the surface of the desk as it splintered under the force. Sage abruptly stopped laughing, mouth agape in shock. He stared at the splintered wood, the first casualty of his new, peaceful life. What in the actual hell? Sage was taken aback, his mind racing as he looked at the splintered wood and glanced between the little girl and the desk. He was utterly flabbergasted, staring at the tiny figure before him. He couldn't fathom how such a small girl could possess such immense strength. What had she been eating? Dragons? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sage still felt overwhelmed. Initially, he had attributed her strength to the massive shield she carried, but this level of power was beyond anything he had anticipated. Noticing Sage's shocked expression, the girl snorted with pride, crossing her arms and giving him an arrogant look that only accentuated her chubby cheeks. What? Are you surprised? Can your fragile ego not handle it that a little girl like me has so much strength? Are you questioning your entire existence? She taunted with even more bravado. Sage slapped his forehead in disbelief. What an arrogant little girl. He sighed softly and addressed her directly. Listen here, Flatboard Princess. Are you sure you want to become an adventurer? It's quite a dangerous job for someone like you. Bang! The girl slammed her fist on the desk again, causing it to creak ominously under the pressure. Sage raised an eyebrow. Hey there, little ancestor. Please don't do that again. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for any damages. Humph. I don't care, she retorted defiantly. What do you mean I can't be an adventurer? Are you discriminating against me because I'm a girl? My elder sister was right. Men are really scum. Sage's brow twitched as he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. He felt his temper rising with every word she spoke. Look here, little girl. I'm not discriminating against anyone. It's just that this line of work is dangerous. I don't want to be held accountable if something happens to you. I'm not ready for prison over forced child labor. The girl's eyes narrowed in confusion before shifting into stubbornness. I don't care. I want tasks and money just like what the sign said outside this shop. And besides, I'm not weak. I'm really strong. Oh God, why? What did I do to deserve this? Sage leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling with bitterness swelling in his chest. This little girl was proving to be one of the most challenging individuals he'd ever encountered, second only to his pig-headed manager back on Earth. Turning back to face her, he sighed deeply and said, All right then. If that's what you want, I'll register you. But first things first, how strong are you? The girl's eyes lit up with excitement at his question as she eagerly replied, I'm a 2-star adept knight. With my precious shield, I can hold my own against a 3-star expert knight for several minutes. Holy shit! Sage nearly toppled over in his chair when he heard what the little girl said. Now he was completely freaked out. What kind of little monster is this girl? His suspicion that she might be a dragon had risen significantly. After all, how could a 10-year-old girl possess such strength? System, is what she's saying the truth? Sage calmed himself and asked the system inwardly. Affirmative, host. She is telling you the truth. The system replied in its usual tone. Sage clenched his teeth. How can she be this strong? Is it because she's talented? Correct, host. She is talented, unlike you who has a trash talent that even chickens can beat. Her talent is leagues above yours. The system's mechanical voice held a hint of mockery and sarcasm this time. Sage's lips twitched at the system's comment. He clenched his fists and scowled but took a deep breath and looked at the little girl, who wore a proud grin. What? Are you shocked by my strength? I can't blame someone as ignorant as you, she said, waving her tiny hand like an adult. Sage's eyes flickered as various thoughts raced through his mind. He realized that this girl might indeed have quite the background, but he remained cautious, Years of reading novels and watching anime had taught him to be wary. The first rule: if you encounter a little girl with such insane talent and strength, she likely comes from a prominent family or has a reclusive expert for a grandparent, and maybe even have overpowered siblings or senior disciples. But judging by how much she talked about her elder sister, it seemed she had an overpowered sibling as well. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sage couldn't help but smile creepily at the girl. "All right, young lady, if you want to become an adventurer, you'll need to fill out some documents." He spoke softly while forcing on what he hoped was a professional smile. Her expression shifted slightly. Caution appeared on her face as she regarded him warily. "Wait, why are you suddenly being nice? Are you planning something bad? Elder sister warned me that when a man smiles at you, it means he's up to no good." Sage's sweet smile froze on his face. Awkwardness washed over him as he felt his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Regaining his composure, he coughed and tried again with that same sweet smile. "Young lady, why do you say that? I've been nice to you since you entered this building." The little girl shook her head firmly. "Nope, you're lying. Ever since I walked in here, you've either called me little girl or flatboard princess. So why are you suddenly calling me young lady with that sweet smile?" "Well," Sage stammered. He was genuinely speechless for once. "Damn, this girl is really smart and cautious. That's a good sign," he thought to himself as he stole a glance at her. "Back then, I didn't realize you truly wanted to be an adventurer. I just saw a lost child. But since you aspire to join the Adventurer Guild, you deserve my respect," Sage explained, his sweet smile unwavering. "Oh," the little girl tapped her red lips with a finger, her big eyes darting around before she turned back to Sage and nodded. "Okay, I understand. I want to become, an adventurer," Sage finished for her with a grin. "Yes, an adventurer," she exclaimed eagerly. "But what exactly is this adventurer thing? I thought the sign said we could accept tasks here and earn money." "You're right," Sage nodded, leaning slightly forward. The damaged desk creaked under his weight. "However, in order to accept tasks and earn money, you need to officially become an adventurer." Sage patiently explained what it meant to be an adventurer and outlined the various benefits that came with it. The girl's posture straightened as she listened intently, her eyes sparkling with fascination, especially when Sage mentioned money. "So if I become an adventurer, I can take on missions based on my rank and earn lots of money when I complete them?" She leaned forward eagerly, excitement lighting up her cute face. "Exactly," Sage replied with a smile. "In fact, one of our adventurers recently earned over 200 gold coins just by defeating some phantom wind wolves." He grinned at her as he continued, "What do you think? Pretty cool, right?" The little girl bobbed her head enthusiastically like a hen pecking at rice. Yes, that's really cool. I want it. I want to become an adventurer." Sage's smile widened even more at her enthusiasm. Without saying another word, he turned around and opened the cabinet containing the adventurer ledgers. He retrieved a brand new ledger along with an iron rank badge and an adventurer ID before turning back to face the girl. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the items laid out on the table. Without wasting any time, Sage opened the ledger and asked, "Okay, I'm going to take your information." "Okay," she nodded eagerly. "Name?" "Mina Oakshield." Sage raised an eyebrow upon hearing her name. His gaze flickered toward the giant shield leaning against the chair where she sat as he muttered something under his breath. "Race? Human. What's your warrior rank?" "2-star Adept Knight," she replied with a huge grin. Sage nodded while jotting everything down and continued recording additional details. Afterward, he took the adventurer ID and wrote down some words on it. "All right," Sage said as he handed both the ID and badge over to her. The little girl eagerly accepted both items with outstretched hands, her excitement evident as she flipped through them. "Here are your adventurer ID and badge," Sage explained, his expression serious. "The adventurer ID represents your identity as an adventurer, while the badge indicates your current rank. Just a warning. Whatever you do, Don't lose either of them. Okay, I understand, the girl replied, nodding earnestly. Great. Now the registration fee is 50 silver coins. Please pay up, Sage said, extending his hand expectantly. There's a registration fee? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, did I forget to mention that? Yes, there's a fee of 50 silver coins. He shrugged innocently. As a powerful warrior and a young lady like yourself, surely you can afford such a small amount. Humph, who said I wouldn't pay? 50 silver coins is just pocket change for me. With that declaration, she reached into her battle-made armor and pulled out a small pouch. She extracted 1 gold coin and tossed it casually at Sage. You can keep the change. Sage's lips twitched as he thought to himself, such arrogance. Nevertheless, he promptly placed the gold coin in his drawer. You're really shameless, the little girl remarked, taken aback by his demeanor. Shameless? Nah, I'm just an honest person, Sage replied with a nonchalant shrug. Rolling her eyes at him, she asked eagerly, so when can I get a mission? Well, before he could finish his sentence, an elderly voice interrupted from the entrance. Is anyone in here? Is anyone in here? Sage and Mina turned toward the entrance, where a man stepped into the guild hall. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, sporting a square, handsome face, a well-trimmed mustache, and neat black hair with flecks of gray. He wore an elegant green robe cinched with a gold belt around his waist, complemented by long black pants adorned with intricate designs and polished brown leather boots that clicked softly against the marble floor. The man carried himself with an air of sophistication, standing tall and exuding a calm, intellectual presence. Sage raised an eyebrow at the sight of him. Surprise flickered in his eyes before he quickly donned a professional smile. He stepped out from behind the desk and approached the newcomer with a respectful bow. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the Adventurer Guild. Please have a seat, Sage offered warmly. Oh, good morning, the man replied, taken aback for a moment but nodding calmly as he followed Sage to sit beside Mina. Mina dangled her legs from her chair, looking up at the man beside her with wide golden eyes filled with curiosity. She waved her tiny hands and smiled sweetly. Hi there, I'm Mina. The man was momentarily surprised by Mina's enthusiasm but responded kindly. Hello there, young lady. Mina's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned back to Sage and exclaimed, See? He called me young lady. Unlike those who think I'm just a child. Sage shook his head slightly and muttered under his breath. You are still a child. He then resumed his focus on the man. How may I address you, sir? And what can I assist you with today? Sage asked while clasping his hands on the worn desk. The man's gaze briefly flickered to the cracked surface before he cleared his throat. My name is Cashin Thomas. Yesterday I received information indicating that I could come here to commission missions for assistance. Is that true? Hehehe. Looks like our flyers are finally yielding results. Sage thought inwardly, pleased by how quickly things were progressing. In this dangerous world where people faced problems beyond ordinary solutions daily, he believed it wouldn't be long before many sought help through their guild. Yes, indeed, Sir Cashin, Sage confirmed enthusiastically. This is certainly the right place for posting missions. We can get them completed promptly. Cashin visibly relaxed upon hearing Sage's assurance and smiled warmly at him. Well then, Mr. Sage, you can call me Guildmaster Sage, he replied amicably. Cashin nodded appreciatively before continuing. Guildmaster Sage, I am an alchemist currently attempting to create a potion but lacking 3 crucial ingredients. I've searched extensively within Greyvale City without success. With a frustrated sigh escaping his lips, Cashin continued tapping on the desk. I've sent people to look for the ingredients in other places, but I've been told it will take half a month before I can receive them. Sage's eyes widened at the revelation that Cashin was an alchemist. He was genuinely shocked. Alchemy was one of the most respected professions in the world, and he hadn't expected such a distinguished individual to come here to post a mission. Why am I receiving so many shocks today? Sage thought inwardly. First, It was this flatboard princess nearly giving me a heart attack, and now a highly respected alchemist is here. That's why I rushed here when I saw the parchment stating that I could post a mission, Cashin explained. Sage snapped back to reality, contemplating for a moment before looking at Cashin with confusion. Sir Cashin, no offense intended, but why do you think these ingredients can be found if you post the mission here? You mentioned you've searched everywhere without success. What makes you believe they can be located now? He paused again and then asked, or do you have some specific information about these ingredients? Cashin's eyes gleamed with appreciation as he nodded. Well, Guildmaster Sage, I do have some information that could assist in locating these ingredients. Please continue, Sage said, gesturing for him to go on. Cashin uncrossed his arms and took a deep breath before speaking. The 3 ingredients I need are all silver grade and essential for the potion I'm trying to refine. He raised 3 fingers to list them out. First is the Moondew pear, a fruit with a bluish glow shaped like a drop. Its flesh contains condensed mana essence, perfect for stabilizing volatile mixtures. He lifted his second finger. Second is the Windwhisper apricot, pale green and shaped like a small lantern. When shaken, its inner core emits a faint humming sound that enhances any mana circulation potion. Finally, he raised his third finger. And third is the Silverlace bloom, a delicate herb with thin silver petals that grows in clusters. It balances the other 2 ingredients and prevents toxicity in the potion. Sage leaned back slightly, impressed by Cashin's knowledge. Even Mina, who had been swinging her legs under her chair, perked up with curiosity. I've done extensive research, Cashin continued. I found out that these ingredients can be found in Greyvale Forest, just 7 kilometers north of the city. Sage nodded slowly as he absorbed this information. Is there anything else we should know? Cashin tapped the desk thoughtfully. Yes, these ingredients are typically guarded by magical beasts, but thankfully, they're not too dangerous. The area is still within Greyvale City's territory, so the beasts you'll encounter range from first-order low-level to second-order common beasts. Mina blinked and tilted her head. So, no big monsters? She asked. Cashin smiled faintly. No, young miss. Nothing too large. Just ordinary beasts that can still be troublesome without the right strength. Sage clasped his hands together. I understand. Are there any other environmental hazards we should be aware of? What about weather conditions? Just the beasts, Cashin replied. The ingredients grow freely. You just need someone strong enough to gather them. He then pulled out a folded paper, unfolded it carefully, and slid it across the table toward Sage. This might help you identify them. Sage took the paper and glanced through it before looking back at Cashin with a smile and a nod. That makes things easier, he said calmly. Don't worry, Sir Cashin. This mission is definitely achievable. I just need to jot down some information. He stood up, turned around, and opened a cabinet filled with neatly stacked mission dockets. After selecting one, he returned to the desk and dipped his quill into ink. Mina leaned over curiously to catch a glimpse of the parchment as he wrote. Sage began filling in each field aloud as he worked. Mission title: Retrieval of silver-grade ingredients. Mission type: Retrieval. Commissioner: Cashin Thomas. He paused and looked up at Cashin. Sir Cashin, what is the amount of reward you offering for the completion of the mission? Cashin folded his hands on the desk thoughtfully. I'm offering 150 gold coins for all 3 ingredients if they are fresh and intact. 150 gold coins? Mina echoed incredulously, her eyes widening like 2 golden lanterns, as if she had just witnessed a dragon made entirely of coins being born. Sage ignored her sparkling enthusiasm and turned inwardly to consult the system. System: what's the difficulty rating for this mission? Ding. Mission difficulty rating 1 star. Threat level minimal. Ingredient region guarded by low-tier beasts. Retrieval mission type is low risk. Sage nodded slightly before addressing Cashin again with politeness. Sir Cashin, he said carefully, before finalizing this mission, I must inform you that there's a posting fee required. Since it's rated only 1 star in difficulty, that fee is 10 gold coins. Cashin blinked once but nodded with surprising calmness. That seems reasonable. I can pay that immediately. Mina muttered under her breath. I wish I could charge people 10 gold coins just for talking to me. Sage paid no attention to her and focused on the final lines he was writing on the parchment. He then lifted the completed mission docket for Cashin to review. Mission docket. Mission title, Retrieval of Silver-Grade Ingredients. Mission type, Ingredient Retrieval. Mission commissioner, Cashin Thomas, licensed alchemist of Greyvale City. Threat description. The ingredients are located within Greyvale City territory, specifically in Greyvale Forest. This area is home to first-order low-level beasts and second-order common beasts. No high-threat entities have been detected. Location of mission. Greyvale Forest, 7 kilometers north of Greyvale City. Recommended rank, Iron rank, Copper rank adventurers. Difficulty rating, 1 star. Estimated warrior rank, 1-star warrior up to 3-star warrior. Reward amount, 150 gold coins. Mission duration, 3 to 5 days. Additional notes/conditions. Ingredients must be retrieved fresh and undamaged. Targets. Moondew pear, Wind Whisper apricot, Silver lace bloom. Standard verification required upon return. Status. Pending adventurer assignment. Sage placed the parchment neatly on the table, allowing the ink to settle. Everything is ready, Sir Cashin, he said with a confident smile. Once an adventurer accepts the mission, we'll process it right away. Cashin looked genuinely relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Thank you, Guildmaster Sage, he replied warmly. You can't imagine how urgent this is. I truly appreciate your assistance. As he spoke, he reached into his robe and pulled out a small pouch and handed it to Sage. Sage opened it and counted. There were exactly 160 gold coins. 150 for the reward and an additional 10 for the posting fee. Mina puffed out her cheeks proudly. Of course. Leave it to us. Sage shot her a sideways glance. Us? Since when do you complete missions? Since I became an adventurer, Mina declared defiantly. Sage fought back a sigh and looked at Cashin and said, Sir Cashin, please. It will take about 3 to 5 days for your mission to complete it. Okay. I will come back here in 3 days' time to see the progress. Cashin chuckled softly as he stood up and gave a slight bow. I'll await your results. Please let me know if anything changes. Of course, Sage replied with assurance. I'll take it. I accept this mission right now. As soon as Cashin stepped out of the guild hall, Mina sprang from her chair, stretching her little hands toward Sage, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement. Sage was momentarily speechless at her enthusiasm. A grin crept onto his face as he shook his head in amusement. However, a mischievous idea popped into his mind. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious expression and said, Listen, I can't just hand you the mission like that. There are steps and procedures to follow before you can officially accept it. What procedures? Mina asked, calming down slightly but still curious. With a twinkle of mischief in his eyes, Sage pointed toward the mission board. See that over there? Mina turned to look at the board and then back at him with confusion. Yeah, I see it. That big board is called the mission board. It's where all missions are posted. Adventurers go there to tear off a mission and bring it here to officially accept it, Sage explained, a sly grin briefly flashing across his lips. Mina blinked in surprise for a moment before rolling her eyes at him. Can't you just give it to me here? It's the same thing, I'll have to accept it anyway. Sage shook his head firmly. No can do. It's against the rules of the Adventurer Guild. I have to follow protocol. If I don't post it there, another adventurer could snatch it up. He sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment. All that money, over 100 gold coins, is about to slip away. What a shame. Mina's chubby cheeks twitched as she put her hands on her hips and replied casually, Fine. Do whatever you want then. What a stupid rule. Sage looked down at her with an even broader grin forming on his face before strolling toward the mission board with Mina trailing behind him. When he reached the board, he could hardly contain himself as he slowly pasted the docket at the very top while shaking with suppressed laughter. Putting on an expression of seriousness with great effort, he walked back to the receptionist's desk without glancing at Mina, trying hard not to burst into laughter. Mina stood frozen in shock. Her wide golden eyes were filled with disbelief as she processed what had just happened. Her mouth hung open so wide that an egg could fit inside. She was overwhelmed by confusion and anger all at once. "You did this on purpose. How can you be so shameless? How can someone like you be so petty?" Mina finally snapped out of her daze and pointed angrily at Sage. Her face flushed red with indignation. "I don't know what you're talking about," Sage replied innocently. "You know what you did. Such shamelessness. Elder sister was right. Men are scum." Mina roared at Sage, her petite frame trembling with rage. Her little fist was clenched so tightly that the veins in her hand stood out. Sage swallowed hard as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. "What strength?" he thought, but feigned ignorance about what Mina was upset about. "Fine, you think I can't reach it? Humph." After a moment of composure, she snorted disdainfully at Sage. Without another word, she marched over to one of the chairs, lifted it effortlessly with one hand, and placed it beneath the board. Climbing onto the chair, she stretched out her arm to grab the mission docket. Determination shone in her innocent eyes as she tiptoed on the chair. Finally, her fingers brushed against the corner of the mission docket. Elation lit up her face as she carefully peeled it away from the board. Sage looked at the little girl, and for a fleeting moment, Sage's smirk softened into something genuine. The sheer stubborn will in her tiny frame was impressive. His face changed back into its usual lazy expression. What a determined little girl. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that echoed through the empty guild hall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Sage looked up just in time to see Mina landing heavily on the floor, nearly making his heart leap out of his chest. When he saw no damage had been done to the floor, he let out a sigh of relief but glared at Mina as she swaggered toward him arrogantly. "Do you want to bring my entire guild down?" Sage nearly shouted. "Humph, you're lucky there's no damage," Mina retorted before slamming the mission docket onto the desk with such force that cracks spread wider across its surface and pieces of wood flew everywhere. Sage's lips twitched at the sight of the desk's condition. "Hey, you have to compensate for that damage. The total is 30 gold coins. Pay up." He extended his hand with a serious expression. Mina said nothing but reached into her pouch and tossed 30 gold coins at him. "Now can I go complete my mission?" Rubbing his head, Sage took out a stamp and pressed it onto the mission docket. The bold words "Mission Accepted" appeared as he handed it back to her. "You have 3 to 5 days to complete this mission," he advised while stroking his chin thoughtfully. "You can take your time preparing before heading out." "I'll go right now. I don't need any preparation for those weak beasts," Mina replied confidently, brimming with arrogance. Sage's lips twitched again, but he chose not to press further. With her strength, this mission would likely be easy for her. He even believed she might finish before sunset if she found those ingredients quickly enough. Sage let out a sigh as he handed her the folded paper that Cashin had given him earlier. "Here, this paper has illustrations and brief information of the 3 ingredients. With it, you should be able to find them quickly." Mina accepted the paper, glanced through it briefly, and tucked it into her battle-made armor. "All right, petty uncle. I'm off to complete my mission. I'll be back before you know it." Mina waved at Sage, strapped her giant shield onto her back once more, and headed toward the entrance. "Be careful on your way," Sage called after her, his voice laced with concern. "And don't talk to strangers, especially in the Greyvale Forest. If you encounter a strong opponent, just run." Yeah, I know. Stop nagging like my older sister," Mina replied playfully as she exited the guild hall and disappeared into the sunlight. Sage shook his head with a bittersweet smile at her words. Who am I to warn her? She's strong enough to take care of herself. He gazed at the entrance and muttered softly under his breath, I hope everything will be fine. Ding. A new mission has been issued. The sun was already climbing high in the sky. The streets of Greyvale City buzzed with energy. People hurried about their business. On the wide sidewalk, Mina bounced along with her giant shield bouncing on her back. Her twin ponytails danced in the wind as she made her way toward the northern gate of the city. Her eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation while sunlight enveloped her petite frame as she weaved through the bustling crowd. Greyvale Forest. I'm coming. Greyvale Forest stretched quietly beyond the northern outskirts of Greyvale City, a vast emerald canopy swaying gently in the midday breeze. Though often regarded as one of the region's lesser forests, it still covered several kilometers, with its outer ring alive with wildlife and herbs that supported countless alchemists, hunters, and novice warriors. Despite being just 7 kilometers from the city walls, the forest was not seen as a threat, at least not to those wielding swords or possessing even a hint of mana. Most creatures inhabiting these woods were relatively tame compared to the magical beasts in the Evergreen Mountain Range. The strongest beasts here rarely exceeded second-order common beasts, which only added to the forest's appeal. For the residents of Greyvale City, this place served as a natural training ground. To 1-star and 2-star warriors, it was their classroom. Even bored nobles ventured here to test their strength, earn some coin, or gather herbs. To the city guard, it was merely an area to patrol. And for a certain flat-chested little girl charging down the dirt road like a spark of golden lightning, the forest represented one thing: today's playground. Mina bounded along the path, her enormous shield bouncing on her back with every step. Sunlight filtered through her twin ponytails as they swayed like golden pendulums. She hummed happily while weaving between carts, pedestrians, and market stalls as she approached the northern gate. The guards at the checkpoint greeted her with smiles of recognition. They had seen her many times before, sometimes accompanied by her older sister and other times on her own, often getting scolded for sneaking off. But everyone in Greyvale City who possessed even a modicum of strength knew one undeniable truth. Mina may look like a child, but she was definitely not someone to underestimate or offend, especially when it came to her elder sister. After passing through the gate, Mina sprinted down the dirt road toward the forest. The trees grew denser as she ran. Warm scents of wood, earth, and herbs filled the air. When she finally reached the entrance of the forest, she paused at its edge for a moment to take in the tranquil scene before her. Towering oaks and silverbark elms rose overhead, their leaves shimmering like tiny green mirrors reflecting sunlight. Shafts of golden light filtered through branches above them, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor below. Birds chirped from hidden branches while insects hummed softly around her. Faint rustling echoed through underbrush nearby. Far off in distance came a snap of twigs, a sign either of a training warrior or perhaps a wandering boar. Mina inhaled deeply with satisfaction written across her face. Nice weather, perfect for beating up some beasts, she declared proudly while smacking her fist against her shield. Mina reached into her armor and pulled out the folded paper Sage had given her. The parchment opened with a soft crackle. While Cashin's handwriting wasn't particularly elegant, the illustrations were surprisingly good. A moondew pear glowing softly in blue, a windwhisper apricot resembling a lantern-like fruit, and the final sketch of a silver-lace bloom. Fruits first.
Mina chirped excitedly.
The notes say that moondew pears grow near water, while windwhisper apricots prefer windy cliffs or slopes. This should be easy. She tucked the parchment away and strode confidently into the forest. Mina moved through Greyvale Forest with an infectious enthusiasm. While others tread cautiously, she practically glided among the trees, her steps light and rhythmic. Every rustle piqued her interest. Every call from a creature made her eyes sparkle. Barely 5 minutes in, she faced her first obstacle. A rust-brown creature scuttling out from behind a rock, a first-order low-level barkhide mole. It squeaked aggressively, baring its tiny fangs. Mina stared at it. The mole squeaked again. With determination, Mina raised her fist. In an instant, the mole turned tail and fled into the nearby bush with a pitiful cry. "Humph! I thought so," She huffed as she continued on her way. After navigating shallow streams and gentle hills, she eventually arrived at a small clearing. A narrow brook meandered across the ground, its crystalline waters shimmering with pale blue light, the unmistakable glow of Manifed Springs. Her eyes widened in delight. At the water's edge grew clusters of soft blue fruits hanging low on their branches, glistening like morning dew droplets. Moondew pears. Circassian's notes were spot on. She broke into a sprint toward the tree but skidded to a halt as something roughly cow-sized lumbered into view. A crimson-tail boar stood before her, its tusks stained with dried mud and fur gleaming like polished rusted metal. A faint red glow pulsed from its thick tail, crackling with mana energy. Its beady black eyes fixed on Mina with territorial hostility. Mina glanced between the fruit and the boar several times before pouting slightly. "Oh, you're guarding my mission target." The boar snorted violently, kicking up clumps of soil as steam billowed from its nostrils. Its tail glowed brighter by the second. Even the ground trembled beneath its hooves. Sighing dramatically, Mina said, "Fine, let's get this over with." Petty Uncle Sage did say I should hurry. With a guttural bellow that echoed through the clearing, the boar charged at her. The moment the boar's hoofs struck the ground, a shockwave rippled behind it. The crimson-tail boar charged forward with surprising speed, its tusks glinting menacingly as it barreled straight toward the petite girl. Mina didn't flinch. Instead, she dropped her weight, braced her feet, and rested her hand on the hilt of the giant shield strapped to her back. The boar thundered closer, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5. Then Mina moved. With a faint thud, the ground cracked beneath where she had stood. She shot forward in a burst of speed, shield still secured behind her, fist clenched and pulled back. Her small frame became a blur. The boar barely had time to register her movement. Boom! Her fist connected squarely with its face. A shockwave reverberated through the clearing as the boar's skull compressed inward. Its massive body lifted off the ground and spiraled sideways, crashing through a bush before skidding across the earth. Mina landed lightly, golden ponytails bouncing as she wiggled her fingers. "Ow, that hurt a bit," she muttered with a frown while shaking out her hand. "You've got thick bones for an ugly pig." The boar groaned and struggled to rise. Its snout was fractured and dripping blood. It wasn't dead, but it was furious. With a maddened roar, it thrust itself upright and charged again, tail blazing crimson. Sparks crackled around its hooves as rage amplified its strength threefold, boosting its strength to the lower end of second order. It became a blur of fury. Mina regarded it with an expression that hovered between boredom and mild annoyance. That technique again. She crouched low, shield still untouched. As the boar lunged forward, she jumped, using her small size to slip under its tusks, and planted her feet against its chest. Her palms struck the ground. Then she vaulted upward, flipping gracefully as she brought her fist down like a hammer onto the beast's exposed spine. Crack! The forest echoed with the sound. The boar let out a strangled cry before collapsing onto the ground, legs twitching uncontrollably. Mina rolled once on the grass and stood up, dusting off her clothes. "Humph! Don't guard fruits if you can't even take one punch. Petty Uncle Sage could beat you up with his eyes closed." If Sage were here, he would have rolled his eyes at that remark. He couldn't even handle chickens, let alone face off against a first-order low-level beast like this crimson-tail boar. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't around. Mina approached the twitching boar, gently poked its cheek, and confirmed it was unconscious. With a swift motion, she drew her dagger, cracked open its skull, and extracted the beast core. Turning her gaze toward the moondew pear tree, a grin spread across her face. "These pears better be worth it," she muttered. She carefully plucked several glowing fruits, placing them into the cloth pouch tied at her waist. The sweet aroma wafted up to her nose, making her stomach rumble with anticipation. Maybe one won't hurt. The mission did say I should bring 10 moondew pears. After a brief internal debate, she snatched one from the tree and took a tiny bite. Her cheeks puffed out with delight. "So sweet. I'm definitely taking a few extra." With the pears secured in her pouch, Mina ventured deeper into the forest. According to legend, Windwhisper apricots thrived in breezy areas, often on steep slopes or rocky ledges where mana currents danced most freely. It didn't take long for Mina to find such a spot. Half an hour later, she stood beneath a rocky ridge as wind swept across the stones with a soft hum. High above on a jagged outcrop hung pale green fruits that glowed faintly in the breeze. There they are, Mina exclaimed with excitement. Windwhisper apricots. She climbed swiftly, hopping from stone to stone with nimble grace. Just as she reached the ledge and grabbed one fruit, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She sensed eyes watching her. She froze and turned slowly. Another crimson-tail boar stood on a nearby slope. His tail flicked menacingly. Mina sighed in exasperation. Really? Again? The boar charged at her. Mina braced herself, exhaled deeply, then punched the air with determination. Her fist didn't connect with the boar. Instead, it struck the wind itself. A compressed blast surged forward, slamming into the beast's forehead with a resounding crack. The boar's feet lifted off the ground as it flipped backward and tumbled down the rocky slope with a pained squeal. Dusting off her fist, Mina remarked dryly, "Annoying pork chop." She pulled out her dagger again to split open its head and retrieve another core for her growing collection. After plucking the remaining apricots from their perch on high branches, she placed them gently beside the pears in her pouch. That's 2 down. 1 more left. Determination ignited in her golden eyes as she gazed deeper into the woods ahead of her. Petty Uncle Sage better praise me after this, she thought resolutely. I'm risking my tiny life here. With her shield bouncing behind her rhythmically, Mina marched boldly toward whatever challenge awaited next. The forest grew quieter as Mina ventured deeper, the lively chirping of birds fading into a distant murmur. Here, the trees towered higher, their trunks thickening and roots snaking across the forest floor like ancient veins pulsing with faint mana. A faint, cool mist hung in the air, swirling among the undergrowth, a clear sign she had crossed into territory beyond where ordinary warriors trained. The heart of Greyvale Forest wasn't deadly, but it was certainly less forgiving than its outskirts. Mina didn't mind, her golden ponytails bobbed gently with each step, and the pouch tied to her waist jingled softly with the moondew pears and windwhisper apricots she had just gathered. She walked with the confidence of someone who had never doubted her own strength. Her shield clinked lightly against her back. So the last one is the Silverlace Bloom, she muttered, pulling out the parchment again. The herb's illustration shimmered faintly, its delicate silver petals arranged like threads woven into a star. It says it grows in shaded moist areas with high mana concentration. She lifted her gaze, scanning the misty terrain. That means I should go deeper. Easy. Tucking away the parchment, she skipped down the sloping path. After several minutes of walking, the forest thickened dramatically. The mist grew denser around her ankles, and a crisp chill filled the air. Mina shivered slightly but pressed on, her tiny boots creating soft thuds against the damp earth. A faint glimmer caught her eye. Ahead lay a cluster of rocks forming a natural alcove. From its center glowed a faint silver sheen. Mina's eyes widened with excitement. There it is. The Silverlace Bloom emerged from a crack in the stone, its petals shimmering like threads of moonlight that swayed gently despite the stillness around it. She approached to reach out, but froze as a low growl rumbled through the ground beneath her feet. The mist rippled and the leaves trembled. Just then, a monstrous serpent surged from behind the rocks, coiling protectively around the Silverlace Bloom. Its body was as thick as a grown man's torso and twice as long as Sage's entire guild hall was wide. Dense scales covered it, each one about Mina's palm size, glowing faintly with green mana. Its yellow eyes locked onto hers, unblinking and predatory. A second-order common beast, verdant ironscale serpent. The moment their eyes met, Mina stiffened. A chill crept up her spine. The beast opened its jaws wide to reveal fangs longer than Mina's forearm, dripping with faint green venom that sizzled upon hitting the ground. Mina let out a low whistle. Oh wow! You're actually strong. Finally, the serpent lunged at her. Mina's shield was off her back in an instant. The serpent struck like lightning, its jaws snapping shut where Mina had just been standing. But she had already leaped backward, her shield raised and shimmering in the soft forest light. The impact of the serpent's jaws crashing against her shield produced a metallic clang that echoed through the trees. The vibration jolted up her arms, but Mina grinned through clenched teeth. Now this is fun. With a swift push, she shoved the serpent's head aside and dashed to the side, her boots pounding against the damp earth. The creature recoiled, its long body thrashing against the rocks with enough force to split them apart. The beast's tail whipped around like a giant iron whip. Mina ducked just in time, but the sweeping tail clipped the top of her shield, sending a shockwave down her spine and throwing her backward across the forest floor. She rolled several meters before planting her shield into the ground and skidding to a halt. Spitting out a leaf that had lodged in her mouth, she muttered, Okay, maybe you're not too weak." The serpent reeled back, its scales bristling with verdant energy. The air around it shimmered before tightening into an emerald aura. Mina felt her heartbeat quicken. She recognized this, a beast preparing to unleash a technique. Here it comes. The serpent's chest swelled as mana surged through its body. It opened its jaws wide, forming a swirling mass of green light at the back of its throat. "Poison breath," Mina murmured. "A strong one too." Then it unleashed it. A massive cloud of corrosive mist blasted toward her, instantly melting leaves and bark in its path. Mina slammed her shield into the ground. Level 2 Night Skill Bastion Stance. Mana surged through her small frame and flowed into her shield. A translucent barrier expanded outward from its surface like a protective dome. The poisonous mist collided with Mina's barrier, sizzling violently as acidic hissing filled the air. She dug her heels into the earth, pushing against the overwhelming force. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but she kept her eyes sharp. "Is that all you've got?" As suddenly as it began, the poisonous wave ended. Steam rose from the ground around her as grass dissolved into dark patches of slime. Panting slightly but holding firm, Mina watched as her barrier flickered and dissipated into thin air. "That was close," she admitted with a sigh before cracking her knuckles. "My turn." The serpent recoiled from its failed attack and coiled its body for another strike. Mina observed it closely. Seriousness replaced her usual pettiness and stubborn pride for this moment. Level 2 Night Skill Shield Dash. Mina felt her mana surge, coursing down her arm and into her legs with explosive speed. She shot forward like a cannonball. Her boots cracked the ground behind her as she charged straight at the beast. The serpent flicked its tail in an attempt to intercept her, but Mina twisted mid-dash, sliding low beneath the whip-like strike. The motion was fluid, almost dance-like. She stomped her foot and launched upward. Her shield collided with the serpent's head in a thunderous crash. Boom! The impact sent the massive creature reeling backward, its head smashing through a tree trunk and snapping it clean in half. Stunned, the serpent wobbled on its coils. Mina landed gracefully, gripping her shield with a confident grin. "You're tough," she said, "but I'm tougher." Shaking off the blow, rage ignited in the serpent's eyes as it lunged again. Its body twisted while its tail whipped around in a spiraling motion, its signature killing technique. Mina planted her shield firmly into the ground again, catching the tail's strike with another resounding clang. The force made her boots sink slightly into the soil, but she held steady. Her eyes gleamed with determination. "Got you." She seized the serpent's tail with both hands. For just a moment, the creature froze, almost bewildered by her audacity. Then Mina pulled with all her might, defying expectations of her size. This little battle lifted the thrashing 2-ton serpent clear off the ground. With sheer strength and skill, she swung it around. The serpent became a blur as Mina spun in place, using its own weight to build momentum. She slammed it against the ground again and again and again. Each impact sent tremors through the forest floor, splitting trees apart and shattering rocks while flocks of birds took flight in panic. Leaves rained down from above like golden-green confetti. Stop wiggling. With one final swing. Boom! She smashed the serpent straight into a boulder, reducing it to rubble. The creature shuddered once before falling still. Mina huffed as she wiped sweat from her brow. Stupid snake. Petty Uncle Sage better praise me for this. Pushing aside its lifeless head, she knelt near its center and made a small incision with practiced ease. Reaching inside, she pulled out a glowing green core about the size of a child's fist, the beast core gleaming brightly in her hand. She stared at it for a few moments before shrugging and wiping it clean on her armor. Without a second thought, she proceeded to extract all the serpent's valuable remains. Its glistening scales, menacing fangs, and the precious venom sacs. After that, she strode past the chaos and made her way to the alcove. The silver lace bloom shimmered softly, untouched by the violence just a few meters away. With delicate care, she cupped the flower in her hands, plucking it with a gentleness that starkly contrasted with the destruction she had left behind. Her golden eyes softened as she examined it. "So pretty?" she murmured. She tucked it carefully into her pouch, securing it between layers of cloth. "That makes 3. Mina's smile widened, radiating triumph and joy. She glanced back at the forest, the shattered trees, the crushed earth, and the massive serpent corpse lying twisted like an abandoned rope. Puffing out her chest proudly, she thought to herself, "Heh, Petty Uncle Sage will be so impressed." With her shield resting on her back and her pouch brimming with ingredients, Mina turned toward the forest exit. Her tiny footsteps echoed softly among the ruins she left behind, while mist curled gently around her like a curtain. "Mission complete," she whispered happily. "Time to go home." 2 hours ago, Griffin District, Adventurer Guild. Ding! A new mission has been issued. The system's cold notification echoed in Sage's mind. Snapping back to reality, bitterness flickered in his eyes at the sound of the system's announcement. Rubbing his nose, Sage sighed. "System, can't you let me rest for a few more days before throwing another mission my way? I've been running around trying to make this guild grow. My back hurts, and I think I might have arthritis. Host, the guild currently has only 2 adventurers. Let me remind you that ever since it was established, you have exactly been idle when it comes to helping it grow." The system replied coolly. "Well then, whose fault is that? You told me not to promote it myself, and now you're blaming me for our lack of members." Sage rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. This time, the system fell silent as if acknowledging the validity of his point. "Humph, I thought so," Sage snorted. He leaned back in his chair and waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, show me the guild status panel." Instantly, a translucent screen displaying the Adventurer Guild status panel appeared before him. Adventurer Guild Interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild Rank, F and Proven. Guild Funds, 53 gold coins, 50 silver coins. Reputation, 60/100 unknown. Active members, 2. Guild territory, none. Guild facilities, none. Guild objectives. Main quest, establish the first guild in the world of Eldoria. Side quest 1. Register 10 adventurers 0 out of 10. Duration 3 days. Side quest 2. Post 10 missions 0/10. Duration 3 days. Punishment for failure, castration. Sage scanned the panel and raised an eyebrow as a smirk crept across his face. There had been some changes. The reputation points had risen from 0 to 60, and he now needed just 40 more points to complete this objective. Another change was that there were now 2 adventurers. Looking at this progress made him smile. What a milestone! I've gone from 0 to 2 adventurers. I've really put in the effort. Host, these 2 adventurers found this place on their own rather than vice versa. The system's mocking tone echoed in his mind. "Shut it," Sage retorted as he continued examining the panel. "I now have 53 gold coins and 50 silver coins." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Let's say I need another 47 gold coins to reach my target amount, not counting the silver coins. Even if I do count them, I still need 50 silver coins to exchange for 1 gold coin. With that thought, a smile crept onto his face. Finally, it won't be long before I can upgrade the guild to E rank. I wonder what will happen once I do. He couldn't shake off the excitement bubbling inside him. The prospect of upgrading the guild filled him with anticipation about what new opportunities or rewards might come his way. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he turned his attention to the missions he had received. Let's see. The first mission says I need to register 10 adventurers. He leaned forward slightly. That seems pretty easy, especially with that green-haired guy's help. And mission 2 requires me to have 10 missions posted. He tapped his fingers on the table and continued. That should also be manageable as long as those flyers are done properly by Mr. Greenhair. It looks like he's somehow involved in both of these missions. What a lucky charm I've got. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Wait a minute. What's this? A time limit? Sage's gaze locked onto the 3-day deadline, and he was taken aback. System, when did you start adding time limits to missions? You've changed. To prevent the host from being lazy and unproductive, the system has activated the time limit function. From now on, all missions will have deadlines. Failure to complete them will result in severe punishment. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Sage's eyes widened in shock at the system's explanation. After a moment of processing this information, he erupted in anger. System, what do you mean I'm lazy? Weren't you the one who forbade me from promoting the guild myself? How am I supposed to complete certain missions if I can't spread the word about adventuring? Not my problem, the system replied curtly before falling silent. Sage felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat. All words vanished from his mind, leaving him utterly speechless and flabbergasted. Damn, what a lousy system. He finally regained some composure and spat out angrily. Scowling at the last section of information, he paled upon reading about the punishment for failure. What? You want to turn me into an eunuch if I fail both missions? How cruel can you be? A cold chill ran down Sage's spine as sweat began to bead on his forehead. He clamped his legs together as tremors coursed through him. Host, this is merely a form of encouragement for you to work hard on completing your missions. The system replied, its tone laced with what could almost be mistaken for dry amusement. Encouragement, my foot, Sage retorted bitterly. What kind of encouragement is this? What kind of system wants to castrate its host just for failing a mission? The kind of system that didn't want to be stuck with a host who's utterly incompetent and trash. The system shot back mockingly. Sage felt as though an invisible arrow had pierced his heart when he heard the system's comment. His confidence took a serious hit, and he clutched his chest with a dramatic expression. Damn, this system is so ruthless with its remarks. Doesn't it know how to communicate? How can it mock me so blatantly? I'll get my revenge someday. Just you wait. Taking a deep breath, Sage composed himself and focused on the mission at hand, his mind racing with various thoughts. He had only 3 days to complete 2 missions. The first one, registering 10 adventurers, seemed manageable, especially if Gregor could rally 10 of his friends. Sage was confident that Gregor had more than enough friends, considering his personality. Although cynical and often foul-mouthed, Gregor's strength and charisma likely drew people to him. In the dungeon ecosystem, warriors typically ventured in groups, so Sage believed Gregor would have no trouble finding companions. Moreover, their deal meant that every time Gregor brought in 10 people to register, he would receive 3 exclusive missions. That was a strong incentive for him to work even harder to recruit more adventurers. So, the first mission didn't worry Sage too much. What truly concerned him was the second mission, posting 10 missions. His brow furrowed at the thought of this daunting task. Completing the second mission is going to be tricky. 3 days is way too short for any buzz from flyers to take hold. Although flyers were already circulating in certain parts of the city, it would take time for them to generate interest. They merely aimed to create awareness about the Adventurer Guild. It wasn't enough to draw people in immediately. After all, trust issues ran deep among the people regarding such a unique and unfamiliar establishment. Just thinking about all this gave him a slight headache. If he failed to complete the missions on time, he faced dire consequences. He certainly didn't want to think about being castrated. Even though he hadn't slept with any woman yet, that didn't mean he wanted to die a virgin. This is going to be really tough. 3 days isn't enough, he murmured as he clasped his hands under his chin and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Unless an incredible opportunity arises. Something that brings a flood of clients all at once. Wait a minute. A thought struck him like lightning. Excitement surged through him as he abruptly stood up from his chair, causing it to screech against the floor. Opportunity. I already have that opportunity. Ha ha. Sage's eyes sparkled with joy and bubbling excitement as he erupted into a hearty laughter that reverberated through the empty guild hall. After 3 minutes of unrestrained mirth, he finally settled down in his chair, the earlier worry that had clouded his mind now replaced by a deep sigh of relief and a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to help me so much. He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within them. I can't let this opportunity slip away. It's simply too valuable to waste. If I play my cards right, not only can I attract numerous clients for commission missions, but I can also draw in more warriors to register as adventurers. Most importantly, the reputation of the Adventurer Guild will soar. A broad grin spread across his face, nearly splitting it in two. This is like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With this, the progress of building up the guild will skyrocket. Well, Sir Cassian Thomas, it seems you are more than just an alchemist. You are the greatest PR tool to ever exist. Ha ha ha. Sage couldn't help but burst into laughter again. His golden opportunity was none other than alchemist Sir Cassian Thomas. Sage planned to leverage Cassian's identity as an alchemist to attract countless people to the guild. And also to make this plan work even, all I'll need is for Cassian to mention, casually, to a few fellow alchemists or wealthy clients where he got such swift service. Word of mouth from someone of his stature would be wildfire. In this world, there are 3 highly respected occupations: alchemists, blacksmiths, and runesmiths. These roles form the backbone of warrior society and hold greater importance than even mages. Without these professions, warriors would struggle significantly in their development. Alchemists craft potions using rare and exotic herbs and fruits for various purposes beneficial to both warriors and ordinary people alike. For example, a mana healing potion can heal a warrior's wounds or cure ordinary individuals from deadly diseases instantly. For warriors who constantly risk their lives in battle and often sustain injuries, ranging from minor cuts to life-threatening wounds, having access to a mana healing potion can be life-saving at critical moments. Additionally, there are countless types of potions designed specifically for enhancing a warrior's capabilities in myriad ways. Blacksmiths also play an essential role but hold slightly less status than alchemists while still receiving significant respect. They forge powerful weapons imbued with devastating abilities that allow warriors to maximize their strength in combat. In fact, during battles between 2 warriors, the one wielding superior weapons or equipment is likely to emerge victorious unless unforeseen circumstances arise. A well-crafted weapon can save a warrior's life or amplify their attack power significantly. High-ranking blacksmiths can even create weapons with healing properties akin to those of mana healing potions or forge apocalyptic weapons capable of annihilating thousands. For kingdoms, empires, and various organizations, having a large number of skilled blacksmiths, especially those of high rank, is akin to possessing a team of nuclear scientists capable of creating nuclear arms. Blacksmiths are particularly valued by warlike nations. Runesmiths hold a status comparable to that of alchemists. They possess similar abilities and can be just as destructive as blacksmiths. Runesmiths have the unique skill to inscribe runes, creating rune formations and talismans for both defense and attack. For example, a runesmith can craft a mana-gathering array or formation. When activated, this formation gathers surrounding mana, making it denser for warriors to absorb, thereby enhancing their strength. There are also protective formations designed to safeguard specific locations. Many powerful nobles employ these formations around their residences. If an intruder attempts to breach the area, the formations activate or alert them. Runesmiths can inscribe runes on clothing, weapons, or even buildings. These professions are crucial for major forces or organizations. Having individuals in these roles significantly boosts overall strength. As a result, practitioners of these three occupations are respected wherever they go. Even warriors, especially mages that rare and command more respect than knights, do not receive the same level of reverence as those engaged in these crafts. However, if a warrior happens to be both a mage and an alchemist or runesmith, the respect and admiration they garner will be unparalleled. Sage sees Cashin as his golden opportunity for mission success because he is an alchemist. Just imagine if word spread that Cashin Thomas, the renowned alchemist, came to post a mission and completed it swiftly. The excitement would undoubtedly ripple throughout the city. Sage's eyes sparkled with fervor at this thought. With some carefully chosen words and a touch of exaggeration featuring Cashin prominently, he could create quite the buzz across the city. But Sage faced an obstacle. The no self-promotion rule imposed by the system is hindering my plans, he muttered in frustration. The system had strictly forbidden him from promoting the guild. He couldn't even mention it unless someone came directly to post or register. Outside those circumstances, discussing anything about the guild was off-limits. Can't you just let me spread the word? The signboard at our entrance barely attracts attention. And those flyers we sent out? No results so far. Sage thought desperately toward the system. Negative host. Rules cannot be changed. The system's cold response left him feeling defeated. Sage sighed bitterly. He knew convincing the system was futile but felt compelled to try anyway. What an absurd rule. I really hate restrictions like this. He grumbled under his breath before falling silent again. He felt torn, as if he were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Right in front of him was an opportunity to quickly complete his mission and propel the guild forward, yet he found himself unable to act because he couldn't go out and seize it. What a headache. Sage dropped his face onto the desk in frustration. I was excited for nothing. I have food right here, but I can't even eat it. What kind of torture is this? He lifted his head, resting his chin on the desk as he stared blankly ahead. The only way out of this is to wait for that green-haired guy to come back. But who knows when that will be? If only I had someone else to handle this for me. Wait, what about that flatboard princess? Maybe she could help. Sage's eyes lit up at the thought of Mina. But then he recalled her overwhelming strength and shook his head with a wry smile. Nah. Her idea of spreading the word would involve challenging the city's biggest gossip to a duel. Frustration bubbled within him as he pondered his options. If only I could find someone good at gossip who knows the city like the back of their hand. Someone mature. Someone who can twist words and exaggerate them just right. Someone. Just then, a familiar voice floated into his ears, making his eyes widen in excitement. Hello, kid. Nice to meet you again. Hey there, kid. Good to see you again. Sage stiffened for a moment, lifting his head and narrowing his eyes as he scanned the entrance. His mind raced in surprise. He recognized that voice instantly, but needed a moment to confirm that his ears hadn't betrayed him. When his gaze finally landed on the familiar figure by the doorway, his breath caught for half a heartbeat. Pax, the very first person Sage had spoken to upon arriving in this world. The man who had sat with him in that dimly lit tavern, explaining the intricacies of dungeons and countless other things Sage had been clueless about. Pax had casually shrugged off the world's dangers with a weary laugh. When Sage first saw him, he looked like someone who had lived 3 lifetimes within one body. Now, Pax stood there again, hands loosely tucked behind his back, wearing that same familiar expression of tiredness. His clothes were worn, his hair unkempt, and heavy bags hung under his eyes. He looked genuinely exhausted. For an extended moment, Sage simply stared. Then emotion flooded across his face like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Pax? Is that really you? Sage blurted out as he jumped up from his seat, almost knocking over the chair in the process. Pax chuckled softly as he stepped inside the guild hall with an easy gait. Yes, it's me. Don't act like you've seen a ghost. I'm not that old. It hasn't been long since we last talked. Let me think. It was just over 8 days ago at the tavern. Sage smiled and rushed over to greet him. They exchanged an awkward yet warm embrace, a mix of half handshake and half shoulder pat, both unsure if they should hug or not. Pax laughed at Sage's flustered excitement, and Sage couldn't help but smile back. Seeing a familiar face from the very first day of his new life felt strangely grounding. After all, Pax was the first person he encountered after transmigrating into this world. "Ha! I didn't expect to run into you again so soon," Sage admitted as he released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "You look just like before, still walking around like the world owes you money." "And you?" Pax smirked while tapping Sage's shoulder lightly in mock judgment. "Look a little too comfortable behind that desk. I didn't know you owned this place. Quite an upgrade from that clueless kid in the tavern." Sage rubbed his neck sheepishly but felt proud nonetheless. "Yeah, a lot has happened since we last spoke." "I can see that," Pax replied calmly as his gaze wandered around the guild hall, taking in everything from the mission board to the splintered desk and flickering torches overhead. "So you're running some sort of task center, huh?" He glanced at Sage again, his sharp brown eyes studying him intently. "This is the place mentioned on that sign outside, right? Take a task, complete it, earn money. Something like that. I was just passing by, short on coin as usual, and thought I'd check it out. But now I see you're the owner." Pax chuckled softly. "Small world." Sage nodded and gestured for Pax to take a seat. "Yeah, this is the Adventurer Guild. Different from anything else in the kingdom. You can post missions or take them on to earn gold. The idea is to help everyone, warriors, ordinary folks, merchants, once we get everything fully operational." Pax listened attentively, leaning back in his chair with one arm draped over the backrest. "It's quite an ambitious idea," he remarked appreciatively. "A place where people can earn money by taking jobs, where tasks are regulated and posted publicly. Kid, this is a brilliant concept. I'm surprised no one thought of it before. You might actually change Greyvale City or the kingdom with this." Sage smiled wryly. "That's the plan." "But," Pax raised an eyebrow slowly, "you mentioned something earlier about only warriors being able to become part of this adventurer thing?" Sage hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah. To take missions, you have to be a warrior, at least a 1-star beginner knight or mage. Without that qualification, it's too risky." In an instant, Pax's expression deflated. His shoulders slumped. His smirk faded as he looked away with a quiet sigh. "Ah, I see. So it's not for someone like me then." Sage studied him carefully. Pax wasn't weak, just ordinary, a man trying to get by in life. Sage recalled how Pax had mentioned working for a noble house before losing that job and spending years doing odd jobs while battling debt and navigating life with nothing but stubbornness and a weary smile. Someone like him didn't belong on a battlefield. They didn't even have the chance to belong. And yet, something clicked in Sage's mind like a puzzle piece falling into place perfectly as he observed Pax more closely. "This man. This is exactly who I need." A small smile crept onto Sage's face as he realized how fortunate it was that the universe seemed to align just when he needed it most. Pax was precisely what Sage required right now. Someone who knew Greyvale City intimately, someone who walked its streets daily and interacted with everyone, from merchants to guards, tavern owners to beggars. He could spread rumors and information effortlessly. Gathering gossip seemed second nature to him. Sage's eyes sharpened subtly as his heart raced with determination. Pax might just be the perfect marketing manager for the Adventurer Guild. The golden opportunity Pax had been searching for finally stood before him. Unbeknownst to him, Sage recognized it immediately. This man was a whisper network, a living rumor mill, and a walking advertising machine. All Sage needed to do was give him a gentle push in the right direction, and news of Cassian Thomas the alchemist posting a mission here would spread across the city like wildfire. Sage's lips curled into a slow smile as he leaned forward. "Pax." But just as he was about to speak, bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the guild hall doors, rattling the wooden frame and shaking dust from the rafters. Sage nearly leaped from his seat, while Pax flinched so hard he almost fell out of his chair. And just then, "Petty Uncle Sage." I've completed the mission. A small figure burst into the guild hall like a meteor streaking across the sky, twin ponytails bouncing wildly, tiny boots pounding against the floor with an energy that felt like an earthquake contained within a child's body. Her oversized shield clanged loudly with each step, attached to which was a makeshift bag stuffed full of various beast parts.
Mina.
Her cheeks flushed with pride and her golden eyes sparkled with triumph as she marched forward like a pint-sized warrior returning from battle. Sage looked on in surprise. The little ancestor is back. Pax blinked in disbelief and leaned closer to whisper, his eyes darting to the giant shield to the bulging bag. Kid. Who is that? Is that really a child? Why does she look like she just fought a war? Sage stared at Mina with equal parts awe, disbelief, and dread. He sighed deeply. That, he muttered darkly, is Trouble wearing pigtails. Mina planted one hand on her hip and raised her mission sheet triumphantly with the other. She smirked confidently, her entire face radiating an air of arrogance. I told you, petty uncle. I finished it already. For a moment, the guild hall stood frozen in an almost comical tableau. Pax sat rigidly in his chair, mouth agape in sheer disbelief, resembling a man who had just watched a runaway horse gallop through his living room. Their gazes, one filled with shock and the other with helplessness, shifted toward the tiny storm of chaotic energy standing proudly at the entrance. Mina's giant shield clanged against the floor with every step she took, her grin wide and hands on her hips, chin raised as if she had conquered an entire continent single-handedly. Before they could process her entrance, the little battle maid marched forward with all the authority of a seasoned general returning from war. She dragged her makeshift sack behind her and let it drop onto the desk with a loud thud that made the wooden floor shiver. Petty Uncle Sage. Look, I completed the mission in no time, she announced, excitement radiating from her small frame. Her chest puffed out proudly as she untied the pouch strapped to her waist and placed it gently, very gently, by her standards on Sage's desk. Everything is here. All 3 ingredients. Sage blinked in utter astonishment. He had expected her to succeed. For Mina, it was never a question of if but when. However, he certainly hadn't anticipated that when would be less than 2 hours after she left. Mentally preparing for a long wait until nightfall or even tomorrow morning, since Greyvale Forest was just 7 kilometers north of the city. Although the distance was not that far, but considering Mina's playful nature, he thought it might take quite a lot of time for her to complete the mission. Add in searching for 3 silver-grade ingredients and battling magical beasts guarding them. Yes, Sage had confidently assumed he'd have plenty of time to spare before her return. But Mina? This little whirlwind treated the entire expedition like a casual morning stroll. Shaking off his daze, he stared at her incredulously. Flatboard Princess. You did well, Sage said slowly. His eyes flicked between the pouch and her bright, expectant face. You completed your mission in record time. Of course, Mina replied with an assertive tilt of her chin. It was super easy. Sage ignored the jab that pricked at him each time she boasted about how simple it was for her compared to what he expected from others. He extended his hand toward her expectantly. Give me the mission docket. Mina unrolled the parchment from her belt and slapped it onto the desk, as if sealing a hard-fought victory. Sage took a deep breath, retrieved a large wooden stamp from the drawer, pressed it into the ink pad, and slammed it down onto the docket. A loud thump resonated in the hall as bold letters blazed crimson across the parchment. Mission completed. He handed it back to her, opened the drawer once more, and pulled out Cashin's pouch of reward coins. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed it across the desk. Mina caught it triumphantly, her eyes sparkling like twin suns. But just as her joy threatened to erupt into celebration, Sage rested his chin on his palm and shrugged with feigned indifference. By the way, 5% was deducted from your reward. Mina's smile froze instantly, her expression twisted into one of pure betrayal. Shameless, she muttered, rolling her eyes so dramatically that Sage half expected them to spin right out of her skull. She opened the pouch anyway, counting the coins at lightning speed. Once she confirmed the amount, she snatched up her makeshift bag from the floor and loosened it just enough to reveal its contents. This is all that's left of the beasts I killed in the forest," she declared proudly. "I collected their fangs, claws, everything. What do I do with them?" Sage just shook his head and asked, "Why are you giving these to me?" Mina blinked innocently at him. "Because, isn't that how things work? Doesn't the guild take everything? Isn't this like payment?" Sage stared at her for a long moment while Pax looked on too. An awkward silence enveloped them. "Adventurers," Sage began slowly while rubbing his forehead, "keep everything they earn from missions, everything. The guild only takes what's part of your mission reward. Those beast parts belong to you. You killed them, you keep them." Mina froze in place. Pax mirrored her stance, leaning slightly forward with ears perked in curiosity. Shock washed over their faces simultaneously, like two villagers hearing about magic for the first time. As Mina's jaw dropped and Pax's eyes widened. That's allowed," Mina whispered incredulously. "Yes," Sage replied with an amused smile creeping onto his face. "Everything you collect during missions is yours. Beast parts, monster cores, rare items, keep them or sell them. Do whatever you want." Mina stared at him as if experiencing a religious awakening before joy exploded across her face. "Really? Seriously? I can sell them for extra money? That means I'll earn more from every mission? This is amazing." Sage rolled his eyes so hard he nearly saw the back of his skull. "All you think about is money," he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Pax sat there in shock, gripping the edge of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He swallowed hard as he tried to wrap his mind around everything: missions, gold, monster parts, extra earnings. But when he thought of his state, a bitter regret washed over him as he faced the unchangeable truth. He was not a warrior. He could never become an adventurer. Sage noticed the disappointment etched in Pax's eyes, the way his lips pressed together and his shoulders slumped. He had witnessed hope spark in Pax when Mina walked in with her bag full of treasures, only to see it extinguished as reality set back in. Just then, Mina's cheerful voice broke the silence again. "Petty Uncle Sage, who is that?" she asked, pointing at Pax with her tiny thumb. Sage sighed and gestured toward Pax. "That's my friend." "Oh." Mina leaned in closer until she was just inches away from Pax's face. Startled and stiffened by her sudden proximity, Pax blinked rapidly. Mina cupped her hand near her mouth and whispered loudly enough for Sage to hear every word. "You need to watch out for Petty Uncle Sage. He's really shameless and doesn't know how to treat a lady." Sage's face twitched.
Oi!
Mina giggled and skipped back before he could grab her by the collar. "That's enough mischief for one day. You've finished your mission. It's time to go home. It's getting late," Sage said, waving her off while trying not to pull his hair out from frustration. Mina stuck out her tongue at him playfully as she grabbed her bag of monster parts and hoisted her oversized shield onto her back. "I'm going. I can't wait to show everything to my big sister. She is going to be so jealous I got to smash a big snake first." With joy radiating from her face, she dashed toward the entrance and disappeared through the doors, leaving behind a trail of laughter like a gentle breeze. The guild hall finally fell silent. Sage let out a long sigh, half relieved and half exhausted, and turned his attention back to Pax. The older man still stared at the door through which Mina had just exited, an intricate mix of admiration, envy, disbelief, and helplessness swirling across his features. After studying him for a moment longer, Sage tapped lightly on the cracked desk. The sound echoed softly through the hall. "Well, Pax," he said gently while leaning back in his chair with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Now that things have settled down, I have a proposition for you." Sage leaned forward, his voice calm yet enigmatic. "Now, Pax, I have a proposition for you." Pax blinked in confusion, his brows furrowing as he straightened in his chair. "A proposition?" he echoed, scratching the side of his head. "What kind of deal are you talking about?" His tone was cautious yet intrigued, the demeanor of someone who had heard too many outlandish claims from drunken merchants and opportunistic gamblers, and who expected this to be just another odd twist in his day. Taking a slow breath to collect his thoughts, Sage knew he had to tread carefully. If he was too vague, Pax would lose interest. If he was too direct, the system's restrictions might trip him up again. He steepled his fingers and said, "You understand what the Adventurer Guild is, right? A place where people can post missions and get them completed." Pax nodded quickly. "Yes, of course. That part isn't hard to understand." He leaned forward slightly but remained puzzled. "But what about it?" Sage's golden eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he asked almost casually, "Then tell me, do you know who Cassian Thomas is?" At the mention of that name, Pax's entire demeanor shifted. His back straightened. His eyes widened and eyebrows shot up nearly to his hairline. "Cassian Thomas?" He repeated slowly as if Sage had just named a royal figure. "You mean the Cassian Thomas? Adept rank alchemist? One of only 3 adept alchemists in this entire region? That Cassian Thomas." Sage nodded with amusement at how electrifying the name could be for a grown man. Pax let out a low whistle, shaking his head in disbelief. "Of course I know him. Anyone with any influence in Greyvale City knows him. The nobles respect him. Merchants fawn over him. Even powerful warriors tread carefully around him. An adept rank alchemist doesn't just stroll through the streets. His time is worth more than gold." He paused for a moment to gauge Sage's expression before a realization struck him like lightning. Leaning in closer, he asked urgently, "Wait, why are you bringing him up? What does Cassian Thomas have to do with your deal?" Sage listened quietly as a soft smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He relished watching Pax piece together this puzzle and anticipated the moment of realization that would hit him like a meteor. Once Pax finished speaking, Sage exhaled calmly and said without hesitation, "Cassian Thomas came here." Pax's eyes went wide with shock. "Came here?" Pax echoed faintly while pointing slowly at the cracked reception desk and dusty marble floor beneath them. "Here? You mean this place? This small, humble, slightly run-down establishment?" Sage felt a twitch in his smile as he processed Pax's words. Internally, he thought, "What do you mean small and run down? Does this place look run down to you? You really want to say that in front of me?" Maintaining his outward composure, Sage replied with a deadpan expression. "Yes, here." Realizing he had misspoken, Pax scratched his head, the awkwardness practically radiating off him. Sorry about that. I didn't mean it like that. It's just unexpected." "It's fine," Sage said with a casual wave of his hand, letting the jab roll off him. "And yes, Cassian Thomas came by a few hours ago to post a mission." Pax's reaction was nothing short of explosive. The shock on his face transformed into one of disbelief as if Sage had just revealed that the king himself had appeared in commoner clothes to buy bread. "Are you serious? Cassian Thomas. The Cassian Thomas. Came here? To this place? To post a mission?" Sage nodded again and pointed nonchalantly at the pouch resting on the desk, the one filled with ingredients Mina had gathered. "See that pouch? Those 3 ingredients were what he needed. He came to post a retrieval-type mission, and the little girl who just left was the one who completed it." Pax followed Sage's gesture with wide eyes, staring at the pouch as though it contained ancient treasures rather than just some rare fruits and herbs. His mind raced as he processed this information. His mouth opened and closed several times before he finally inhaled deeply to steady himself. He began slowly, almost accusatorily. "You are a very lucky man. First, you come up with this brilliant idea, a place where people can post missions and get them done. Honestly, it's genius. And now, for Cassian Thomas to come here and post a mission? Do you even realize how significant that is?" Sage raised an eyebrow as Pax took another deep breath, clearly trying to contain his excitement. "It means," Pax continued, his voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm, "that if word gets out, if even just a rumor spreads that someone like Cassian Thomas visited your guild, posted a mission, and got it completed in what, Less than 2 hours. Then this place will explode with popularity. People will flock here. Everyone with an issue will rush to post missions. People will line up outside your door. You won't have to lift a finger. All you need is a little push, a tiny spark in the rumor mill, and this place will become an established hotspot for mission posting. Sage listened intently while suppressing an amused smile. Inwardly, he thought about how useful Pax truly was. Not only did he understand exactly what Sage needed, but also knew how to achieve it. He leaned back, folded his arms, and nodded slightly. He had made up his mind. Pax was going to be his advertising manager. Clearing his throat lightly, Sage said, "That's the deal I want to make with you." Pax blinked at him in confusion. "Deal? You want me to do something?" Sage nodded. "Yes, I need you to spread the word that Cassian Thomas came here and posted a mission." Pax pointed at himself, still trying to grasp what was happening. "Me? You want me to do that?" "Exactly." Sage leaned forward, his voice firm and confident. "You've lived in Greyvale City nearly your entire life. You know the backstreets, the taverns, the markets, you know where rumors spread fastest. You're familiar with who talks too much and who listens too closely. Your connections span different backgrounds, jobs, and circles. You're perfect for this." Pax swallowed hard, still stunned and unsure if he was dreaming or not. "But how much will I be paid for spreading such news?" Sage smirked. 10 gold coins. Silence followed as Pax's mind struggled to process it. 10 Gia gold. Coins? Pax stammered in disbelief. "For just spreading information?" "To clarify," Sage added with a raised finger, "you'll receive that payment once 100 people come to post missions because of what you share." But Pax barely registered the second part. His mind had already latched onto the first. 10 gold coins. An astronomical sum for him. After losing his retainer job and scraping by on odd jobs while sometimes going hungry because even bread was expensive, this could carry him through months if he budgeted carefully. It meant breathing room, stability, food security, even a chance to save instead of losing money every day. He stood up so abruptly that his chair scraped loudly against the floor as determination lit up his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take it. I'll do it. I'll spread the news everywhere. I'll make sure everyone in the city knows about it. Sage leaned back in satisfaction. Great. Just exaggerate it a bit. Make it dramatic and memorable enough that it becomes one of the top 10 trending topics in town. Pax frowned in confusion. One of the what? Damn. I forgot I'm in a new world. Sage thought inwardly before waving him off dismissively. Never mind that. Just make it something everyone is talking about. Pax nodded vigorously as he gripped the edge of the desk before making a sharp turn toward the entrance. Hey, where are you going? Sage called out, startled. To do my job. Pax shouted back enthusiastically as he raised a hand. Sage slapped his forehead in exasperation. You don't have to start now. It's getting dark, you do it tomorrow. Without missing a beat, Pax shouted. I hear you. I'm heading home to come up with the best rumors. Before Sage could respond, Pax bolted out the door like he was on a mission. For a few moments, Sage sat in silence. Then gradually, a broad, satisfied grin spread across his face. Go ahead, my advertising manager, he said softly, almost chuckling. Go and share the gospel. I have high hopes for you. The next morning dawned gently, as if the heavens themselves wanted to savor the moment before surrendering the world to the hustle and bustle of daylight. A soft golden glow bathed Greyvale City, warming the slate rooftops and shimmering off the wide cobblestone streets that wound through the burgeoning metropolis like veins in living flesh. Vendors were already setting up their stalls, their calls echoing faintly in the crisp morning air. Carts rattled down the roads, laden with produce from nearby villages. Chimneys puffed trails of pale smoke, and beasts of burden trudged dutifully through the streets, guided by half-awake workers eager to catch the morning markets before they became crowded. From its highest rooftops to its narrowest alleys, Greyvale City inhaled deeply and exhaled life. On one of these bustling main roads walked Pax, his boots clicking rhythmically as he navigated through morning foot traffic. His eyes practically glowed with anticipation. The cool air brushed against his cheeks, but an inner excitement made him feel unusually warm. Never had his steps felt so light or his heart so full. His mind kept returning to Sage's words from yesterday, replaying them until they felt etched into his very being. Spread the news. Exaggerate it. Make it known. And once 100 people come to post missions, 10 gold coins are yours. 10 gold coins. For gossip. The thought alone sent a smile tugging at Pax's lips so wide that passers-by shot him curious glances. But he couldn't care less. In all his years drifting between jobs, potter, waiter, farmer, vendor, errand boy, you name it, he had never encountered something so absurdly easy, something so laughably simple and yet so profitable. Gossip was a natural resource in Greyvale City. It flowed like water and ignited like wildfire when sparked in just the right crowd. And Pax? He was a master at igniting sparks. Pax had learned long ago that the best rumors weren't shouted. They were whispered, just loud enough for the right ears to lean in. Snapping back to reality, he lifted his chin and continued down the bustling avenue until he spotted a familiar silhouette, the Fourfold Haven. Even from afar, it was impossible to miss. A 4-story building crafted from expertly carved wood and stone, adorned with lanterns and banners fluttering gently in the morning breeze. The first floor housed a restaurant beloved by commoners. The second floor served as an inn always teeming with travelers, while the third and fourth floors belonged to Greyvale's most popular brothel, a haven for weary workers seeking warmth and companionship. Regardless of whether it was dawn or dusk, the Fourfold Haven never truly slept. Standing before it now, Pax took a deep breath. If there was any place in Greyvale where rumors could ignite overnight, it was here. The clientele ranged from rough laborers to traveling merchants, from gossip-hungry aunties to low-ranking officials who drank more than they worked. Drop a rumor here and watch it not just spread but multiply. Straightening his clothes, Pax stepped inside the building. Noise crashed into him like a tidal wave. The moment he stepped inside, the lively chaos enveloped him completely. The clattering of plates, the overlapping shouts of waiters weaving between tightly packed tables, the laughter of patrons already indulging in ale, and the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat mingling with sweet pastries wafting from the kitchen. The first floor could hold nearly 200 people, and judging by the morning crowd, it was already halfway full. The floorboards vibrated beneath the stomping boots and scraping chairs, while snippets of conversation fluttered through the air like restless birds. I told you that merchant scammed me. My wife's going to kill me if I go home smelling like ale again. Did you hear about the rumors surrounding the Western Trade Road? Hey waiter, more soup. Just as Pax began scanning for familiar faces among the sea of patrons, a booming voice cut through the chatter. Pax.
Oi.
Over here. His eyes lit up instantly. He turned to see a table near the center of the hall where 5 rough yet cheerful-looking men waved him over. Each one looked like they belonged at the docks or construction sites. Strong backs, loud mouths, easy laughter. Pax's people. He navigated through the crowd until he reached their table. As soon as he sat down, they greeted him like an old friend returning from battle. You damn rascal, where've you been? Pax. Still alive? I lost a bet. Ha ha ha. Sit down. He laughed with them, feeling warmth settle into his bones. These were men he had worked alongside years ago, sometimes hauling cargo, sometimes fixing fences, sometimes helping farmers harvest. Pax had drifted through more than a dozen jobs. These 5 were constant faces along his chaotic journey. Well known among commoners for his versatility, he was truly a jack of all trades. He never stayed still. And now, he was on the verge of becoming something far grander. Once a waiter approached, Pax ordered a small assortment of food. As steaming plates arrived, fried eggs, warm bread, spiced potatoes, diced meat, they all dug in with ravenous appetites that spoke to long hours without food. At first, conversation flowed casually. Work complaints, neighborhood gossip, and wheat prices this season. But Pax's mind raced with anticipation. He needed everything to align perfectly. Enough noise for his words to travel unnoticed but quiet enough for those nearby to catch every sentence. Then he heard a lull in noise from surrounding tables. He waited, letting the conversation ebb. He took a deliberate sip of his drink. Then he leered his throat dramatically. "Ahem. Boys," he said quietly but ensuring it carried just enough weight. "Have you heard the news?" 5 heads snapped toward him instantly. People who labored hard treasured gossip like gold. It was entertainment and distraction rolled into one. "What news?" "Oi, Pax. Don't tease us. You look like you swallowed a secret." "Perfect." Pax grinned, leaning forward with the slow, calculated demeanor of a man about to drop a bombshell. "You all know Cassian Thomas, right?" The reaction was immediate. Everyone at the table froze mid-bite, eyes wide in disbelief. Someone at the next table nearly choked on his bread. "Cassian Thomas? You mean the adept rank alchemist?" Greyvale's pride. "Don't joke about that man." Pax raised both hands dramatically. "I'm not joking." A hush fell over the room, not complete silence, but a palpable stillness as more people turned their attention toward him. Even the waiter passing by slowed down. Pax smirked inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. "Yesterday," he continued in a deep, deliberate tone, "Cassian Thomas visited a certain establishment, quietly, without guards or any fanfare. Exchanges of surprised glances spread through the group. Visited where?" one friend asked. Pax exhaled slowly through his nose as if savoring the moment. "He went to a place called the Adventurer Guild." The effect was immediate. Chairs scraped against floors as patrons leaned closer from several tables away. "The what? Adventurer? What is that? I've never heard of it." Pax grinned wider. He had them right where he wanted them. "It's a brand new establishment," he said, infusing his voice with mystery. "A place where people can post difficult, dangerous tasks and have powerful warriors complete them. A hub for missions, hunts, retrievals. Anything you can't manage yourself." Another voice piped up from nearby. "So like hiring mercenaries?" Pax wagged a finger playfully. "Better. Much better. Unlike mercenaries, the Adventurer Guild regulates everything. Fixed rates, fair payment, guaranteed completion. No scams or cheating. Everything is recorded." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone whistled while another muttered, This is quite interesting." But Pax wasn't finished yet. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "And do you know what Cassian Thomas went there for?" 5 men shook their heads vigorously. "Tell us. Hurry up. Stop dragging it out." With a swift motion, Pax slammed his palm onto the table, making drinks tremble. "He posted a mission." "What? No way. Cassian Thomas posted a mission?" In some small unknown place. People from 2 tables over were now openly staring. Pax nodded gravely. "He needed rare ingredients, difficult ones of silver-grade quality, and said he trusted this new establishment might be the future of problem-solving in our region." Someone gasped so loudly it echoed across the room. But Pax wasn't done yet. "And get this," he said, shaking his head with exaggerated flair. "The mission was completed in, hold on to your seats, less than 30 minutes. His first friend dropped his fork in shock. The second friend almost spewed his drink. The third looked at Pax as though he had just performed a miracle. "That's impossible," one exclaimed. "No way a mission involving rare ingredients could be that quick," another countered. "Isn't Cassian Thomas always complaining about how slow people are?" someone added. Pax shrugged nonchalantly. "That's precisely why he praised the Adventurer Guild. He said it was efficient and dependable, even hinted that he might list future missions there." Gasps erupted from the nearby tables. "No way! Cassian Thomas actually praised something? Where is this place? Tell us everything. It must be pricey." "Oh, I bet the nobles are already flocking there." Pax raised his hand for quiet, his demeanor suddenly serious, as if he were about to share a profound secret. The Adventurer Guild, he declared, is on the eastern side of Griffin District. It's a small but well-kept building run by a fellow named Guildmaster Sage. Quiet whispers spread through the crowd as they exchanged glances. The name Sage floated among them like pollen in the breeze. "What's he like?" someone asked eagerly. "Is he strong?" Another questioned. "Is he a noble?" came a third inquiry. "Do we have to pay to post missions there?" Pax breathed in, relishing the growing excitement. "He's neither a noble nor a mage, and definitely not some pompous jerk," Pax explained. "He's calm, strict, and efficient, and his place genuinely cares about helping people." Someone scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Sounds too good to be true." Pax grinned with confidence. "If Cassian Thomas trusts it, who are we to doubt?" A shiver of anticipation swept through every table close enough to hear. Then Pax went even further, beyond what Sage himself might have envisioned. "Word has it," he whispered conspiratorially, lowering his voice to create a sense of suspense, "that Cassian Thomas believes this place could become a cornerstone of service in the city. If the Adventurer Guild truly takes off, it might change how everyday folks tackle their problems forever." He paused dramatically before adding, he also suggested that this establishment could shift the entire social structure of Greyvale City and... He glanced around cautiously and leaned in. Everyone at the nearby tables mirrored his action, eyes wide with anticipation. "It might even reshape the social structure of the whole kingdom." Pax delivered this final line with a look of mock disbelief, as if he couldn't quite believe it himself. The crowd around Pax collectively gasped, their eyes wide with shock and mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. One person clamped a hand over their mouth in disbelief. Another muttered a quick prayer, while a third shot up from their seat, seemingly inspired by some divine spark. Within moments, chatter erupted around Pax's table about the Adventurer Guild. Some debated whether the tale was exaggerated. Others eagerly speculated on the types of missions they could undertake. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and anticipation, exactly what Pax had hoped for. As the rumor spread like wildfire, from table to table, Pax leaned back in his chair, observing the lively discussions unfolding around him. He took a leisurely bite of his food, savoring the flavors with a satisfied smile. "This kid really knows how to play his cards," he mused, thinking about Sage's cleverness. He was taken aback by how Sage had managed to leverage a renowned alchemist to promote his business. Alchemists are highly respected figures, and it's quite unusual for anyone to use them as stepping stones. In fact, most wouldn't dare treat an alchemist as a mere promotional tool. Sage was truly breaking new ground with this approach. Pax shook his head at the audacity of it all and thought, "I just hope Cassian Thomas isn't the type to hold grudges. If things go south, I could lose my 10 gold coins." With a sigh, he took another bite of his meal while glancing at the crowd still engaged in their animated conversations. This was just the beginning. Greyvale City was already on edge. Time trickled by in a quietly deceptive way, much like water slipping through cupped hands. Before anyone noticed, 2 whole days had slipped into the past. For the majority of Greyvale City's residents, those days were just like any other, filled with everyday tasks, the hustle and bustle of markets, laughter, arguments, and the ceaseless demands of survival. Yet for Pax, those 2 days were a turning point. They signified a dramatic shift in his life, from a wandering soul and an always broke jack of all trades, to becoming a powerful force for change throughout the city. From sunrise to sunset and back again, Pax barely allowed himself a moment of rest. He raced from tavern to tavern, driven by an almost frenzied energy, spinning tales and embellishing rumors with a skill that would impress even the most veteran of storytellers. He entered bustling cafes buzzing with morning conversations, inns alive with travelers sharing their adventures, steam-filled bathhouses filled with gossip, and even went into brothels where laughter danced with the aroma of perfume and the clinking of wine glasses, because juicy gossips spread there faster than ale. He roamed through crowded markets, navigated narrow alleys thick with vendors, and settled beside groups of beggars huddling for warmth. His voice filled every nook and cranny of Greyvale City, where words held significance and whispers soared. It didn't matter whether someone was wealthy or poor, young or old. If they had ears, Pax had something to say, and if they had voices to share, they would pass on his words. At first, he was cautiously testing the waters by sprinkling bits of truth here and there. Mentions of the Adventurer Guild, a new establishment, missions, improved efficiency, and Cashin Thomas visit. But soon he found his groove, once he saw how electric people's reactions became when they heard anything about Cashin or topics like innovation and opportunity. Those who had felt powerless their entire lives began to sense a newfound world of possibilities that had once seemed out of reach. By the end of the first day, rumors had solidified into one of the hottest conversations among the common folk. But Pax wasn't satisfied, not just yet. He wanted it to grow bigger, brighter, and louder, so he pushed on. He dropped by the Rusty Barrel, a tavern known for its wild crowds and brawls, and boldly declared amidst the smoky atmosphere that the Adventurer Guild was on its way to becoming a haven for the helpless. A place that would turn burdens into quests, regulated tasks that would reward brave souls while addressing the struggles of everyday families. Then he slipped into the Velvet Stair brothel, where courtesans leaned in with captivating smiles. Their eager interest made them perfect messengers for his mission. There, he shared a slightly tweaked version, that even Cashin Thomas preferred posting missions at this guild over dispatching his own apprentices. Within an hour, those courtesans were already passing the news to their patrons. By nightfall, the tipsy merchants were spreading the news into the streets. By the second day, Pax had become a dynamic source of energy, moving through Greyvale City like a refreshing breeze with a singular mission. In the lively Western market, amid the cries of fishmongers and the spirited exchanges of customers haggling over prices, Pax enthusiastically captivated a crowd of curious women. He declared that the Adventurer Guild was a groundbreaking establishment set to change the way people work and survive. His serious tone painted a vivid picture of a future where everyday individuals wouldn't need to plead for help or depend on the goodwill of nobles. They could simply head to the Adventurer Guild to commission missions. His message resonated with blacksmiths wishing for better materials to forge weapons, etc., herbalists struggling to obtain supplies from risky areas, mothers anxious about their children walking home alone at night, and small merchants who required escorts but couldn't afford professional mercenaries. Everyone had their own concerns and obstacles. The idea that these issues could be openly posted and addressed, with no need for pleading or risky connections, felt miraculous to them. Even the beggars loitering at the city gate leaned in with interest when Pax approached them early that second morning. He hinted that the Adventurer Guild might soon hire errand runners or laborers, suggesting fresh opportunities on the horizon. No one cared too much about whether his claims were valid. What truly mattered was the glimmer of hope igniting in their weary eyes as they shared his words in hushed tones with passers-by. That small spark of optimism reached into the darker corners of society, long overshadowed by dust and despair. As the day progressed, excitement began to build. On the streets, conversations shifted away from mundane topics like the weather or market prices toward animated discussions about these intriguing new rumors. Old men nursing cheap ale in alleyways debated the guild's chances of success, while young boys wielding sticks envisioned themselves as daring warriors on missions. Women speculated about the kinds of tasks that might arise, retrieving lost items, dealing with pests, escorting goods, or foraging for rare herbs. Merchants pondered the possibility that if the Adventurer Guild flourished, Greyvale City could soon attract outsiders in search of reliable services. Even the skeptics found themselves drawn into conversations about these captivating rumors. By mid-morning on the second day, an unmistakable shift enveloped the atmosphere of Greyvale City. Every neighborhood, rich or poor, had caught wind of the whispers. Vendors in the central square spoke quietly as they arranged their wares. Laborers shared opinions while lugging heavy crates. Drunken men slurred tales of Cashin Thomas praising this new guild. Even innkeepers started asking travelers if they knew about this groundbreaking establishment. The rumor had taken on a life of its own, transforming as all rumors do. Some stories claimed that commoners could hire warriors for a fraction of the usual cost through the Adventurer Guild. while others suggested that joining would give warriors access to secret networks and rare resources or even lead to future power. Some locals started calling the Adventurer Guild a sanctuary for problem solvers, or a new beacon rising in Greyvale. It quickly garnered attention and became a topic of interest, something everyone felt compelled to check out simply because it was the latest buzz in town. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the second day, Pax finally let himself unwind. His feet ached, his voice was raspy, and his throat burned from all the talking, yet he felt exhilarated. Perched on a small stone bridge with a view of the lively river running through the city, he watched boats glide by and caught snippets of conversations from those passing below. And there it was, his efforts echoing through their discussions. Is it true the guild wrapped up Cashin Thomas' mission in 30 minutes? I heard it's a place where they solve missions quickly. I might check it out tomorrow. My neighbor said her cousin wants to post a task. A broad grin spread across his face, a sense of pride swelling in his chest so intensely it felt almost painful. In just 2 days, with no money, title, power, or backing, he had stirred the city. He, Pax, a man who had bounced from job to job armed only with his tongue and persistence, had set an entire city buzzing. And he realized this was just the beginning. Greyvale City was undergoing a transformation. A subtle wave of excitement had coursed through its streets and into the hearts of its people. A new establishment, small and humble in the Griffin district, was now the talk of the town, all due to Pax taking Sage's request and turning it into something remarkable. The whispers had turned to murmurs. The murmurs had blossomed into conversation, and that conversation was brewing into a storm of anticipation. By the end of the second night, as lanterns gleamed softly along fading streets and the city exhaled in peaceful calm, Pax made his way home with tired legs but a triumphant grin, knowing he had brought Sage's vision to life. Greyvale City was ready for change. People were gathering information, and he, Pax, hadn't just opened a door, he'd dismantled the dam. Tomorrow ongoing, the Griffin district would know what a flood felt like. I hope that this doesn't put into trouble. Pax rubbed his nose as he looked at the sky as he thought. But at least during these 2 days, nobody came after me, so I'm fine. For now. He lingered a moment longer on the stone bridge, letting the soothing sound of the river drown out the city's clamor behind him. He flexed his fingers, stiff from gesturing, and massaged his jaw, sore from 2 days of near constant talking. The cool breeze caressed his face, and gradually, the adrenaline that had been pumping through him began to subside, replaced by a gentle stream of thoughts tugging at the edges of his mind. Despite the confidence and excitement he'd felt over the past couple of days, there was one small, nagging worry that refused to fade. What if Cashin Thomas caught wind of the rumors and took offense? Pax hadn't just reported the truth. He'd manipulated it, exaggerated it, and splashed it with bright colors. He'd almost transformed the man into the unofficial saint of the Adventurer Guild. The mere thought that Cashin might stroll into the city square, fix his piercing alchemist gaze on Pax, and demand to know who was spreading such outrageous tales sent a shiver down his spine. A man like Cashin could obliterate him with a single word, let alone a potion. Just imagining it made his knees feel weak. As the sun sank below the horizon and the marketplace lights flickered to life, Pax exhaled a long, shaky breath. Nothing had happened so far. No robed alchemist had rushed through the streets in search of him, no guards had sent for him to answer questions, and there hadn't been any suspicious looks directed his way during his errands. The city had simply absorbed his words as if they were harmless gossip. With that realization washed over him, he felt an enormous wave of relief. For now he was safe, and even if trouble might eventually find him, one thing was clear: he couldn't betray Sage. Their connection wasn't deep yet, barely even a true friendship, but Sage had shown him trust, treated him well, and spoken to him like a person rather than a mere tool. Pax wasn't someone who would stab a friend in the back, even when fear churned in his stomach. So he decided to trust in his luck, rely on his own words to keep him safe, and believe that everything would somehow work out. As he turned away from the bridge and made his way home, his steps felt lighter, and a small smile crept onto his face. Perhaps, just perhaps, This was the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Not as a wanderer, but as someone who was valuable, someone who counted. And for the first time in what felt like ages, Pax felt hopeful. Happiness. What a wonderful feeling that is. Gregor walked down the road with a big broad smile plastered on his face. His heart was calm and, more importantly, at peace. As the late afternoon sun dipped low in the sky, its golden rays cast a warm glow over Greyvale City, wrapping it in a comforting embrace. He walked along a quieter side street, the sturdy stone pavement beneath his boots both familiar and reassuring. A cool breeze whispered through the air, carrying with it the tempting aroma of freshly baked bread from local bakeries, the rhythmic clang of metal from distant workshops, and the distant laughter of children playing beyond the cobbled houses. For the first time in ages, Gregor's shadow didn't reflect the haunted figure of a man on edge. It mirrored someone who stood a bit taller, someone at peace with himself. The new gear he wore moved effortlessly with him. The wind-forged argent set hugged his body like a second skin, sleek, polished silver plates that sat perfectly over layers of enchanted leather, every curve designed to align with his form. Unlike traditional armor, it felt almost weightless, as if the gentle breeze itself helped to carry it. When sunlight danced over its surface, the armor shimmered, drawing the glances of passers-by, some intrigued, others visibly impressed. The twin swords, Gale Edge, were strapped across his lower back, their slim, elegant sheaths housing blades that were both beautiful and lethal. The hilts gleamed softly, reminiscent of moonlight trapped in steel. Gregor felt content, not in a brash or boastful way, but in a quiet realization that he hadn't experienced in years. His hands were clasped behind him as he strolled leisurely, observing the life pulsating around him. Shopkeepers were sweeping away dust, a mother was gently scolding her son for chasing after chickens in the street, and two young warriors were playfully sparring in an alley, laughter mingling with the clatter of their training. For once, the cacophony surrounding him seemed less like noise and more like a vivid tapestry of life. As he absorbed the scene, a thought gently surfaced in his mind. Happiness, Gregor pondered, glancing up at the sky, where clouds blushed a soft orange under the setting sun. People seek it as if it's a treasure buried far and wide, convinced that their lives will transform once they grasp its fleeting essence. He breathed in deeply, the cool metal against his skin contrasting with the fragrant air that filled his lungs. But this walk, he mused, the rhythmic thud of his boots against the pavement grounding him. With just a handful of coins in my pocket, wearing armor I acquired through my own hard work, it seems I've finally grasped something profound. A small, almost imperceptible smile crept onto his face, one that felt both unfamiliar yet oddly right. Happiness isn't about grand gestures or a picture-perfect life devoid of struggle. It lies in the quiet moments between trials, the warmth of knowing I'm evolving into a better version of myself. One step at a time. Memories of his sister's peaceful face flooded back to him, her fragile breaths, the way she always tried to smile for him, even when illness weighed heavily upon her. He thought about the burden of responsibility he had carried since childhood, like a heavy chain around his heart. And now there was a flicker of hope. The Moonwell elixir have cured his sister's illness. His sister, who hasn't smiled in a very long time, finally smiled and was able to walk on her 2 feet. With each step, his heart grew heavier with emotion. It's about doing something worthwhile for those I care about, Gregor muttered softly to himself, the wind carrying his words away. Even if the world never sees it, even if they never know the challenges I faced. A carriage rolled by, its wheels clattering over the cobblestones, momentarily pulling Gregor from his thoughts. He shifted slightly to the side, avoiding a splash of muddy water, and kept walking along the pavement, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. His hand rested on one of the sword hilts at his waist, the cool metal vibrating gently beneath his fingers, alive, sharp, ready for action. It was a blade meant for someone who dared to envision a brighter future. Happiness isn't just a prize waiting down the line, he mused. It's these quiet moments I'm experiencing right now, steps that prove I haven't given up. A soft breeze danced down the street, ruffling his hair and brushing against his armor. Children dashed past him, laughter echoing as they played tag, while a baker called out cheerful greetings to regular customers. Gregor took a deep breath, allowing the simple sounds of life to fill him with warmth. He didn't possess much. No grand fate written in the stars awaited him. He lacked a powerful clan, noble lineage, or remarkable skills. But he had the resilience to fight, to earn, to protect. And today, for once, he savored a rare moment of tranquility. That alone was enough to make his heart swell. As he walked on, the unlight glinted off his armor like shooting stars. Gregor felt a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time, something tender, bittersweet, and filled with hope. He felt truly alive and happy. Bang! Sons and daughters, your daddy is home. The door swung open with a force that made the tavern tremble slightly, sending dust cascading from the rusty wooden beams above. Everyone in the tavern turned their heads toward the entrance, and upon seeing who it was, they simply smiled and returned to their drinks. Yo! Isn't that our great warrior Gregor? A deep voice boomed from the back of the tavern as a massive man rose to his feet. He towered nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging beneath his skin like coiled serpents. An aura of raw power radiated from him. His wild, untamed cyan hair framed his face, and he wore armored leather pants along with knee-high iron boots, his torso bare. What set him apart were his vertical pupils, reminiscent of a wild beast rather than a human's. Just standing there made the atmosphere feel heavy and oppressive. Ha ha ha! Brutus! Long time no see, Gregor called out as he strode over to the giant with a hearty laugh. Boom! They clasped hands in greeting, causing the floor to shake under their combined strength, generating a small shockwave. What do you mean, long time no see? It hasn't been long since we parted ways after exploring that dungeon, Brutus replied, rolling his eyes. I know, Gregor grinned, but for me, it's felt like an eternity after everything I've been through. Oh? Did something happen? Brutus raised his bushy eyebrows in intrigue. As they spoke, their hands remained locked in an intense grip. Both warriors were pushing against each other with increasing pressure. The veins on Brutus's hand bulged like steel cables while Gregor began to sweat, but maintained his smile, refusing to concede defeat. I'll tell you if you can beat me? Gregor chuckled softly despite the pain coursing through his hand. Brutus flashed a wide grin and tightened his grip further. The patrons around them paused their activities, captivated by this display of strength. Their expressions suggested this wasn't their first encounter with such antics. The tavern fell silent as only Gregor and Brutus stood locked in combat. Wind began to stir around them as the floor trembled beneath their feet. Gregor's face flushed red as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead while the wind tousled his hair. All right, son, you win. Finally unable to hold on any longer, Gregor released his grip and shot Brutus an annoyed look. Ha ha ha, come on. You know you'll never overpower me at this game. Brutus laughed heartily and patted Gregor on the shoulder hard enough that he sank slightly into the floorboards with a creak. Gregor twitched at the weight of Brutus's hand on him. Thinking about Brutus's strength made him let out a bitter chuckle. Gregor, it's been ages. How have you been? A clear voice filled with seductive charm interrupted them. Gregor, it's been a while. How have you been? A clear, sultry voice drifted into his ears, causing him to flinch as he turned toward its owner. A stunning woman in tight leather armor that hugged her curves approached Gregor with the grace of a cat. Her black hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, and her figure was nothing short of breathtaking, especially her ample cleavage that seemed to beckon anyone who dared to look too long. Her luscious red lips curled into a seductive smile, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. She was nothing less than a succubus in disguise. Every man in the tavern had their gaze fixed on her, drool practically pooling at their feet. Oh, hey Callista, still as beautiful as ever. Gregor grinned at the enchanting woman before him. Callista rolled her eyes playfully and closed the distance between them, trailing her slender finger along his armor as she pouted. Are you dead inside? You don't react like all the others. With a mischievous grin and an arched eyebrow, Gregor replied, "What kind of reaction do you want?" Leaning closer, Callista blew warm air against him. "The kind that's not suitable for this place." "I see. Well, when we find somewhere more appropriate, I can give you all kinds of reactions," Gregor said as he lifted her chin and leaned in toward her lips, but she suddenly pulled away. "You are truly incorrigible." Callista's eyes glistened with mock innocence as she looked at him with feigned grievance. Gregor chuckled softly and rubbed his nose. "This always gets you. You know your charm doesn't work on me, yet you keep trying. You know that act hasn't worked since we were both greenhorns." Callista rolled her eyes again but remained silent, gazing at him with thoughts swirling behind those captivating eyes. "Ahem. Could you two stop flirting already? There are people here," Brutus interjected awkwardly. He pulled Gregor toward the table where he had been sitting earlier, Callista following closely behind. At the table were two other individuals, a man and a woman, both clad in armor and armed for battle. "Kalis, Leona, how are you two?" Gregor greeted them warmly. "Gregor, you look different today," Kalis remarked. He was lanky with short brown hair and an unremarkable face but wore an earnest expression as he patted Gregor's shoulder. "Yeah. Did something good happen?" Leona asked curiously. Tall and slightly muscular yet feminine in form, she exuded a wild energy similar to Brutus's own. Curly ash hair framed her face alongside a scar above one brow that added character to her beauty. "Can't you see? He's wearing a new gear," Callista chimed in dramatically. The three of them turned their attention to Gregor as soon as they heard Callista speak. "You're right. I can feel that your aura has changed," Brutus said, rubbing his chin in surprise. "Oh, I see your mana veins have expanded, and you're close to breaking through." "What?" Kalis and Leona exclaimed, scrutinizing Gregor even more closely. Even Callista looked taken aback, her lips forming an O shape. "As expected, you figured it out," Gregor chuckled, shrugging off the attention nonchalantly. "Wow, did something good happen while we were apart? Did you finally trade your good looks for sponsorship from some old noblewoman or something?" Callista leaned forward slightly, her curiosity evident. "What do you mean, trade my good looks?" Gregor rolled his eyes at her with a hint of annoyance. "Then what happened to you?" Brutus tapped the table with urgency. "Not only have you changed your gear, but it's also silver-grade equipment, worth at least 500 gold coins." He paused for effect, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Your strength seems to have increased too. Those mana veins don't expand without help. You must have taken a mana vein expansion potion, which is also quite pricey." Brutus narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he leaned in closer. "So what exactly have you been up to?" The others shared various expressions, mostly suspicion mixed with curiosity. Just days ago, Gregor had been wearing old armor and wielding two worn swords. Now he appeared transformed in expensive gear and radiated newfound power. Gregor smiled lightly at his friends. Warmth filled his heart knowing their questions came from concern rather than judgment. They likely feared he might be involved in something shady. With that thought in mind, he shook his head and cleared his throat before addressing them. "I was able to afford this new equipment and the mana vein expansion potion because I stumbled upon a huge opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" The four leaned in closer, curiosity etched on their faces. Gregor grinned as he began recounting his recent adventures. He told them about joining the Adventurer Guild and accepting a mission to hunt wolves for a reward of over 200 gold coins. He explained how he sold the parts of the beasts for even more money while embellishing some details to make it sound more thrilling. "So after buying all this equipment and various potions, I ended up with exactly 1295 gold coins," Gregor said with satisfaction as he took a long sip of ale. The four gasped collectively, shock evident in their expressions. Even nearby warriors who overheard him were stunned by what they had just heard. "You mean to say you earned over 2,000 gold coins from one mission? After expenses, you're still left with more than 1,000 gold coins?" Leona asked incredulously. Yes, you could say that," Gregor replied calmly. "Damn. Brutus slammed his heavy hands on the table, causing it to groan under the pressure as cracks spread across its surface. He didn't care. What Gregor had just revealed was shocking. The others were equally bewildered. This was simply too good to be true. It wasn't just the prospect of earning over 2,000 gold coins that shocked them. It was the speed at which that money was earned. Each of them had made more than 2,000 gold before, but never in a single day. Kalis took a deep breath and said, "This is really something else. In my opinion, and I think everyone here would agree, earning such a massive amount of money usually requires entering a dungeon. Even then, you'd have to explore for at least 1 or 2 months before seeing such returns, and sometimes the rewards are even less. So earning over 2,000 gold coins feels like a miracle," Leona chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. After all, who earns 2,000 gold coins in just one day? That kind of wealth seemed reserved for high-ranking nobles. "I think you guys are missing the point," Callista interjected, glancing around at everyone. They looked at her with confusion. "What do you mean?" Brutus asked. "What I mean is that what enabled him to earn more than 2,000 gold coins isn't just about completing some mission. It's about the beast parts he sold. Sure, the mission played a role, but—" She paused for emphasis and continued, her voice trembling as she locked eyes with Gregor. "The real kicker is that Guildmaster doesn't take any loot or body parts from the beasts killed during missions. You heard what he said earlier. When you become an adventurer and accept a mission, whatever you kill during that mission is yours to keep. All that matters is completing the mission." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Don't you think that's incredible? As long as you kill a beast with valuable parts, you can keep those parts, no need to hand them over to the guild." A collective intake of breath echoed through the tavern. By this time, nearly half of the warriors present were listening intently. Their breaths quickened as their excitement grew. "Yes, Callista is right," Gregor nodded in agreement. "As long as you accept a mission and complete it successfully, everything you gather along the way, whether it's treasure, rare herbs, or valuable beast parts, is yours to keep and sell as you wish. The guild only cares about whether you've completed your task." He scanned the room to ensure everyone could hear him clearly. "This opportunity is far better than risking your life hunting magical beasts, because the Adventurer Guild allows for greater earnings than what typical missions offer." He leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of his ale before continuing. "As we all know, not all magical beasts have valuable parts. In fact, nearly 80% of first and second order beasts yield little to nothing when killed. However, I managed to take down a third order common beast along with a few other second order creatures, and fortunately, they were quite valuable. While there's no guarantee that you'll encounter low-level beasts with salvageable parts, even if you come across one that doesn't offer much value, the mission reward is still there. You choose missions based on your strength and rank. Complete the task and receive your payment without needing to share your earnings." By this point, the tavern had fallen silent as all the warriors listened intently to Gregor. And what he was saying was true. When they couldn't afford the fees to enter a dungeon, their only option was to hunt magical beasts for their valuable parts to sell. Yet even that came with risks. Not every beast was worth it. Going on a hunt meant knowing full well that your chances of killing a beast with valuable parts were about 50-50, while the risk of dying exceeded 60%. That's why most warriors avoided hunting magical beasts unless absolutely necessary. They'd rather pay dungeon fees than risk their lives for uncertain rewards. Sure, entering a dungeon also carried risks and could lead to death, but at least there was certainty in earning something, albeit having to hand over 90% of their loot. That felt better than losing one's life without any reward. Gregor's lips curled into a broad smile as he continued. "The Adventurer Guild is different. There's a 100% chance of making money compared to entering dungeons or hunting beasts. As long as you complete a mission, you can earn no less than 100 gold coins." The warriors' eyes widened at this revelation. Sharp breaths echoed through the tavern as murmurs and whispers spread among them. Some were shocked while others buzzed with excitement. "Hey, wait a minute. I think I've heard about this Adventurer Guild before," Kalis said suddenly, furrowing his brows as realization dawned on him while looking at Gregor. "I remember now. 3 days ago, Rumors started circulating in the city that Cassian Thomas, the alchemist, went to this adventurer guild to post a mission that was completed in less than 30 minutes. Yeah, now that you've mentioned it, I recall hearing those rumors too. Leona chimed in eagerly. Apparently Cassian himself claimed that the Adventurer Guild could change the social landscape of our entire city. He had quite high praise for it. Yeah, I think I've heard about this too. Me too, but honestly, I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just some made-up story. I heard about it yesterday and thought it sounded like fiction too, but now I'm starting to believe it's real. I heard you can post a task there for someone to complete, but I'm not sure if it's true. Apparently, the Adventurer Guild has warriors who take on those tasks. Another voice chimed in. Gregor's lips curled into a wide grin as he lazily sipped his ale, leaning back in his chair while observing the excited crowd. Looks like my mission is halfway complete. As long as I can get them to the Adventurer Guild to register, I'll be all set for those exclusive missions, he thought, narrowing his eyes into tiny slits. His mind drifted back to the past few days spent running around the city, spreading and handing out flyers everywhere. After returning home from selling beast parts and purchasing new equipment and magic potions, he felt a wave of relief when his sister took the Moonwell elixir that healed her. With that worry behind him, he focused entirely on distributing flyers. He had also caught wind of some rumors circulating throughout the city recently. Initially surprised and anxious, Gregor wondered if Sage might have gone back on his word, since the rumors echoed the content of the flyers. However, after some reflection, he decided to trust Sage. It didn't seem likely that Sage would renege on their agreement. Besides, if Sage were that kind of person, he wouldn't have made such a deal knowing full well that similar information would spread across town. Hearing that Cassian Thomas had come to the Adventurer Guild to post missions eased Gregor's concerns entirely. He quickly realized that Sage was leveraging Cassian Thomas' reputation as a promotional tool for the guild. It made sense. If Sage had known Cassian was coming, he probably wouldn't have bothered with Gregor or given him any flyers in the first place. With this clarity came renewed determination. Gregor threw himself into spreading those flyers even more vigorously. With rumors swirling and eye-catching flyers in circulation, people began to believe in what they saw. All three parties stood to gain from this situation. Gregor would receive his exclusive missions. Pax would pocket 10 gold coins, and Sage would profit immensely by attracting a large number of people looking to post missions or register as adventurers, all of whom would pay him for their services. While it might seem like Sage was missing out at first glance, by day's end, he'd be reaping greater rewards than anyone else. Gregor sighed again as his gaze returned to the lively crowd before him. He shook his head slightly in relief. Thank goodness I have a deal with the guildmaster. Otherwise, with so many people eager to register as adventurers, there could be a shortage of available missions. He glanced over at Brutus and his companions with a hint of pity in his eyes. I hope they manage to snag some missions before they run out. But judging by their strength, they'll likely be among the first ones tearing down those postings from the mission board. Excitement buzzed through the tavern as patrons exchanged surprised glances and whispered among themselves. The news had clearly caught everyone off guard. Hey Gregor, does the Adventurer Guild still accept registrations? Brutus's rough voice cut through the chatter, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Gregor. Their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Leaning back lazily in his chair, Gregor chuckled softly. Yes, the Adventurer Guild is still accepting registrations. If you want, I can take you there. Bang! What are you waiting for? Let's go right now. Brutus slammed his hand down on the table with such force that it splintered and collapsed under him. Gregor's lips twitched as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right then, follow me. With that, he stood up and headed toward the entrance. Brutus, Callista, Kalis, Leona, and more than 20 warriors from the tavern quickly followed him out into the bustling streets.